Dear participants, welcome to the We Team Leadership Conference held for the very first time in Malaysia. For the next 3 days, we will go through the basic training program of We Team International, and it gives me great pleasure to present to you the trainer, the key speaker for this conference. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm proud to present to you Mr. Jose F. Fabregas.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Good evening. I'm glad you're all here. I'm glad you could make it. This is a very exciting time. Thank you. I'd like to start with our first module in the basic training program. And before I give the title, I would just like to say that this industry has been alive for a very, very long time, okay? Since 1959, when a company in America started it, to this day I look up to the founders and the owners of this company, and they started this wonderful industry. However, there have been many, many people who have failed in this industry. There are many people that have succeeded and made lots of money. And I'm sure you've heard of these people. I'm sure you've heard them you've read of them in magazines, okay? You've heard their tapes. You've heard people talking about them. You've read about them in all the industry magazines. But, okay, let's be real tonight, okay? And that's one thing I'm going to have to ask, okay? Can I speak the truth tonight? Yes. Okay, many, many times, especially in this module, I'm going to be talking about things and subjects that strike straight into your activities and your heart. Not really. I don't have that much time with you. We only have until Saturday. You know, I wish we could be here for a week. There's so many activities. But again, because of so little time, I'm going to have to ask your permission to be able to speak the truth to you people. Is that okay with you guys? Is anybody going to be offended? No. We're here to learn, right? And part of learning is identifying a problem. Okay? So I'm going to be speaking the truth, most especially in this module. Okay, getting back to what I was saying, yes, there have been many successes, but there have also been many, many failures in this business. Okay, let's be real. Let's not hide issues that are real to a lot of people. Many, many people have come into this industry with their hopes and their dreams up here and have never really gotten their businesses off the ground, their organizations off the ground. I'd like to examine why. Okay? I'd like to examine why these people didn't succeed. I've been looking at these examples for a long time. Early in my career in this business, I also lived up to these examples that I'm going to be showing you. But fortunately, I had a good teacher, a good leader who taught me the right things. Okay, so I'd like to go over them. And I basically call this the 8 reasons why people fail in this industry. Okay, 8 of what I feel and the rest of us in the V team feel are the main reasons why people fail in the industry. There probably are more, okay? But I'm sure if you examine them, sooner or later you'll find that they're tied up to these 8. Now all of these are important. I didn't really put them down in order of importance, okay? Admittedly, there's maybe 1 or 2 that you may find more important than somebody else seated beside you. But nevertheless, all of these points are important. So let's go first to number 1. One of the main reasons why people fail in this industry is they don't take the business seriously. They think that this is a small-time business. They think that this is something that, you know, housewives do, or people who have nothing else to do with their lives do. Okay, how many were in that boat before? Okay, that's how I used to look at this. You can do it. You got nothing better else to do. Okay, this is way, way back when I was much, much younger. Okay. They think that this business is a small-time concern, okay? Now, I had been in traditional business before I got involved in this wonderful industry. And my financial auditor in my business was a covenant brother of mine, and he was also my financial advisor. And as you will see over the next 2 or 3 days, I'm a bit I'm a bit lively at times and aggressive, and I like to, I like to be at the forefront. I like to do things. So I was always looking at new businesses to invest in. And I remember, as financial advisor, we made a deal that before I do anything, I would give him a call. Okay, so I remember calling him many, many times saying, "Hey, Mon, I have a fantastic business that I can get into. I have a very good business that we can get into." And I still remember his voice up to this day over the phone telling me, "Joe, all businesses are good, okay, as long as you manage them properly. All businesses can be profitable as long as you manage it properly. Okay, you can sell peanuts, literally, you can sell peanuts, okay, and still make still make a lot of money." I mean, evidence to the fact is that when you go into a 7-Eleven store, right, are there bags of peanuts that you can buy? I mean, do you think these people sell these peanuts for a loss? They're making money doing it. Okay, so yes, literally, even selling peanuts. I know somebody in the Philippines. I know of somebody in the Philippines who owns a sari-sari store. Sari-sari store in Malaysia would be, I think the Indonesians understand it, a store where you can buy everything. If you go to the Philippines, almost on every street corner, okay, you will see these little stores that have a hodgepodge of goods, all dumped together for, for the people to come in and buy. And he doesn't think this is a small-time business. Okay, his name is Henry C. Okay, he owns the Mega Mall chain, the Shoemart Mega Mall chain. And there's about, 14, 15, 16 all over the Philippines. Okay, I heard, but he owns a sari-sari store. But he just took the business very, very seriously. Okay, so there is no such thing as a small-time business. Only a small-time businessman. Okay, any business can be a big business as long as you manage it properly and take it seriously. Most people don't treat the Gold Quest opportunity as a business. Okay, and this is sad because many, many times I know people that have lost out simply because they didn't take the business seriously. Okay. Now why? Let's think. Why do people not take this business seriously? People think that to qualify as a business, you need large capital. Isn't that what we think? Right? When you think of, I'm going to set up my own business, okay? Oh, you're thinking of 100,000 ringgit, or I don't know, 20, 30,000 US dollars to set up either a food stall or a bakery or a dress shop or a video shop. That's what most people recognize and accept as a quote-unquote business, correct? Okay, that's how we were taught in school. That's the way we were brought up. So when somebody comes to us and shows us an opportunity where we can earn business type of income, okay, which you can in Gold Quest and many, many other companies, because the capital requirements are so small, okay, people don't recognize it as a business. They don't treat it as a business. Many, many times, people don't treat this opportunity with respect simply because the only thing that you have to do to get started in the business is make the purchase of a coin or a coin set. But now, does that seem like an act of doing business? No, it's like going into the store and buying a TV set or going and buying a pair of shoes or a necktie. It's the same thing. You just buy a gold coin. However, because of the opportunity and the marketing plan, you're also able to go out and through the referral program, okay, earn a very decent income. And believe me, some of the incomes are decent. Yes or no? Many people participating in this business, okay, have the frame of mind that goes something like this. I'll try it. If the business does well, I'll take it seriously. How many have ever heard that before? Huh? From your friends, okay, I'll try it. If it explodes, right, then I'll take it seriously. We used to think that way before. Okay, great. That's fantastic. No, not because you used to think that way, but because you don't think that way anymore. Okay? Now, having that frame of mind is like a businessman, okay, saying, I'll invest $10,000 in a bakery or a dress shop, whatever. If the bakery does well, then I will take it seriously. If you put $20,000 into a bakery, would you go away and say, you go ahead. If that makes money, then I'll take it seriously. Would that business make money? No. Nope. No, you take it seriously first. You take it seriously first, then the business will make money. Okay? But again, people don't think that this is a business. What I'm trying to say here, folks, is don't take it for granted. Don't think, okay, that just because you've purchased a coin, that's it. That's the most you can get out of Gold Quest, an Olympic set or a papal coin or a dragon coin. There's a lot more. Take it seriously first, then it will prosper. The Gold Quest business must be treated like any other business, seriously. Okay? It's not going to move if you don't involve yourself in it. Okay? So don't be the type of guy that's going to be talking to people about Gold Quest and tell them, no, you don't have to do anything. Okay? Don't be. In fact, I have how do you call this? A friend who starts her presentations. Yes, I'm going to show you a business, but before I show you the business, I want to explain that there's going to be a lot of hard work. You're going to experience a lot of rejection. You're going to experience a lot of disappointment. You're going to have to learn how to get over that disappointment. Sometimes it'll be depressing. How's that for a start? Then she says, would you like me to continue? Because if you're not willing to go through all of these, then let's not talk anymore. That's how she starts. That's how she starts. I know that's a bit contrary to the way some other people start, with the, oh, you don't have to do anything, oh, No. You let people know this is a business. You have to take it seriously. The only way you're going to make it prosper is if you get involved. I remember my grandmother always used to tell me the best fertilizer for a farm is the farmer's feet. There's some of you who are looking at me like, you have to actually walk the farm. You have to be there. You have to plow. You have to plant. You have to fertilize. The best fertilizer for a farm is the farmer's feet. If you expect this business to take off, if you expect others to take you seriously, you must take the business seriously. Okay, number 2, doubt is a big killer of this business. Okay? This is a faith business, like any business. When you open up a restaurant, you have faith in your recipes, in your chef's ability to duplicate these recipes and churn out the good food every day. You know what I'm saying? And finally, you have the faith, okay, that your food is so good that people will talk about it and refer people into your restaurant. So, you know what I'm saying? Business is a faith endeavor. Okay? It's no different with Gold Quest. It's a faith business. Now, when a businessman starts his business, is he making money right away? No, he's not. Right? But he has the faith that he will. Now, it's very, very important. Also here in Gold Quest, when you started, did you have 2,000 people in your organization? Did you already have your weekly checks and cycle coins coming in? No, but you saw the plan, you saw the feasibility of it, you saw others succeeding in this business, and you say, I have faith that I can build this business the way so-and-so has, right? That's why we came in. And it's this same faith, it's this same conviction in the business that helps you discuss this business with other people. Doubt is a killer, okay, because it eats away at your faith. That's why when you are new in the business, okay, or if you have somebody new in the business who's in your organization, always warn them, stay away from dream stealers. There's many of them, believe me. They're what we call dream stealers. How many of you have met these kind of people? Oh, you know what? In 10 years, if I build this business properly, then... Oh, you'll never amount to anything. Oh, yeah, right. Oh, right? And they're all over the place. Really, stay away from people like this. Stay away from them. If you're presenting the business to someone and you're a newcomer, don't get into arguments. And pass this down. The moment somebody starts to argue with you, okay, then just say, I'm sorry, no offense. Okay, I was hoping that you'd be interested in a very, very good opportunity that's been working for people. But hey, if you don't like it, great, let's go play bowling or something. Don't get into arguments unless you will be the one doing the influencing. I have seen it happen many, many, many times. Where somebody will come in all on fire. Whoa! Cycling every day. I'm not talking about bicycling. And then he comes and he talks to his uncle. Uncle, guess what? Oh man, I have friends who got burned in that industry. Oh, did you know that there's 3 companies like that closed? Really? What? Oh, but this company is different. No, it's not. They're all the same. Look at the directors. Look at them. Look at them. Shows them the profile. And this guy who was excited a few minutes ago walks away. Maybe my uncle's right. Maybe I made a mistake. The moment you get in front of somebody like that, oops, sorry, no offense, I'd rather not talk about it, then just walk away. Stay away from people like that. Because believe you me, there will be people who will be like that. For every one person that you will find that will embrace the vision that is Gold Quest, you will find 20 others who will tell you, you're nuts. And you know why? Have you ever wondered why there's so many people like this? Have you ever wondered? Because it's the cowardly thing to do. It doesn't take any courage to accept where you are. And you know how you are in life. As the harsh realities of life start setting into your life, your dreams start, you know what I'm saying? Your goals and your standards start getting lower and lower and lower. You know what I'm saying? I've been through that. I know. And I know I'm not the only one in the room tonight. And finally, they're at the point where they're so low, where the only goal you have is as long as I don't end up in debt. Right? What happened to our lofty ambitions in college and in high school? Reality sets in. There's many, many people like that. Now, it takes absolutely no courage to accept. It takes absolutely no courage to look at somebody and say, what you're doing is useless. In other words, what they're saying is, how dare you think that you can rise above everybody else when you're just one of us? That's the reason why there's so many people like that. They've just resigned themselves to the fact that, this is as far as I'm going, and I might as well learn how to live with it. I might as well learn how to be happy. I might as well learn to accept my fate. That's why there's so many people like that. It takes no courage. It takes a lot of courage to do what you guys are doing. It takes a lot of courage to say, I'm sick of the system, I'm sick of financial worry, I'm sick of somebody owning my life, I'm going to do something about it. And you know why it takes a lot of courage? Because when you don't achieve it, it hurts. Doesn't it hurt when you dream for something and you don't get it? That's why it takes a lot of courage. Those people would rather not dream anymore. And that's why there's so many of them out there. Stay away from people like that. They will sap your spirit, they will sap your energy. Hang around the people that are rabid about Gold Quest. Hang around the people that stay in the office until 4:30 doing the business. Always remember the SW principle. Some will, some won't. So what? Someone else is waiting. I walk away from some meetings going SW to myself. Some people will come in, some people will see the vision, some people won't. So what? Don't take it personally. Go to the next guy. This guy doesn't see the vision and the opportunity. So what? Go to the next guy. But let me tell you one thing. Just the fact that you're going around getting a bunch of no's, okay? Believe me, once you start succeeding in the business, all these people that used to say no, when they see you taking your family out more often, right? When they see you coming home earlier to your children and to be with your wives and your husbands. When they see you driving a new car, they're going to say, wait a minute, what's this guy up to? Oh yeah, remember the business I was talking to you about? In other words, what I'm trying to say is don't be afraid of no's. Don't be afraid of people telling you no. Because as you succeed, okay, as you succeed, more and more people are going to look and say, hey, it really does work. Another principle that's not here is money is relative. The more money you have, the more relatives you have. No, I was just kidding. What I'm trying to say is, but you know, I mean, let's face it. There's different sets of rules for people, right? You have some wacko out in the street, you know, who's crazed and everything, and you know, he eats 10 million hot dogs a day with peanut butter on them. The guy or beggar say, look at that crazy old fellow, right? But if the guy lived in IOI, which is a very nice, a posh place here in Malaysia, no, he's not crazy, he's eccentric. Right? You know, everything changes, but that's the way it is. Once you start to succeed, people take notice. People take notice. They say, hey, what is this? What is this guy doing? What is he doing that I'm not? That's what I'm saying. The more no's you get, the more people are going to be watching you. How many have people watching them right now? How many? If you can't raise your hand, that means you haven't talked to enough people. Really? Nobody has 100% success rate. The reason I want to point this out is that so you don't get discouraged. I always talk about the money that I made as a customer. There's some of you that know. I made 15,000 US my first 4 weeks as a customer in this business. And I talked to 2 people. I referred 2 people. Ferdy on my left and my cousin on my right. We'll talk about that tomorrow in more detail. But I never talk about the 50 people that told me I was nuts. I never talk about the 50 people that told me this company would never make it. I never talk about the 50 people that told me this company would run away, etc., etc., etc. Nobody has 100% success rate. Up to this day, I don't have 100% success rate. VJ, our managing director, when he talks, still doesn't have 100% success rate. Dexter Yeager doesn't have 100% success rate. Mark Yarnell doesn't have 100% success rate. Big Al, not our own Big Al here, the one we read about, doesn't have 100% success rate. But are they successful? Yes. The reason I want to point this out is not so that you're happy that you're getting rejected. Okay, I mean, that's not the point in this whole exercise. I'm just trying to say it's part of the process. Okay, it's part of success. And it doesn't mean that because you get rejected that you will fail. Doesn't mean that. It just means you're getting better. Rejection is part of this business. That's what I was trying to say earlier. Instead of getting discouraged, learn from the experience. Why? Why did the person not see the business opportunity? Why did the person that I'm talking to, why did my friend, why did my uncle, why did my cousin not see the vision? Instead of going home, sitting down, moping about it, oh no, I'm going to throw away all my brochures, I'm never going to go into that webpage again, never going to attend another meeting again. Instead of getting discouraged, sit down, analyze. Why? What didn't I do right? Don't focus on your rejection. Focus on why. What can I do next time so that I won't be rejected? The biggest reason, however, for me why doubt, okay, is such a killer is the word influence. This is an influence business, okay? I had a friend a few years back who came up to my wife and myself and you know, during a party And she noticed that our children were very, very obedient. They would follow what we say. We'd say do this, and they would. We'd say do that, and they would. We'd say, Topper, go look see if your sister's okay in the back. Oh yes, Mike. He'd drop what he was doing, and go. And a friend came up to me and said, Joe, you're so lucky. I said, why? Because you still have influence over your children. I said, what do you mean? Because my children, I don't have any influence over them anymore. No matter what I say, I don't have any influence. I said, you're wrong. I said, you and your wife have influence over your children, whether you're aware of it or not. You're just not looking. Think about it. If you're a parent, how many parents do we have here? Okay. Isn't it great? Isn't being a parent one of the nicest things on this earth? Anyway, can you imagine you're a father and you go home and, I don't know, you go out and buy 100 cases of beer a day and sit in front of the TV and drink 10 cases of beer every day. What are you telling your child? What are you telling your son? When you grow old, when you become a man, this is how you should act. Hey ladies, stop laughing. I got something for you guys too. When you're at home as a wife, they're going, uh-oh. And your husband comes home after a hard day's work, and you're there, why only now? I told you to go to the grocery. I'm not going to cook dinner for you. You go and... What you're telling your daughter, hey wait, the serious side is what you're telling your daughter, right, is when you grow up and you have a husband, this is the way you should treat him. You have influence over your children whether you're aware of it or not. That's what I was telling my friend. It's the same thing in this business. You have an influence over your organization. Whether you want to admit it or not, whether you even care to think about it. If your organization looked like this, you'll always be the standard bearer of that network. Of course, if you build properly, it's not going to end there. But you will always be the apex of that network. You will always be the standard bearer. You'll always be the one that people look to. They're not going to look at your leaders. They're going to look at you. Haron's the one who, referred me to this business. How's he doing? What's he doing? What's his frame of mind? When you doubt, your influence filters down. Can you imagine having your two who are so excited? Hey, guess what? I love this business so much. I have so much freedom. I've never made so much money in my life. I think I'm going to do this full time. Then you come up to these two going, hey, wait. Maybe that's not a wise thing to do. Maybe it's not a wise thing to, put all your eggs in one basket. Don't resign from your job. What do you think is going to happen to these two? Are they going to go home, like Bravehearts? No, hey, wait, does Joe know something we don't? Does he know something? Or wait a minute, maybe, you see what I'm saying? So what do you think they're going to tell their leaders? Hey, wait, we better have a meeting. We should meet with Joe. There's something wrong here. Why? What do you mean there's something wrong? Oh, we were thinking of doing this full time and Joe discouraged us from doing it. Oh my gosh, we better tell our leaders too. You see what I'm saying? That filters down. You influence your organization whether you're aware of it or not. The only question, folks, is, are you a positive influence or are you a negative influence? Think about your activities the last 2-3 months. Have you been a positive influence or have you been a negative influence? Remember, I said some of the stuff I'm going to say is going to hurt a little bit. What seeds have you sown the last 2, 3, 4 months? For the ones who sowed negative seeds, well, they're probably feeling it right now. But for the ones who sowed positive seeds, we've been having some problems with a few members of the press in this country, right? And there have been many, many people that have been, oh, you know, the Chicken Littles, the sky is falling, oh, the world is ending. But there are people in this room whose incomes have gone up. These are the people that are saying, yep. What kind of influence are you to your organization? Positive or negative? Okay? Now always remember, positive down. Anything positive, pass it down. Anything positive. Hey, I cycled. Hey, I got my first coin. Hey, did you know the company, just became a distributor of the Royal Australian Mint? Hey, did you know that Vijay and Japadas just came from the Vatican and had an audience with the Pope? Anything positive, pass it down. Anything negative, pass it up. Go to your leader and say, hey, my check was delayed. Hey, how come there was this article? Hey, my genealogy was wrong. Hey, can I give away a big secret? The company makes mistakes. Can you name me one that doesn't? I know organizations similar to ours that have been around for 20, 30 years and they still make mistakes. Not because they want to, but because it's part of it. No matter what you say, no matter how high tech you get, there is still the human factor. And let's face it, we err. If you think that by joining this organization that there will never be a mistake made, well, you're going to be set up for disappointment. But one thing I think we can all attest to is the mistakes are getting less and less as this company gets older and older. Thank you. So always remember, let's all say it together. Positive down, negative up. Anything negative, take up to your leader. Take it up to a director. Take it up to one of the staff if you have a representative office where you are. Number 3, they don't invest time to be trained to master the business. They don't invest in time. Doesn't it make sense that in order to succeed in this business, one must study all the aspects of the business? I mean, doesn't that make perfect logical sense? I mean, I know a lot of people that are saying yes, but then have never done anything about it. If you expect to make it in this business, master the business. If you want to put up a bakery, learn to bake bread. I don't know how simple I can be. How much more simple I can get, rather. Master all the aspects of this business, because the more you know, the better off you're going to be. Learn everything you can about number 1, the company, the industry. What kind of industry are we in? How did this start? What year did it start? What principles does this industry espouse? Have you ever thought about that? One thing I love so much about this industry is the free enterprise that it promotes. I'm telling you, the more you study this industry, some people call it MLM, some people call it direct selling, some people call it, now it's referral selling. But whatever you want to call it, this industry has changed a lot of people's lives. Study it. The more you study it, the more excited you get. The more I study the industry, the more excited. You know why? Because I know I'm at the forefront. This kind of business, everybody is getting involved in. MasterCard, Visa card, they now have the member get member programs, which is basically, hey, I'm referring you to MasterCard because they're a good company. It's the oldest business in the book. You go to a restaurant, you like the food, you refer your friends. They go there, they like the food, they bring in their friends. You watch a movie, you like it, you refer it to your friends. Have you ever referred a movie to someone that you didn't like? I mean, you didn't like the movie and you referred it to someone? This industry is fascinating. There's books you can read about it. Hang around people that have been in the industry a long time. I used to spend a lot of time as a neophyte in this business, hanging around with leaders, just sitting down, milking them for information. Learn everything you can about the company that you're doing business with. How did it start? Why did it start? Who were the founders? Why in Hong Kong? Why the plan that they have? Why not the traditional plan? Find out. How did they get to be distributors of the Royal Australian Mint? I mean, official brokers of the Mint. I mean, there's only, 27, I think, or 26? 23. See how well I know this company? Know everything you can about the business. Know everything you can about the plan. What are the strongest points of this plan? What are the weak points? Have you found any? I haven't. I still think it's one of the best plans on the planet that works. And I must emphasize those two words. I know many, many plans that are really fantastic, but 2 months later, there's no company to look at. Talking about a plan that works. Know everything you can about the plan. When we first opened in this wonderful country, I had so many people coming up, oh, binary is illegal. Oh, binary is this. Over the last 3-4 months, I think there have been about 15 to 20 companies that have opened up. Not just here, but probably another 100 all over the globe. What plan did they use? Why? Because it's powerful. It's powerful. It's duplicable. It's profitable, both for the company and the customer. So find out more. Find out everything you can. The more you know, the better you can represent your business. The more you know, the better you can defend the business. Have you ever had to defend your business? Doesn't knowledge help? The more you know, the more confident you are. There are many, many people that won't do the business simply because they're not confident. Hey, leaders, if you have people like this under you, they're calling, make them confident. Sit down with them, train them. Help them learn more. The more they know, the more confident they're going to be. It's the same with you. The more you know about the business, the industry, the plan, the more confident you're going to be. Have you ever met these people? They're really, really shy. They never say anything. They don't talk. But you talk about computers with them and they can talk for 5 days. Have you ever met people? Or crocheting, or golf, or whatever it is that they're confident in. The only reason people are shy is they're not confident to talk. The more you know, the more confident you are. The key to sustain growth in your organization is training your leaders. Can you train your leaders if you yourself are not trained? Again, logic. This business is all logic. How can you train others if you don't know how? Training builds confidence in yourself. When you're confident with yourself, then you're also confident to train others. Training builds confidence in your leaders. How many here are in Ranjit's organization? Do you have confidence in your leader? Yes! That was Ranjit who said that. No, I was just kidding. Why? Because you know he knows every aspect of this business. You know that he stays up 2, 3, 4, 5 hours every night studying. You see what I'm saying? Now how are you with your people? Now I'm not just singling out Ranjit. There's Tony, there's Ronnie, there's Isa. All of these guys. The reason that they're leaders is because their people have confidence in them. Now are these guys idiots? About the business? No, they know everything about the business. To not deprive yourself of the privilege and fulfillment of impartation. This is a business of impartation. And I'm telling you, it is extremely, extremely fulfilling. One of the things I love so much about this industry, I've been in for 10 years. I've been with GoldQuest for 2 as V-Team, and I'm telling you, even the 8 years, the one thing that I loved about it, aside from the income that I get, of course, is the fact that the people that I have around me, the people in my organization, both up and down, have changed as people. Have you not changed because of this business? Yes. Have you not become a better person? Have you not become stronger, more resilient? Yes. Don't deprive yourself of that. Because I'm telling you, it's so fulfilling to be able to impact somebody's life. It's so fulfilling to be able to sit with someone who otherwise would have given up in life, at least in the financial aspect. Up to now, I still get a big kick out of this. I still get a big kick about coming into a meeting, whether one-on-one or a big meeting, to present the business. And you know the look that some people have? You know this countenance? You know these people that have given up in life? Remember the dream stealers I was talking about? They have a certain countenance. And I'm saying they may still be like, but they have a certain countenance in their spirit. And you can see it, you can identify it. And I get such fulfillment out of presenting the business to someone and see literally before your eyes, his eyes waking up. Has that ever happened to you? Isn't it great? That's what I mean, to impact somebody's life. To sit down with somebody who's discouraged about the business and telling him, bro, it's because you're doing this wrong, you're doing this wrong. You know, if you just did this, look, this is what happened in my organization. Sit down, train the person, and you'll see that person wakes up. That's what I mean. Don't deprive yourself of that experience. Impartation is one of the nicest things about this business. So take training seriously. First, you train for you. Then later on, you will be training because you will be training somebody else. Don't think that just because you go to this training seminar this weekend that you're all going to be experts. It's going to take a little time. That's why with these VCDs or VHS or whatever it is, whatever format you purchase. Another reason why people fail in this business is they think this is a get-rich-quick scheme. They think they come in and the next day they're wealthy. And I hate that. Because that's not what this business is. Now, if you were a farmer and you wanted to plant a kernel of corn, you start with one kernel, right? Then you plant it. Now, when you plant that kernel, do you sit there the next day and... No. You must first plant it properly in fertile soil, aerate, rotivate the soil. Then you have to water and fertilize the plant. Then you have to take out the weeds around the plant. In other words, there's a lot of work that goes into it. And finally, when the plant gets about this high, does that mean now that it's time to stop? No. Why? Because you have investment in that plant already, and it can still die. After some more rotivating and some more fertilizing, now there's more birds to scare away. However, after all of that, when the plant matures, what happens? From that one little kernel, after all that work, after all that effort, comes thousands. If you want to succeed in this business, think like a farmer. That's the only way you're going to succeed in this business. Don't think sales. Don't think volume. Think like a farmer. People fail in this business because they only want the fruits of the harvest, but they are not willing to go through the effort of actually plowing the fields, planting the seeds, fertilizing the soil, watering the sprouts, taking out the weeds, chasing away the pests, and going through the daily process of getting your hands dirty with soil. All they want are the benefits. Hey, wake up. That's not what this business is about. And I really don't think that you should promote it that way. If you know somebody in your organization who goes around, presenting the business in that way, hey, come on, just purchase a coin, you don't have to do anything. Oh, and you're going to cycle every day within 2 weeks. If you want to have a large organization and the financial benefits, large weekly checks, then you must be willing to pay the price. You must be willing to miss out on a few parties, a few movies, a few golf games, or whatever it is you do for recreation for a few months. How many here have sacrificed? You glad you made that sacrifice? Yes. When I'd give my testimony before, in groups about how do you call this? The success that I achieved and everything, or that I came to, people go, oh, Joe, you're so lucky you made this kind of money. I'm like, what do you mean lucky? Man, I spent 10, 11, 12, 13-hour days building this business. But then you reap the benefits of it, right? You must be willing to get yourself trained so that you can train others, because that's part of the process. That's what separates us from get-rich-quick schemes. You must be willing to spend a lot of time in training others so they can be leaders in their own right. There is a cost, there is a price to be paid to be successful in this business. You have to be willing to count it. You have to count the cost. This is a nurturing business. Nurture people, make them into leaders. That takes time. That whole process takes time. That's why this is not get rich quick. I know some people in this business that have made a lot of money the first month, the first 2 months. But then 3, 4, 5 months later, no more. In fact, no more in the business. On the other hand, I know people that didn't earn money their first week, their second week, their third week. But then they qualified for their coin. 2 weeks later, they get their first check. 2 weeks later, they get another check, a little bit bigger. 1 week later, they get, you know what I'm saying? These are the guys that I enjoy watching, because these guys do it right. They don't think volume, they don't think sales, they think training, they think nurturing. That process takes time. This is a get-rich-sure, not get-rich-quick scheme. There is a world of difference between the two. Okay, learn how to point it out, even in your presentation. That's why I like that lady's presentation so much. Because right away, she comes right out and says, this is a lot of hard work, this is a lot of painful experience that you have to go through, rejection, disappointment. Are you willing to go through that? Because if you're not, then I'd rather not talk. I'd rather not present the business to you. That's why her leader asked. Number 5, another reason why a lot of people fail. They have no focus. Have you ever met people like that? Focus is something that you need to succeed in any business, not just Gold Quest. All successful people are focused, all, bar none. Can you imagine having a musically gifted child and you tell him to study violin? Then while he's taking up violin, take up harp. And also while he's taking up harp, take up piano. And then also on the weekends, take up drums. And then, since he's really good, have him take up guitar. And then also have him take up the trumpet because it sounds really nice. And then you also have him take saxophone because he can play like Kenny G. And then you also have him play trombone because you like that that the trombone brings. And then you like the cello because of the soulful tones. And then on the side, as a hobby, you tell him to take up harmonica. Now, I want to ask you guys one question. Will this child ever grow up to be a world-class musician? Why not? No focus. Many people are like that child. Really. I may be stepping on a few toes, but there are many people out there that are like that. They join every company, every business, every new venture on the net. And they go around propagating it. Oh man. You look at their cards, they have names of every company. They're into real estate, they're into jewelry, they're into this and that, soaps, health products, slimming products, fattening products, grow hair products, less hair products. I mean, you name it, they're involved. Then for the life of them, they cannot figure out why they cannot build their business. If you expect to succeed, focus. You have to learn to focus. The number one rule of warfare Levi Strauss made a fortune making jeans. Made jeans for, and it's a fascinating story. Manoleta spent a lot of time telling me about, I thought I knew how Levi, the jean company, got started. And man, it's fascinating. But they made jeans. Yes, now they make shirts and belts. But after what, 120, 130 years of jeans, focused. They don't know how to make much, but they know how to make jeans. Kodak makes only film products. And they're doing pretty well, the last I heard. Tiger Woods is worth approximately $200 million US. He's been playing golf for 3.5 years. Just focusing on golf. I mean, I don't know how else I can point this out to you. Now, I'm not going to sit here and tell you that you have to focus on Gold Quest. That's not a decision for me to make. I'm not here telling you that Gold Quest is the only place in the world where you can make money. There are many, many other places where you can make money. Yes, no. Right? So I'm not telling you to focus on Gold Quest. That's your decision. It's up to you to decide. You want to be a real estate millionaire? Focus on real estate. You want to be a Gold Quest millionaire? Focus on Gold Quest. You want to be a millionaire in the automobile industry? Focus on automobiles. Decide what it is you want to do and focus in on it. That's the only way you're going to be successful. Don't become a master of all trades, a jack of all trades and a master of nothing. Number 6, they do not know how to present the business. If you expect to succeed, learn how to present. If you don't know how to present the business properly, people won't take you seriously. All big earners in this industry know how to present the business. All. Bar none. The business. Can you imagine going up to someone, oh, you should see this business. Oh man, it's fantastic. You just buy a coin, and you can partake. Oh, can you tell me about it? Well, I don't know too much about it. Hey, can you come to a meeting? If that's the way you expect to make your business grow, in the beginning, yes. When you don't know. But don't be this way 6 months after joining. If you only invite your prospective customer to a meeting instead of sitting down and presenting the business on your own, 2 things are going to happen. Number 1, they'll think that the business can't be that good. You know why? Because if the business were good, then you'd be able to present it to me. If you don't know how to present it to them, they'll think you're playing a numbers game by just inviting as many people to a meeting and hoping that a few will sign up, right? On the other hand, if somebody takes the time to sit down and present the business to you, and he knows all the aspects about the business, he answers all your questions, what do you say? Whoa, this guy got hit really bad by, he really wants to do this business. He's really serious about this business. All of that happens in somebody's mind when you do or don't present the business to them. That's how important it is. If you know how to present, you can bring the business anywhere. You can expand your business at your own rate. There are business meetings and business previews in hotels, okay? There are some leaders that have it at the offices. And I'm not trying to say don't learn from it, don't use it to help your business grow, but don't let that be your only source. Learn how to sit down and make a presentation to someone. Show them how serious you are. Know your plan. Know the company. Show how well you've been doing, how well other people around you have been doing. Imagine you have 5,000 people in your customer base. Some people are like, How many would like that, having 5,000 people? All right. Now imagine you're the only one who knows how to present the business. It'll be really tiring. You're going to get sore throat and laryngitis. You know what I'm saying? I mean, everything. That means you have to physically put yourself in front of 5,000 people. Now, if you know how to present the business, now you can teach 2, 3, 4, 5 people how to present, right? Then the 5 people with you can teach 10 others how to present. Then the 10 others can teach 20 others how to present. Let's stop talking about big numbers. Can you imagine having 200 on your left and 200 on your right, and they all know how to present the business plan? How can you possibly teach them to present if you yourself don't know how? Logically. You have to know. See, being able to present the business to someone is just one of the reasons why you should learn how to present the business. The most important reason for me is so that you can teach. So that you can teach someone how to present. Because you teach this group how to present, then they go out now and teach their group and their group. And that's what causes growth. Remember, nurture and teach your people. One of the first skills you should teach is how to make a presentation. We'll take it up in the other modules, how you can, effectively teach your leaders in your organization how to make a presentation. Another reason why people don't succeed in this business, they don't look at the future. They only see today. People who fail only see today. If you want to be successful in anything that you do, learn how to look at the future. Focus on what your organization will look like 6 months from now. Can you imagine what your organization will look like 6 months from now? Will it look the same as it looked today? Because I hear it all the time from so many people. Joe having, 20,000 on the left and 20,000. Man, I can't even qualify for my coin. I have 2 on my left and 3 on my right. Yeah, that's today. Right? That's today. But what about 2 months from now? What about 6 months from now? What about a year from now? Can you imagine what not what you'd look like, what your organization would look like? I know what you'd look like. Laughing all the way to the bank. Can you imagine what your organization looked like 2 years from now? I remember when I was a COSAR, up to this day, don't you want to sleep and then wake up and it's already the year 2003? Can you imagine what your organization will look like? That's what it takes to succeed. Don't just look at today. Yes, deal with the problems of today. Yes, focus in on what you have to do to make your today into on tomorrow. But keep it in mind. Your financial future in this business will be determined by what you do or do not do over the next few months. Your future is staring you in the face. We've sat here and imagined what our network's going to look like in 2 years. Can you imagine what your network or what your organization will look like 2 years from now if you did this business 8 hours a day, diligently, every day? What will your organization look like? Do you think you'd have some growth? What about 4 years from now? Can you imagine if every day, 8, 9, 10 hours a day, you spend training your leaders, sitting down, making sure they have all the training material, these VCDs, you sit down, have your meetings with them. Can you imagine doing this every day? For 2 years? Hey, let me face you with some reality. 5 years from today is going to happen whether we plan for it today or not. You know what I'm saying? You may be sitting back there, oh yeah, Joe's talking about 4 years, Joe's talking about 5 years. I just worried about today. I just want to get my bills paid today. Well, yes, like I said, deal with the problems that today brings. But also sit here and realize that 5 years will come whether you plan for it today or not. That's what I'm saying. Your future is staring in the face. What are you going to do about it? What are you going to do about it? We all agree that if we do this 8 hours a day, that it's going to prosper, right? Somebody doing this business 8 hours a day for 2 years, how much would they be earning? Come on, I want to hear some answers. $1 million US. Is that weekly or monthly? Who cares? It's a lot. Well, there you go. Some people say 1 million a month is too much. Some people say it's too little. 200,000 US a month. That doesn't sound too bad. 100,000 US a month. That still doesn't sound too bad. Some people in the back going, God, if I just get $400 a week, I'll be happy. Well, again, it depends. What are you doing about it today? You want to succeed, look at the future. People who fail have no vision. And we specifically do not put here people who fail in GQI. People who fail, period, have no vision. All success starts with a vision. All. Everything starts as a vision. Without a vision, people perish. Vision is what gets people going. Vision is what keeps people alive. I read this story once about this guy who went and talked to 3 bricklayers. Okay, you know, bricklayers, the guys who lay bricks. And the story, when I was reading, it says this guy interviewed him, and he talked to bricklayer A, and he says, what are you doing? And the guy said, well, I'm just here, I'm laying bricks. In other words, that's what my boss told me to do today. Then he went to bricklayer number 2, and bricklayer number 2 said, well, I'm just earning a living. I just want to make some bucks for my family. I just want to bring home the bacon. Tomorrow it can be ditch digging. Tomorrow it can, the next day it can be a hammering nails. I don't care, I'm just earning a living. Then he went to the 3rd guy, and the 3rd guy, you know, just didn't want to look at him, said, I'm building a cathedral, go away. And then the story ended there. But I started reflecting, doing some introspecting on what kind of mentality did these people have? Can you imagine these A and B, the ones who are just making a living? Do you think they care what the building is going to look like 2 months from now? They don't care. They don't care if the bricks are, you know, crooked. They don't care if the mortar mix is too watery or too thick. They don't care. Because tomorrow they could be pounding nails. Tomorrow he could be digging a ditch. He doesn't care. But this guy building the cathedral, man, this guy gets out, you know, he has that, what do you call that? Plumb line or whatever. You know, so that make sure he lays the brick straight. He makes sure that the consistency of his mortar is just right so that when it hardens, you know, the brick's set properly, etc., etc. These 2 guys over here are sitting there, wow, you know, it's almost 5. It sounds like we've been here for 2 weeks. Oh, I wish the bell would ring so that we could go home. Are there people like that? Then this guy, on the other hand, saying, oh my gosh, it's already 5 o'clock. I didn't realize it was already 5. These 2 guys, when it hits 5 o'clock, they drop their tools, they go out and, I don't know, wherever bricklayers go after 5 o'clock. You know what I'm saying? This guy, on the other hand, says, wow, it's already 5 o'clock. Anyway, it's traffic, so might as well stay another 1 or 2 hours. Anyway, I'm not tired yet. You remember a time in your life when you had a vision for something? Weren't you willing to go the extra mile? They're all doing the same thing. They're just laying bricks. But are they doing the same thing? No, they're not. When these guys leave and pack up and, like I said, go where, I don't know, bricklayers go after 5 o'clock, do they look back? No, they don't care. In fact, they wish they weren't there again the next day. They wish they were hammering nails tomorrow. But this guy, when he finally quits at 7:30, 8 o'clock, because it's too dark already, he can't see anything, does he just walk up and pack up and walk away? No, he admires his handiwork. Wow, today it started here, now it's here. In 2 weeks we'll be building the dome. They're doing the same thing. They're just laying bricks. The next day, these two guys, oh man, another day. Oh God, what is that? But this guy over here, he wakes up, wow, today we're putting in the dome. Gotta get a good breakfast because I need my strength. He goes there, makes sure all his tools are in place. You know what I'm saying? Make sure he rests properly. Because today they're putting in the dome. They're all doing the same thing. But that's what a vision does for you. It changes what you do on a daily basis. See, I'm not here just earning a living for today. I'm not here just to build an organization. As far as I'm concerned, I'm building a cathedral. A cathedral that'll feed my family for the next 5, 10, 15 years. When you have a vision like that, you don't take things lightly. You're willing to pay the price. You're willing to count the cost. That's what a vision does for you. If you don't have a vision, how are you going to accomplish something? Many people never hit the target in life simply because they don't know where the target is. If you want to succeed in anything, first sit down and determine, what's my target? Where am I aimed? What am I trying to hit? You must have a vision. If you don't, nothing's going to happen. Everything starts with a vision. Everything. The Petronas Tower started as a vision in the architect's mind. You know what I'm saying? That movie, Erin Brockovich, or whatever, Gladiator, started in somebody's mind. The Mercedes-Benz that we all love today started in somebody's mind, tinkering in his garage. You know what I'm saying? Everything starts as a vision. Don't take it lightly. And I say, and I emphasize, don't take it lightly because it's such an overused word. Every seminar you go to, vision for the millennium, 2000 vision with leaders or whatever. I mean, it's so overused. Go home, think about it. Introspect. Do I have a vision? Do I know? If I'm an arrow, do I know what target I'm trying to hit? Because your vision will be your leader. That's what's going to motivate you. That's what's going to, They were saying that some directors stayed up till 4:30 last night working on some of the technical aspects, and others with me, who I'd like to thank, by the way. You know why? Because we have a vision for what we're doing. We're willing to pay the price. If you don't have a vision, nothing's going to happen. Many people fail because they have no vision. And you know what? As a bonus, when you have a vision, people follow. Right? All the great leaders in the past, why were they followed? Because they were visionaries. Haven't you ever heard that word before? Visionaries. Now, like I said earlier, these probably aren't the only 8 reasons why people fail. There are probably more, but they'll probably be linked up to the 8. As long as you make sure that you avoid doing these 8 pitfalls, you stand a greater probability that you will make it in this business. Now, I want to stress at this point before I close, these are pitfalls. These are 8 reasons why people fail. Okay? Don't do them. Do the exact opposite. Okay? I just want to make that clear. Because somebody told me, Joe, why are you focusing on negative? No, I just want you to know what to avoid. Take the business seriously. Don't doubt. Keep your faith levels high. Train yourself more. You can never get enough training. Believe me, the day you feel that you don't need any more training, you're dead as a leader. Learn how to present the business. Learn how to focus. Learn how to have a vision. Learn how to determine what this business really is. It's not a get-rich-quick scheme. It's a business for the future. Do the exact opposite of this 8. And you will have a greater chance of making it in this business. Thank you very much. So now we'd like to start Module 2. I hope you guys are prepared. Our Module 2 is going to be starting on the right track. Okay? In this business, again, see, I keep talking about this business and other businesses because you will find in life that what's successful for one endeavor also proves to be a successful technique or frame of mind or work ethic for another endeavor. In fact, studies have shown that in production, in manufacturing, or in the corporate world, if you take somebody who excels in one department, let's say in accounting, and you take him and put him in marketing, most likely he will also excel in that department, okay? Because the same frame of mind, the same heart, the same work ethic that made him excel there will make him excel in another department. So I keep referring to this business and other businesses because really it's true. What you're going to learn in this business hopefully will also propel you into be a better person in the other aspects of your life. Okay, so when we say starting on the right track, we're talking about building the right foundation that will determine how effective a leader you will become and consequently how large an organization you will build. Okay. Bottom line, ultimately, all of us here would like to have large global organizations. Huge reaction from the crowd. We all want to have global organizations, right? Isn't that what we want? I mean, I have been in the background, so to speak, when it comes to e-commerce and you know, the computer, you know, I used to call these things rats. I didn't know, you know, all I know is there's a little rodent that my child uses for his computer. So I never really understood, okay, I never really understood what e-commerce meant on a global scale. Okay, and I tell this story a lot because I remember Muhammad Isa coming into the office before and, you know, oh, you know, on the e-commerce and the net, once we go on the web, and I'm like, yeah. See, because me, I know how to network only one way, one-on-one. I know how to build an organization only one way, one-on-one. Sit down, train your group, you know, have home meetings, etc., etc. And I used to be like, yeah, right. And then pretty soon, I find out that because of e-commerce, Mr. Isa now has a huge line growing in Sweden. Not only did he open up Sweden, but it's now, you know, growing. He used to come to my office and say, Joe, look, from Alabama. Joe, look, from Sweden. Joe, look, from Switzerland. Joe, and I'm like, wow. You know, and he proved me wrong in this thing. You can build this if you do it right on e-commerce, okay? But again, you also have to build a large organization through your leaders, okay? So anyway, that's one thing that I'd like to really focus on tonight in this module is how to build a large global organization. Okay, of course, we don't want our organization to be just in our neighborhood. Okay, it starts that way. It starts with your friends, your relatives, your office mates. But if you do it right, you will see that your organization will go into countries where you may probably never even have been. Okay, so that's what I'm talking about when I say that the foundation will determine how effective a leader you will become. Okay, for your organization, because every organization needs a leader. Okay, so we're going to talk about foundation building. Okay, before you do anything, you should talk about your foundation. Many times I have people coming to the office saying, oh, Joe, you know, I want to go to this country and that. Oh, I know, you know, this. And I'm like, wait, you know, have you have you had any training in this business? Would you know how to make a presentation when you go to that? No, you're supposed to go there with me. Wait. You know, like Kuna so efficiently pointed out, I can't be in 100 places all at once, although I probably have enough flesh to go around in 100 places, but I'm working on it. Okay, so we're going to talk about foundation building, okay? And for me, in this business, the best foundation, okay, the best foundation in this business is you. You have to start here, inside, with yourself. You have to realize that you are going to be the cornerstone of your organization. The first thing that you have to do, like I was saying earlier, is get educated. Okay, learn everything you can about the industry. Okay, like I said, it's been a long, colorful, profitable, world-changing industry that we're in. Okay, it's something that has changed people's lives, made them independent. It espouses free enterprise. Okay, it's something that has changed the face of this earth. Okay, you have to know about the company. Okay, I don't want to go into that. We went into it in our other module. Everything you can about the company, about GoldQuest. Stay abreast of all the current events. Okay, get hold of all the quests. You know how we have this newsletter that we come out with. Okay, if you don't have it available with you, you can download it on from the web. Okay, from our web page. Everything's going to be there. Okay, so stay abreast with everything that's happening. Okay, then also the plan. You should always know everything. Okay, about the plan. Not just how much money it can generate if you do this. Okay, but what is binary? What is this plan that we follow? What advantages does it have over stair-step, over unilevel type of plans, over hybrid, over matrix? There are many different kinds of plans, okay? And the more you know about the different kinds of plans, the more you will understand, the more you will appreciate the strengths of the binary plan. That's why all over the world, okay, I don't have too much time to go into the net, but every now and then I get emails, okay, from people, oh, you should see this new company, blah, blah, blah. Oh, you should, all the new companies that I've seen over the last 5, 6, I haven't seen one with any other plan other than binary. Okay, it's all binary. Okay, now, as you go out, you will realize that binary didn't always have a good history. Okay, and I'd like to explain that. One of the things you're going to have to learn if you want to do this business properly is learn how to handle objections, correct? How many had objections when they first started doing this business? Did you join right away? And it was the ability of the person presenting the business to you, or persons, okay, it was their ability to answer objections, right, that made you ultimately decide to say, hey, this is a serious business. This is something I can do. Okay? Now, many times you will have people objecting regarding binary. Okay? The reason that binary had some bad associations, okay, because, oh, it's illegal, oh, companies with binary never last, okay, oh, of course, the same people that are saying this, okay, don't say, yeah, the companies that use stair-step plans, many companies also close, many companies also, you know, in other words, it's not just the binary. Now, the reason, okay, in my opinion, that the binary had a bad, quote-unquote, name in the market, okay, and glad to say it's changing now, okay, because of the success of other companies like GoldQuest that are using the binary plan. In my opinion, the reason that they had a bad name, and I'm sharing this with you so you can answer objections later on with regards to the plan that GoldQuest has chosen, is that binary is very powerful, it's very strong. Okay? Now that's one reason why binary had a bad name. Okay, but again, I would like to point out, there are also many other companies that have cheated the public, that have used other plans. Not just binary, it's just that now, since binary is so fast, okay. Now another thing that I noticed, I do a lot of reading, as much time that I have reading on the industry. Many books on direct selling, you know, multi-level marketing, referral, and all that. So I started looking and skimming through them, and many of them, you know, how to choose the right company, how to choose the right program, the differences between this program and that program. And I found out that many of these books didn't even have binary. They didn't even have binary on their list, so to speak. Okay, because it's so new. Okay, binary is so new. Now, the legitimate companies that wanted to use binary, I know of at least 4, okay, legitimate companies. I mean, people with companies with people behind them that wanted to do honest business, that wanted to grow their businesses. But since the binary plan was so new to them, that they came up with a system that was not that didn't work. Basically, some paid out too much. Okay, some, most of them didn't work. And many companies closed because of that. Okay, now that's what gave binary basically a bad name. But now, on the rebound, there are many, many companies, I happen to feel GoldQuest is one of the best of them, that are using binary for the positive. Okay, in fact, if you notice, all the new companies now are binary because of the success and the integrity of companies like GoldQuest that carry on business in a manner of integrity. So see, it helps to know these things. Of course, I'm just, explaining the difference between binary and other plans, and why binary came to be this way and why it had this kind of name. But it helps to know these things. Okay, it helps because let me tell you, there's nothing more demotivating than having a leader who knows nothing about a business. And I must stress that I put brackets or quote unquote on the word leader. Okay, because if he doesn't know anything about this business, he has no right to be called a leader or to call himself a leader. Okay, isn't it demotivating when you've just started in the business, okay, and you're there, you're all excited, right? And you come up to your lead, the one who referred you to this business. Hey, what's maxing out? What's cycling mean? And the guy's like, well, I don't know. Go look in the webpage. And yeah, okay, how many cycles can you do in one day? Gee, I don't know. I mean, could you be motivated if you had a leader like that? On the other hand, it's so inspiring to have a leader who can lead not with hype, but with heavy-duty knowledge. I mean, you ask the guy about something, he knows. Okay, I pointed out Ranjit, but the same goes with Tony Kong and Muhammad Isa. I've sat there in the office and watched these guys when they have new customers coming in and new leaders in their line coming in, and they have these sessions where these guys, hey, what about this? And they sit there and they answer one by one all the questions. They sit there and do their trainings, and these guys walk out of the office on fire. You know why? Because they know they have somebody that they can look up to. They know that they have a leader that they can count on. Okay, so it is so inspiring, it's so motivating to have somebody that you can count on. Now let me ask you, what kind of leader are you? What kind of leader are you? Are you the kind of leader that your organization wants to gravitate towards? Or are you the kind of leader that people want to avoid because, better not go to Joe, he doesn't know a thing. Heavy-duty knowledge. Because from heavy-duty knowledge comes wisdom. The more knowledge you have, that eventually turns into wisdom. I had a very, very interesting conversation with Ranjit as we were finalizing the PowerPoint. We're fixing and doing some editing. And he said, it's so nice because I've been doing the same training with my group. And he says, everything starts in your imagination. And I was like, wow. I was trying to concentrate. I was like, yeah, that's right. Okay, I mean, people take for granted what imagination can do. I mean, can you imagine Albert Einstein? Think of the imagination that this guy must have had, thinking about splitting the atom. I mean, it's unbelievable. I mean, how? I've always wondered about that. Okay, who was the first guy that ever cooked meat or vegetables? You know what I mean? Have you ever wondered about that? What made a guy invent, let's say, I don't know, gunpowder? What made the guy invent the airplane? What kind of imagination? You have to have imagination. You can't forget how powerful that is. How many here can imagine their organization 2 years from now? From that imagination, now it slowly becomes vision. And now the processing of that vision, when you have that vision, you have a quest for knowledge. You want to know more. How can I go towards that vision? So because of that quest, now you get knowledge. Then the vision with the knowledge now turns into wisdom. It's a whole process. From imagination, going into vision, going into knowledge, and going into wisdom. You have to use all the tools necessary. Because like I said, if you want to build a large organization, the best foundation is you. Learn how to use every God-given skill, talent, knowledge, wisdom. Sources of knowledge and wisdom that you can go to. Okay, because of course if you're new in the business, then you have to have people to go to. Leaders up in your organization. One of the nicest things about the plan that Gold Quest follows, okay, remember, it doesn't make a difference whether you're direct or indirect, right? When you have 5 on the left and 5 on the right, does it make a difference whether it's 5 directs or 5 indirects? You get paid the same amount, right? In other words, you can go down deep in your training. Because of this plan, the inherent nature of this plan, you can be 200 generations away from someone. Let's say I was in Ranjit's organization. Okay, between Ranjit and myself are 200 people. Okay? You know, this guy referred this guy and referred this guy and referred this guy. There's 200 generations between Ranjit and myself. And I need, you know, to find out more about the business. I need somebody to help me grow. And I go to Ranjit. Will Ranjit close the door on me? No. Why? Because when he helps me build my organization, it's still under his organization also. So I'm saying you have access to many leaders up in your organization. Don't think that your leader is only the guy who referred you into the business. Because his leader will help you out in this business. Because he also benefits. So spend time with these people. Let them know, I'm open for training. I'm open for impartation from you. Okay? Another source of wisdom and knowledge is leaders down in your organization. I've heard it so many times. Oh, you're in my organization, I'm a leader, you learn from me. Let's not go on an ego trip about this. There are many people. When I was a customer, there were many people in my organization, below me in my organization. I mean, this whole training program is a result of my fellowshipping and my time spent with these people. There's so much wisdom and knowledge and experience that came out, not just from people above me, not from leaders above me, but also from people below me. You have many people under you that are leaders. There's ways that you can hook up with them. Establish teamworks. Okay, one of these days, Mr. Rink is going to come and do a seminar like this on strategies, how to build teams. I'd love to do it right now, but I don't have my famous whiteboard. Now I have the laptop. But there's ways that you can build teams below in your organization. And for example, I had somebody the other night, last night, at the office saying, you know, I want to come in, you know, with a 15 header. I said, no, sir, you know, just do 3. Just do 3. That's the best. You know, you build 3. He goes, wait, don't you guys want business? Don't you guys want? Of course we want. But man, to make a 15 header earn money, you need to build 16 legs, right? And I mean, is that easy? It's not easy. How do you support 16 legs? Maybe eventually, over a year or 2, yes, you can. But in the beginning, I said, sir, just do 3. Build 1 leg on the left first, 1 leg on the right. But I want to have many tracking centers. Yes, you can go under, you can go below. Okay? That's what I'm saying. There's many other strategies that you can do. But there's a lot of teamwork. There's a lot of knowledge and wisdom that you can pick up below in your organization. Company materials, periodicals, the Quest, the web page, all these things. There's a lot of stuff that you can pick up on from the company. Tapes, audiovisual, audio tapes. When I first started in this business, of course that was 10 years and 80 pounds ago. When I first started this business, in Manila, we're famous for our traffic. Okay, I know some of you will say kidnapping, but before that, we were famous for our traffic. Okay, and I used to spend a lot of time in the car. I would sit there and do training in the car. I would listen to tapes in the car. I would spend 1 or 2 hours. Hey, that's training time. I would sit and go with somebody below me and say, come on, let's do training in your group. While we're in the car, we sit there, we talk, we train. Use your time. Okay, but and don't limit your wisdom with the material that we come up with. Okay, because there's a whole wealth of material out there. Like I said, what works in one business is going to work in another business. Excellency in one will also make you shine in another. Okay, so don't limit yourself to me or Patrick or VJ or Mr. Rink or Mr. Bismarck. We learned from somebody else. Books, very important. Wealth of wisdom in books. When I first started in this business, I couldn't afford books. Okay, I was in traditional business really grew, and I was sitting on top of the world, and then one thing led to another. My partner and I had a falling out. Bottom line is I ended up with nothing, the next day and owing half the world. Okay, and that's how I got into this business. And I used to be really frustrated about it, but now I'm so thankful, because if it weren't for that situation, I would have never discovered this industry. But anyway, I knew God works in mysterious ways. Really, I came to know this wonderful industry because of that incident in my life. But anyway, I knew I had to go get educated, in this business. So I would go out to, what's the equivalent of your MPH? We call it National Bookstore in the Philippines. I would go there and start reading books. Okay, I couldn't afford to buy them. Okay, so I'd take them out of their plastic sleeve. Okay, and you could always tell when I was going to National Bookstore. I'd be in my shorts, rubber shoes, t-shirt, comfortable, and I'd sit there, take it out of the plastic sleeve and read. For 1-2 hours, read about the business, the industry, blah, blah, blah. And then I'd close it, I'd hide it behind other books, and then I'd go, and have lunch and come back after lunch break. And then I would come back. No, really, I'm serious. I would come back, pick up the book and pick up where I left off. And I'd have, sir, no private reading. I'm like, no, I'm reading in public. This is not private reading. This is okay. But that's how I started. Company meetings. How do you learn how to present the business? Go watch somebody do it, right? I would go almost every night to all the meetings that the company had, just trying to soak up all the excitement, all the wisdom. I sat there and listened to all the different types of presentations. This guy would present the business in this guy would present the business. And I started identifying, okay, I think this way will work best for me. I think this way will work best for me. And I started putting together my own presentation. I was saying earlier, one of the skills you need to succeed in this is how to answer objections. The other one is how to make an effective presentation. So it's one of the first things, and the first thing is I endeavored to learn, and you do that by listening to others present. Go to company meetings, make use of it. Remember, you're in the business of impartation. The more you know, the more you can pass down to your existing and future leaders. Okay, if you know nothing, you pass down nothing. It's that simple. I don't know how graphic you want me to be. Okay, if you go on a Xerox machine and out on the out plate or on the out tray, you want to see a full sheet of paper, what do you put up on top of the photographic plate? An empty piece? An empty sheet? No, you put in also a full sheet. That's what gets copied. Remember I was saying you are the standard bearer of your network? You are the one that your organization is going to emulate. You are the one that your organization is going to copy. Now let me ask you, are you worth copying? Can you look yourself in the mirror and say, I would like to have 2, 3, 4, 5 more under me like me? Some are saying yes, some are saying no. I don't mean any offense. Like I said, we don't have much time with each other. I must speak the truth. I asked your permission, remember? The more knowledge you have, the more confidence your organization will have in you. Okay, I just want to reiterate that point again. You want to acquire knowledge and wisdom not just for your sake, but for the people below you. Because let's face it, if you want to be successful in this business, you need to have an organization. The next building block of your foundation is setting up a home office. Okay, you don't have to go out, and rent at the Petronas, 1,000 square meters or 10,000 square feet of office space to do this business. No, you don't. We're structuring the web page. How many have seen the new design of the web page? Isn't it much better than the old one? We're designing that so that you don't have to go anywhere to do business. Everything can be done on the web. Okay, but still, you still should have a home office. Okay, in other words, you don't have to have an office in the traditional sense of the word. Okay, I built other businesses, I built organizations in other businesses, okay, from my home. Okay? Your real capital in this business is time. Right? Is it the $430? Is that your capital? I'm only hearing 1 or 2 people say no. Think about it. Either yes or no. Is that your capital? No. No. You're just buying a coin. That's all you're doing. Right? What is your real capital in this business? Time. Time, effort. That's your real capital. Okay? Now, if I were to put up, let's say, a computer shop, let's say all the money I had in the bank was, let's say, 100,000 ringgit, and I set up a computer shop. Okay? And that computer shop failed for some reason. Okay? I can't afford to make it fail because that's all the money I have. That's all the capital I have. But if Bill Gates were to put up a computer shop of 100,000 and that thing closed, will it make him bankrupt? What I'm trying to say is he can afford to lose more because he has more capital. I'm trying to address here the people that do this business part-time. How many endeavor in this business part-time? Okay, there's a lot of you out there. How many do this full-time? Also very good. Congratulations. But many of them started also doing this part-time. Okay? Now, when you're doing this business part-time, your capital base, right, is very, because time is your capital. See, if you only have 1 or 2 hours a day, okay, to invest into this business, you shouldn't waste it. If you only have 2 hours a week to do this business, you shouldn't waste that. Okay? Time is your real capital here. Okay? That doesn't mean that if you're doing it full time and you have 8, 9, 10 hours a day that you can go around wasting your time. No. But you can afford to make more mistakes, right? Because you're just putting in more hours. But that doesn't mean that you should go around wasting time. Remember, okay, I don't have this on PowerPoint. You might want to take this down. One of the biggest advantages about this business is you don't have a boss, right? There's no pressure. There's no pressure from any boss. The only pressure you feel is yourself. Is the pressure that you put on yourself. I'm sorry. One of the worst things about this business is you don't have a boss. Hey, bosses are good because they're the ones that push us to reach our maximum. I know some, I do this business full time. But then when you go into his daily schedule, guy wakes up at 12, finishes his lunch break by 2:30. And he has to finish by 2:30 because he has to catch the 3 o'clock showing at Mid-Valley of, the movie. And he's out at 5 o'clock, just in time for an early supper. so he can finish by 7 to catch the next showing at Mid-Valley. And he has to catch the 7 so he can have a late supper at 9:30 and be in the disco by 11. But I don't work. I do Gold Quest full time. That's what I'm trying to say. Okay? Doesn't mean that just because you don't have a boss that you can go around and waste your time. Always remember that. Your capital in this business is your time. If you're doing it part-time, then the more you should guard this capital. Make sure you don't waste it. And the way to be more efficient at managing your time is setting up a home office. You have to get organized, okay, in order not to waste your time. Okay, now the way to get organized, okay, in your home office, you should have company materials, you know, brochures, profiles, newspapers, etc., etc. Okay, you should have a stack of them. You know why? Because you don't want to have just one, right? And then you go to a presentation and say, oh, can I have this brochure? I'm going to discuss this with my wife. Now you have to go back all the way to the office. You see what I'm trying to say? Now in Manila, going back to the office from your house sometimes takes 2-3 hours because of our traffic situation. Now here, it may only take 1 hour or maybe 45 minutes or 30 minutes, but hey, you still don't want to waste 30 minutes or 45 minutes or 1 hour. You could spend that time sitting down and showing the business to someone, or sitting down with the group or 2 or 3 of your people and training them. Don't waste your time, okay? That's the reason why you should have stuff in your house. You know, have some brochures. Wherever you go, you should have them. You should also have profiles and downloads from the websites. Because many times it keeps you abreast with all the most recent things that are happening with the company. You should have files of your genealogy report. How many have files of their genealogy report? You know why this is important? Why is it important to you guys? Number 1, to track your growth, right? And number 2, when people say, hey, does this work? Yeah, look at my organization. This is my genealogy. Look, these guys, I don't even know them, but I trained these guys who trained these guys, and now my organization has grown. That's what you need a genealogy report for. Your checks. You should have files of your checks. Oh, have you made money? Yes, I have. Look. This is a testimony business. That's the reason why you have to have your checks. To prove to people that it works. If you just started in the business, of course you're not going to have a check, you're not going to have a coin. Have copies of your friends' checks or your leaders' checks. In other words, if you don't have your own testimony yet, use somebody else's. Right? Now, I don't think there's anything wrong, you know. Joe, how much have you earned already? Well, I haven't earned yet. I just started 4 days ago. Okay? Oh, yeah, this business is not good. You haven't earned it. Hey, I've been in this business a week. I've spent most of this time just training. So I haven't earned yet. However, my uncle who brought me in is now doing about $1,000 or $1,500 a week. And he's only been in 3 months. Really? Yeah, look, here are his checks. This is what his organization looks like now. See, that's what I'm trying to say. Doesn't mean just because you don't have your testimony that you can't do this business. And tell this to your new leaders and your new potential leaders. Because I hear that all the time. Oh, Joe, I can't do this business. I don't have my coin yet. What about us when we started in the business? We didn't have a coin. How were we able to show people that this is a business that's viable? We didn't have a coin. I had somebody come up one time and, you know, I actually picked this up from someone. He also didn't have a coin. And, oh, I want to see the coin. I'm not going to do this business to see the coin. Yeah. So the guy just took out, you know, one ringgit and said, hey, look, it looks exactly like this except it's gold. Yeah. So now I use that all the time when I go to meetings. And, you know, everybody thinks I always carry gold coins. Joe, do you have a coin? This guy wants to see a coin. Well, here's one. Well, that's just 1 peso. Well, it's a coin. Yeah, but we want to see one of Gold Quest coins. It's the same, except it's gold. It's round, it has 2 sides. I mean, how low-tech do you want to be? Okay? People take you more seriously if you have business cards. You can't go around Aaron, this is a fantastic, oh yeah, Joe, this is great. You're in McDonald's. Oh, Joe, how can I call you? What's your number? Give me that napkin. It just doesn't sit right. You know what I'm saying? Oh yeah, I have my business card. Here it is. You know what having a business card does? Okay? When you give your business card to someone, this connotes that, number one, I'm proud of what I'm doing. I've put my name, I've put my stamp on this endeavor. I'm proud of it. And I'm taking it seriously enough that I've invested in my own cards. That's what you're saying when you give a business card over. People would ask me, Joe, what do you do? I'm a prosperity trainer. I teach people how to earn money. Hey, that's what you guys are. You should also have your own mobile phone, okay? Or beepers, where applicable, okay? I read a test one time. I was a manufacturer before, so I used to read a lot of these productivity tests and production tests. And I read this study once where they had two groups of people, okay? Let's say a group of 10 here and a group of 10 here, all of them basically the same educational background, same IQ level. They were chosen, okay? Now they were given the same set of tests. They had to wear headphones and all these distracting noises, sirens, loud rock music, dogs barking and crowds cheering. On the other side, the other 10, they also had the same thing, the noise and everything. But the group over here had a little switch where they could turn off the sound. Okay? Now, of course, the results were not surprising. Who do you think scored higher? This group or this group? Yeah, the group with the switch scored higher. Okay? That didn't surprise the researchers. What surprised them was not one of the people in the group actually used the switch. No, really. Just the fact that they knew they had control over a situation made them perform better. Okay? Not one of the people, not one of the participants used the switch. In other words, they had the same noise, they had the same distractions, but they performed much better. The point I'm trying to make here is when I would have new people coming into my organization, okay, I give them my business card, and I give them my home phone, my hand phone number, and my beeper. And I would tell them, if you're going out to see a client, okay, I was involved in another business that was very technical, okay, and a lot of training. Many times people wouldn't go see prospective clients and customers simply because they were so scared, that the demos would fail and the tests would fail, or they would be asked a question that they couldn't answer. I mean, let's face it, nobody likes to be embarrassed. So I would tell them, I'd give them a card and I'd tell them, if you ever are in front of anyone, okay, and you can't answer the questions that they're asking, just give me a call. Just call me on my hand phone. That motivated them so much. They went out and started doing their own presentations and product demos. Hardly anybody ever called. Really, hardly anybody called. Just the fact that they knew that their leader's number was in their pocket and he was a phone call away motivated them already to go and do the business. Okay? Always remember that. Let the people in your organization know that you are available. Okay, and they will feel more confident. Now, the cornerstone of your foundation, we talked a little bit about it earlier and how important it is. And I know many times that people think that this word is overused. Okay, I hear everybody talking about this. Okay, so let's analyze carefully what a vision does for you. Okay, let's quantify it. Let's not vision a nebulous word. Okay, vision this, vision that. Let's quantify. What does a vision really do? Number one, it determines your direction. Okay? For example, if somebody lived in Kuala Lumpur and wanted to go to Johor, okay, where would he go? If his vision was to go to Johor, where would he go? Where south? Let's say this is south, okay? For reference purposes, let's say this is south. Let's say Johor is that way. If you know you're going to Johor, you know you're going in that direction, right? Having no vision is like a guy waking up in the morning and saying, okay, today I want to go somewhere. Where do you want to go? I don't know. So how does he know what direction to go? How does he know what route to take? How does he know what bus or what car what route to take with his car? How does he know what time he's going to get there? And most important, how does he know if he's going the wrong direction? He doesn't know. He's not really going in it. But if he knows he was going to Johor, and he knows he's going in that direction, and he takes a bus that's going to Ipoh, you know what I'm saying? Then he knows that he can correct himself and go the right direction. That's what a vision does for you. It sets you on the right path. Okay, many people have absolutely no idea where they're going. They don't know what time they're getting there. They don't know what route's going to take them there. They don't know how long it's going to take. They don't know if they're going the wrong way. I know. I went around for many years in my life without a vision. And I just kind of went where the wind would blow me. Oh, one day it was here. Okay, I'm there. One day it's here. But when I sat down one time with my discipler and he gave me a vision of where he thought my life should go given the circumstances I was in, then that's the time my life started moving in a predominantly forward direction. So remember, a vision determines your direction. I always talk about Tiger Woods because, Tiger Woods is one of my favorite. Well, it still is Michael Jordan. Michael Jordan is still the hamana of all basketball players. Okay, but even Michael Jordan idolizes Tiger Woods because he's just a really good golfer. But his vision was to be the best golfer of all time. He didn't take up swimming. You know what I'm saying? Because of his vision, he took up golf at an early age. Bill Gates had the vision to put a PC in every home. He didn't go into the lumber industry. Right? If your vision is to have a PC in every home, I guess you should be involved in the computer business. Simple. It determines your direction. And another thing that vision does for you is you become internally motivated. Nobody has to sit there and, come on, Joe, you got to do this. No. I have a vision. I know when I want to reach it. I know what time. And nobody has to motivate me. How many have visions here? How many want to build large global organizations? Does anybody have to push you in the morning to do this business? Did anybody have to push you to come here this weekend? That's what a vision does for you. Internal motivation. For me, that's the best. Not because, you perform because somebody's there cracking a whip over your head. No, because you want to fulfill your vision. That's the best kind of motivation there is. The next thing that a vision does for you. Having a vision helps you overcome obstacles. When you have a vision for something, then you're willing to go through a little pain, right? Again, when I talk about pain, nobody says. When I talk about large global organizations, whoa! When I talk about pain, no, that's not me. Training for the 400-meter dash is one of the most painful processes in track and field. Okay, simply because the body wasn't designed to sprint 400 meters. Yet Michael Johnson, y'all know who Michael Johnson is, the guy with the gold shoes, trained every day for 10 painful years because he had the vision to win Olympic gold. Not just in one, but two events, the 200 and the 400. I mean, when you, have a vision, you're willing to go through all of this. You're willing to go through a little pain because you understand that it's the process. However, having a vision for something is not something you do in one sitting. You don't sit down and then walk away. Okay? It takes a lot of introspection, soul searching, and courage. You have to have courage to think. Don't wimp out. Don't wimp out. No, I don't think I can reach that. I better not reach that because it's just going to hurt if I don't reach it. Don't be a wimp. It takes courage to dream. Sit down. How high do you want to go? How high do you want to fly with this business? I always tell people in my training and my children, when you establish your visions and your goals, have what I call the 50-50 rule, 50-50% rule. If you have a 100% chance of hitting your goal, or likelihood of hitting your goal or your vision, then it's too low. You know what I'm saying? It's too low. I want to be a high jumper someday. Someday I'm going to jump 1 foot. I mean, if you have a 100% chance, then it's too low. If you're going to set a goal, set it high. But don't set it so high that even if you're only 50%, you think you're a failure. You have to give yourself 50% chance of failure, but that 50% is still an achievement above other goals. You see what I'm trying to say? That's the standard I set for myself. If I'm going to set a goal, I'm going to set it high. I give myself the 50-50 rule. But sit down, okay? It takes a lot of time. And one good way to help you see your vision for this business, and for anything else basically, is to sit down and think, what are my compelling reasons for doing this business? What are my compelling reasons? Why am I doing this? Why am I doing Gold Quest? Why am I pursuing the Gold Quest dream? I have to write it down. What is it that I have a burning desire for? Identify it, because I'm telling you, that's gonna determine your work ethic, determine your directions. Compelling reason number 1 for me, at least with my list. You want to know my compelling reasons? Have you sat down? Because it's really something that you have to go through. Number 1, compelling reason number 1, I don't want to grow old poor. I want to work hard now while I'm young. Okay, I'm not so young. I'm already 28. Okay. I have nothing against poor people. It's the poverty that I don't like. You know what I mean? I mean, I've been with and I've been without. And frankly, I prefer with. Okay, I don't know about you guys. Compelling reason number 2, I don't want to be in debt. I've been in debt once. I don't ever want to be in debt again. And I figure, you know, if you make $1 million a month, you probably won't be in debt. As long as you don't spend $2 million a month. Okay? Which is another seminar in itself, financial management. Okay? Compelling reason number 3. Okay? Well, for those of you who don't know me, I'm married, I have 5 kids. My wife is my queen. My wife is my, I know it's old-fashioned, but she's my queen. And a queen doesn't worry about, the bills, the amortization, and oh my gosh, how am I going to put food on the table tonight? No, a queen enjoys the kingdom that her king has built. That's for me, that's... Now, I'm not saying... Now, when I married my wife, I promised her that I would be the best husband that I could be. And part of being a good husband is being a good provider. I'm not saying that money is everything. Okay? I'm not saying that just because you earn well, you're a good husband. No way. But part of it is being a good provider. Okay? I want my wife, to enjoy her queendom, I guess you call it. I mean, do you ever go out with your wife to a restaurant and say, and sit down and you want to have a nice time with your wife and you sit down in a nice restaurant, you open the menu, what do you look at? Nobody looks at the food, right? Everybody looks at the price. I mean, don't you want to sit down with your wife and say, honey, order anything you want? You know what I'm saying? I remember the days I'd sit down with my wife and, oh my gosh. And she's like, so, what do you want, dear? Oh, I'll have the pasta with steak. Why don't you have some coffee instead? Oh, but Joe, I'm hungry. Have 2 coffees. You know that feeling? Or you're walking with your wife in the mall, and she's like, oh, look at this dress, it's so beautiful. And you're like, no, it's out of fashion. And she shows you a pair of shoes and you're like, it's not your style. Now, I don't think, I laugh about it, but I take it very, very seriously. And I don't think I'm alone in this room. I think all of us are the same way. And I want to give my wife, that's compelling for it keeps me awake nights. I want to be able to sit down in a restaurant with my wife, open the menu and say, what do you want, dear? And not have to say anything. Compelling reason for me. Compelling reason number 4. Okay. Bible says leave an inheritance for your children. Okay, and I have 5. Okay, and I want to leave an inheritance. I'd like, each one to have at least, the dwelling place, either a bungalow or a condominium. I don't know. But I'm working really hard. I'd like, to leave them a nest egg of, $1 million each. No, I'm not adopting. Okay, so no need to apply. Hey, you're going to set your visions high or not? Are you going to set your goals high? Do you love your kids or not? I'm just saying, these things keep me awake. It's compelling for me. Compelling reason number 5. I want to own my own home. And not just, something, okay, this is all I can afford. You see what I'm trying to say? I have a burning desire to play golf 6 days a week. But to do that, you have to build a certain base. You see what I'm trying to say? Identify, sit down. What am I doing here? What am I doing this weekend? What am I doing in this business? Why am I here? What are my compelling reasons? Am I here just because, wow, everybody else seems to be doing it? No. What are your compelling reasons? List them down. Sit down. Commit to paper your compelling reasons and your burning desires. Write it down. There's a saying that goes, write it down on tablets. The Bible says write your visions down on tablets. Remember, a vision not committed into writing is just wishful thinking. Okay? Sit down. That's why I say it doesn't happen in one sitting. It's a process. And over the months, over the years, it'll probably change. It'll probably change. There's one customer in the Philippines, and she was saying, before, when I would earn $800 a week, I'd be like, wow, I mean, this is it. And then when it hit $2,000 a week, she was freaking out. And then at $4,000 a week, she thought she was on top of the world. And then she's hitting 10, 12, 13. In fact, the last time I was there, somebody was telling me, Chip, this girl, she took her check, threw it away. Oh, it's only $8,000. Many times your visions change, your goals change. So you have to be willing to sit down and, change them again. And hopefully it's to make them higher. If you drive yourself properly and have the proper work ethic, it might probably higher. Once your vision is firmly established in your heart, it's now time to set them into goals. Okay, we've talked about all the nice stuff, but now this is where the action begins. Okay, remember, we're talking about foundational work. We're talking about getting the head start in this business. And your best foundation is you. Don't you dare start, the task of leading others until you've built a foundation in you. So set goals. Okay, the visions, okay, are what is now broken down and made into goals. Okay, so when you set your goals, okay, if I want to earn, let's say you go, I want to earn $10,000 a week. That's your vision. Okay, how am I going to do this? To earn $10,000 a week, I need this kind of organization. I need this many steps a day, this many cycles. What kind of organization do I need? How many leaders do I need? Don't talk about volume. Don't talk about sales. One hint, it's not here, it's not, on the program. But let me tell you, if you want to build income, if you want to build, your dream income, don't think sales, don't think volume, think leadership base. Think leadership base. If I want to earn $1,000 a week, how many leaders do I have to have? If I want to earn $5,000 a week, what does my leadership base look like? If I want to earn $10,000 a week, what does my leadership base have to look like? The volume, the income is just a byproduct of the leaders. That's basically what it is. Now we've talked about several aspects, but we have to on how to get a business set up properly. Number one, getting educated, setting up your own office, establishing your goals through vision. Now we shall go into the final part. Okay, and some of you are going, okay. Final part of your foundation, okay. You must submit yourself to a leader and get trained. And I use the word submit. Okay, you have to go to someone, okay, submit yourself to him and get yourself trained. Okay. Training will teach you how to achieve the goals and realize your dreams. Okay, we've talked about the dreams, we've talked about the goals. Now you have to get yourself trained, okay, so that you know how, specifically, what do I have to do? Okay, I know I have to make a good presentation, right? But, okay, specifically, what makes an effective presentation? Yes, I know that I, have to know how to answer objections. Okay, specifically, what are these objections? You see what I'm saying? That's what training is going to do for you. Okay, it's going to help you identify. Okay, and then finally learn how to do it. This business can be a lot of fun and be very fulfilling, both emotionally and, of course, financially, if you know how to do it right. Okay, I wanted this in red, underlined, and 3 exclamation points. Okay, if you know how to do it right. I want to stress that. However, on the other hand, if you don't know what you're doing, and many people don't, the whole experience can be likened to banging your head against the wall. Correct? How many have done this business unsuccessfully for a while first, before they realize that they have to get trained? How many started that way? Isn't it frustrating? Isn't it the most frustrating thing to do, to know that you want to do something and you can't? It's like banging your head against the wall. Now let me tell you, you can be intelligent, you can be successful, you can be influential, you can be wealthy, but if you don't know how to do this business properly, I guarantee you, you will fail. I know many, many people that have come into this business. Oh yeah, I am the chief executive president, directors, chief of staff of the board is the chairman, and I'm it. You're lucky to have me in your organization. I mean, there are people like that. Training program, me attend the training program. Hey, I do the training in my organization. If you don't know how to do this business right, you know what I tell people like this? Fine, sir, I'm sure you're intelligent, I'm sure you're an expert in your business, but in this business, you know diddly squat. Sometimes that's what it takes. You just have to sit them down and say, fine, you may be a great lawyer, but you don't know anything about this business. If you want to succeed, sit down, get training. If you're not willing to get trained, here's your draft. I don't want it. I don't care who you are. Here, I don't look for people that are qualified, influential. I look for people that are hungry. I look for people that have compelling reasons. I look for people that have burning desires and they say, Joe, these are it. Show me what I have to do and what I have to learn to achieve it. Those are the kind of people you want to work with. Those are the kind of people. I'd rather have 2 of those. I'd rather have 2 of those than 10 chiefs of industries who refuse to submit themselves to training. I'd rather have 2 that will say, Joe, you tell me what I have to do. I don't care, whatever it takes, I want to achieve this goal. All you need are 2 or 3 people like that. Admit the fact that you don't know everything about the business and get training. How do you get training? Attend seminars. Okay? Don't limit yourself to, like I said, there's a wealth of knowledge outside. Hang around with your leaders. Pump them for information. Hey, I heard you had a successful meeting last week. What happened? What'd you do? Hey, I heard you have a really big group that's moving really, really well. Why? What did you do to motivate them? What did you do? Hang around. What do they do? Why are these people successful? Wouldn't you want to find out why Ranjit is where he is? Why Muhammad Isa has a network and Tony Kong and Peter Ng and Patman? Don't you want to find out, Patrick? How do you build your network? Hang around your leaders. Pump them for information. If you had
many of you are embarrassed, right? Oh yeah, but he might say I'm being too overbearing and blah, blah, blah. If you had somebody in your organization under you who's hungry for learning, are you going to get turned off with this guy? Why not? Because you wish you had 20 more like him. You know what I'm saying? People who are, hey Joe, teach me some more. Hey, I heard you're doing a business presentation. I'm not going to bring anyone, but can I go? I just want to pick up on some energy. I just want to learn some techniques. Go up. Master these 3 skills in training. You only need 3 basic skills. You have to know how to present the business effectively. If you want to succeed in this business, you must know how to present. There's 2 ways to present, effectively and ineffectively. Okay, you have to learn how to present the business effectively. Okay? Number 2, how to answer objections. You have to know how to answer objections. I know it's intimidating at times. Okay, especially if you don't set up the appointment properly, which we'll get into tomorrow in more detail. Okay, but really, once you learn how to answer objections, isn't it easy? And number 3, how to build your organization through support and training. Those are the only 3 skills that you need to really make it big in this business. You don't need an MBA graduate degree. You don't need a PhD course, doctorate. No, you don't need that. You just have to master these 3 basic skills. Now, of course, these 3 basic skills, have components. But let me tell you, a diligent student of this business, okay, when I say diligent, somebody who's willing to submit himself to training and somebody who will actually go out, okay, and do what he learned in training. Okay, you want to make money in this business, hit the road, do the business on a daily basis. Because if you do it properly, the rewards are unbelievable. And I'm not just talking about financial rewards. How many have fun doing this business? That's great. Wow. That's great. Give yourselves a hand, man. You guys are doing something right. I didn't think there'd be that many. You guys are having fun. I'm having fun. You guys keep the business fun. Okay? Make sure you submit yourself to training. Find out what does it take to succeed. And believe me, this business can be something that will be global. Once you master these 3 skills, there's nothing that can stop your organizations from growing on a global scale. That's what we're looking at. We're not looking at a business. We're going to start with our module 3, okay, and we call this module 3. We call this module Paradigm Shifts and How to Build an Organization, okay. One of the most important things that you must have is the right frame of mind, okay. Attitude, I've seen this many, many times. Attitude determines altitude. Okay, I'm sure you've seen these motivational posters that carry this, and that's very, very true, not just in this business, but in every endeavor that you undertake. Your attitude, your strategy, your outlook on the business will determine how big your organization will get, okay? One of the keys to succeeding in this business is understanding and accepting that most traditional strategies and concepts are not always totally applicable in this business, okay? We have in this room about 200, 220, 230 people, all of which, all of you have come from your different fields of expertise, okay, and I'm sure you all have your training and your knowledge from the different fields of business that you're involved with. And these are all great, okay, if you're doing those businesses. Okay, but we have to accept that many times the strategies that you need to make this business work, okay, are different. Okay, fortunately the strategies for this business are much simpler, but still you have to accept the fact that it's different. If you were a basketball coach and you wanted your team to win, okay, you don't use basketball strategies for swimming. Okay, and you don't use swimming strategies for basketball. If you're a basketball coach, you use basketball strategies. If you're a swimming coach, you use swimming strategies. You don't use badminton strategies, let's say, for soccer. It's completely different. It's all strategies, but different. Okay, we just have to accept the fact that in this business, okay, you need to change some of the traditional mindsets that we have. Okay, and I'm not saying that these traditional mindsets don't work or that they're not worth anything. Okay, I'm just saying that for this business, they're not always applicable. Okay, for example, okay, in traditional business and the corporate world, one of the key thoughts is the more connections you have or the more contacts you have, the better off you're going to be. Okay, haven't we heard that before? Right? If you are, let's say if you were to start a restaurant, let's say in, I don't know, let's say Germany. Okay, you just landed in Germany. Okay, and you're an expert chef and you want to set up a restaurant, and you set up a restaurant in Frankfurt. You don't know a single person in Frankfurt. Okay, on the other hand, we have here Bernard, who's lived in Frankfurt all his life. He has a web of connections all around in the different sectors of society, and he decides to put up a restaurant in Frankfurt. Which restaurant would you think would have a higher probability of succeeding? Bernard's, right? Because he has more connections. Okay, more people will know about it right away, and more people will start coming to his restaurant. That's the traditional mindset. Okay, and remember, I use the word mindset because, paradigm shifts means that you have to shift your mindset. Okay, and the paradigm shifts that I'm going to ask you to go through this afternoon are not going to be done only today. You're going to have to keep going through them on a daily basis because it is difficult. It is difficult to get rid of a mindset. Okay, it's something that you have to exercise every day. And since we were little students, since we were young students, we were taught that the more connections you have, the better off you're going to be. Okay, I know many parents that struggle hard and work very hard so that they can send their children to the best schools, not only for the education, but for the connections. Because let's face it, the world works with the buddy boy system. Right? If you have somebody, let's say in a high position here, and he's looking for people, he's like, oh, I went to school with this guy. Oh, he's a relative of my cousin, and my cousin says he's trustworthy. Okay, that's just the way it is. That's the way it is in the world. And that's why many parents work hard to send their children to the best schools not just for the education, but also to establish connections, to establish a network. Okay? In sales, it's the same thing. The thought is, the more sales you make, the more money you earn. Okay, which is great for sales. Okay, if you were doing a sales job, that's great. The more sales you make, and even in sales, if you were a sales manager and you were recruiting salesmen and potential salesmen, don't you look at also their network of connections and contacts? Right? Oh, I want to get this guy. He knows half of Kuala Lumpur. Oh yeah, this guy, knows half of Singapore. He'd be great to set up a distributorship of brake parts with this guy because he has a lot of connections. Okay? And many times people fail because they bring that thought into this business. Oh, and I hear it day in, day out. Okay, and for sure, many of you are going to have probably fallen into that thought process. Now, remember yesterday, I asked your permission if I could speak the truth. Okay, does that permission still hold for today? Yes. Okay, can I still speak the truth up here? You're not going to throw your glasses at me just because I say something because I've heard, Joe, he's talking about me. Okay, no, I'm not. I'm talking about things in general. Okay. I've heard it many times, and I'm sure many people probably today still have the same mentality when they go out trying to do their Gold Quest business. Oh, I want to bring this guy in. This guy knows half of the neighborhood. Oh, I want to bring this guy. This guy is influential. Oh, this guy sits on top of this organization. You see what I'm saying? How many have fallen prey to that mindset? We have a few very honest people here. And hey, I fell into that mindset too, so I'm not excluding myself from this list. Okay, it's a very common thought because again, that's the way we were brought up. Oh, I want to bring this guy in because he has many connections. I want to bring this guy in because he has many connections. If this business was only for people that were well connected and had a lot of contacts, then it's not for everyone. Then what we talk about during our business presentations is a lie. Isn't the reason why this business is so attractive is because everybody can do it? Yes. But does everybody have a lot of connections? No. Okay, so we have to look for something else. We have to get rid of that mindset. Okay, in this business, if you want to work, learn how to use what we call your circle of influence. Okay, it's supposed to be sphere of influence, but it's harder to pronounce. It's a sphere. Sometimes when I'm here doing the training, I'm here. Learn how to use your sphere of influence. So now it's circle of influence. Anyway, it's the same thing. Okay. Not everybody may have 1,000 connections. Not everybody may have a network of 10,000 people under them. But everybody has a circle of influence. Correct? When I say circle of influence, I'm talking about a group of people who trust what you say. There's about 3 people nodding their heads. The other people have no circle of influence. Will you not agree with me when I say this? Okay, when I came into this business, I brought in 2 people. Okay, I started out as a customer just like you guys. I went into the mall and I saw, how do you call this, Ferdy Tolentino. How many know Ferdy Tolentino? How many have heard of him? Okay, you'll hear about him more often in the near future. He's one of our top earners in this business. I ran into him in the mall, okay, and he was going down the escalator. I was walking and you know, he was like, Joe, oh, hey, Ferdy, hi. And I go, you know, are you still with so-and-so company? I was involved with another guy. No, I've already quit there. And he goes, you've quit? Because I was doing very, very well with that company. And he goes, what are you doing now? Oh, Gold Quest. And he was like, oh, Joe, I'm in. And I go, wait, can I show you the plan? No, he was going down the escalator. No, I can't. I'm in a hurry. Call me tomorrow. Let's meet. You show me the plan. But, you know, he's going down. He's going, count me in, okay? I'm in. Don't leave me out. You know, and he goes down, and this is my first day, okay? And I was like, wow, this is going to be easy. Man, I'm going to make a lot of money in this. No, this is true, okay? My cousin, the same thing. I talked to my cousin. She had just gone through a very painful divorce, okay? And she told me, Joe, I'm going to do this business, okay? I don't know too much about it. I don't know this company very well, but because you're in, I'm in too. That's basically what she said. If you tell me it's good, I'm in. That's what I mean by circle of influence. Okay, I made 15,000 US dollars my first 4 weeks in this business. 14,800 something. Okay, I don't know the exact amount, but you know, change for the boys. Okay, and I brought in 2 people. Okay, many people thought, oh yeah, you made that kind of money because you had 20,000 people in another network, blah blah blah. No, I started from scratch. Okay, and I ran into Ferdy. He was a friend of mine. And you know, later on, 2-3 months later, I asked Ferdy, I said, Ferdy, 2 days after that, I met with Ferdy and I showed him the plan. I showed him the business. You know, we met in a coffee shop near the escalator where we first met. And I sat down, we were having a cup of coffee in this French bakery. And I got the, you know, what do you call that? The placemat, the paper placemat. You know, I turned it over. Okay, and I started showing him the business plan. Okay, and the more he got excited. Okay, he couldn't sleep. Okay, so he came in. But I asked him 2-3 months later, Ferdy, you know, how come I didn't even explain the business to you and you said, you know, you wanted in? He goes, because I know you. I know that you take this business very seriously, and I know that if you've joined a business, that you've examined it, you've looked at it, you know, in other words, he trusts what I say. That's the bottom line. Okay, now everybody has circle of influence, right? You don't sound convinced. You may not, I always talk about the 2 people that said yes and I made all of this money, okay, because I only had 2 directs. Believe it or not, I had only 2 directs, okay? Ferdy on my left side and my cousin Odette on my right side, okay? The first month earned about 15 plus, the next month about 26, 27, the next month about 32, Still, with only 2 directs. Okay? So you don't need a lot. But I don't talk about the 40 or 50 people that told me I was nuts, that I was crazy, that I was chasing after the proverbial pot at the end of the rainbow. I don't talk about those people. Okay? Because there were 40 or 50 people that told me I was nuts. I had one lady, okay, and my dad knows this lady, who literally laughed me out of her office. Okay, she screamed at me, she was angry, she's laughing at this, she laughed me out of her office. Okay, I mean, that's how bad, and of course, just like you guys, I was extremely discouraged. I was demotivated. Oh, how am I going to make all of this money? I've only brought in my cousin, and I was very depressed. I got depressed. Yes, I do get depressed. Some people, Joe, you get depressed? Yes, I'm just like you guys. Of course, 2 hours later, I wasn't depressed anymore. Okay, but anyway, I used to think that it was such a big blow to my career in this business. I didn't realize that it was a blessing in disguise. Okay, that all these people turned me down. Okay, I'll explain that in the second paradigm shift. Okay, but anyway, the point I'm trying to make is, your friends, your relatives, and colleagues will join you in the business not because of GoldQuest, not because of GQI, but because of you. You see what I'm saying? They will join because of you, because of your influence over them. Now, you may not be you may not be able to influence 50, 60, 100 people. But for sure, you'll be able to influence 2, 3, 4, 5 people. Correct? Most people have a circle of influence of about what? Some people say 10, some people say 20, some people say 5. I think 3 people is a safe amount. Correct? Or a safe number. How many will agree that most people have a circle of influence of between 3 to 5 people? That's a conservative figure, correct? Okay, let's say 4. Okay, let's say 4. Will everybody agree that that's a pretty safe number? You may not be able to go out, and ask and convince 100 people to join you in this business that we call GoldQuest. But 2, 3, 4, 5. I think that's a number that most people can deal with, right? So let's talk about that number, okay? Like I said, you may not be able to convince 100 individuals in the GQI business. However, 2, 3, 4, 5 people, I think is not too much of a task, okay? How many people in this room think, okay, that they can be successful in inviting and referring 3, 4, 5 people to this business? That's easy because most of you have done it already. How many have done that already? How many are still doing it? Because we have people that are new. Okay. But you also feel that 2, 3, 4 is okay. Okay? Because look what happens. If you just use your circle of influence, okay, this is you. Okay, again, you may not know 10,000 people, you may not have a circle of influence, but for sure your brother, okay, who's looking for a new business. You have a colleague, whose wife is pregnant and is looking for additional income, to support his future family. Then you have another office mate, who's thinking of relocating and he needs a new business. Okay, just 4, 2, 3, 4, 5 people. Now these 4 people, will they also have their circle of influence? They will also have 2, 3, 4 people that will trust them, right? And these people will come into GQI as a business not because of you, but because of them, because of their influence. Okay, then pretty soon, they start growing. If you just sit down and busy yourself with helping them bring in their circle of influence, what happens now? Now you have an organization. Right? Now it's starting to build. Does it make a difference to these people, to the computer? Okay? Does it make a difference that these people are not your directs? Doesn't make a difference. Right? Because the GQI system does not consider that. All the GQI computer system realizes is that, hey, this guy's left and right is building. Correct? Now, if there was a premium for direct and indirect, then this strategy doesn't work. If you have, let's say, 5 and 5 direct referrals, I mean, you personally brought in these 5, okay, and you get $800, but if you get 5 and 5 and they're all indirect and you only get $400, then, like I said, this doesn't work. But there is no premium for direct or indirect referral. The computer doesn't care. As long as you have 5 on the left and 5 on the right, how much do you get? US 400. So if the computer doesn't care, why should you care? Does it make a difference that all these people came in because they were in the circle of influence of somebody else? No, it doesn't. It doesn't make a difference. It doesn't distinguish between a direct referral and an indirect referral. Okay? So if it doesn't make a difference to the computer, it shouldn't make a difference to you. Okay? If you just busy yourself with assisting your 5, bring in their 5, and bring in their 5, etc., etc., if you just busy yourself with that, okay, your organization will grow and you will prosper financially. Okay? Let's make it very clear. Because many times, people have the thought that, oh, I'm going to purchase a coin, okay, and I'm going to bring in 10. How many thought that way in the beginning? In fact, many articles that I've read, okay, not just in this country, but many, they think that you have to bring in the 5 by yourself. But that's not so. It doesn't make a difference. Whether you get 5 that are your directs, the green represents your personal direct referrals. Okay, how much do you get? If your organization looked like this, 400. But if you have indirects that came in 5 and 5, how much is that worth to you? $400. It's the same thing. Okay, it doesn't make a difference. The mistake that most people make after bringing in their quote-unquote 4, okay, there's one really big, see, this came about because one time I was in Singapore conducting a training, and somebody came up to me, and during the training, he kept asking, oh, you know, I've been rejected so many times, oh, everybody's giving me their objections, oh, this and that. Finally, after the training, I went to him, okay, and I said, you know, sir, I'm going to be here for the next 2 or 3 days. Okay, I took pity on him, and I said, you know, can I help you go out and get your left and right? You know, I'll help you. And he goes, no. I already have my left and right. I said, you do? Yeah, I have 2 on my left and 3 on my right. So I said, well, what's the problem? You know, but I've talked to 50, 60, 70 people over the last 4 or 5 days, and they all turned me down. And that's when it got me thinking, this guy's approaching it wrong. What happened now is those 2, 3, 5 people, okay, that he was talking about, he just basically left them alone. What he did is he went out and he tried to bring in 100 people by himself. And they usually end up just neglecting. They go out and try and refer 100 more people by themselves. That's the mistake that this guy was making. Okay, and that's why he was failing. He was getting so discouraged. So what happened? I said, what happened to your 2 on the left and 3 on? And he goes, what do you mean? I don't know. They're supposed to go out and refer. They're supposed to go out and make money for me. That was this guy's mentality. Is that the way to make money in this business? So what happens is, usually they end up not continuing in the business, right? Because somebody brings them in and then leaves them alone, and that's it. They know nothing about the business. They've never been trained. They've never been caddied. And they end up just getting discouraged and not continuing in the business, which is something that we're going to be taking up a little bit later. You know, why do people drop out? Why do people who were otherwise very excited about doing this business eventually end up dropping out of the business? Usually it's because they don't have support. Okay? So they end up not continuing in the business. What you must realize is that you must be patient. You're not going to be able to bring in half of Singapore or half of KL by yourself. Okay? The sooner you realize that, the better off you're going to be. Remember, this is not a get-rich-quick scheme. Okay, this is not something where you make money instantly, you know, your first day or your first week. Start setting a culture of encouraging others to assist their directs in referring their circle of influence. You see what I'm saying? That's where building an organization, that's how building an organization starts. It starts by you helping them. See, what happened was, Ferdy came in, right? Now he calls me up the next day, okay, and says, Joe, I have a group of people I'd like to talk to. Can you meet with me? Okay, because I don't know how to present it the way you do. So I said, yeah, sure, what time? Tuesday, 7 o'clock, I remember the date. So we met in Pizza Hut on Ortigas in the Philippines. Okay, we met at Pizza Hut, and Ferdy was there with a small group, about 3 or 4 people. One of them was Dave Trinidad. To this day, I'm so thankful to God that Dave Trinidad was there. I didn't know Dave Trinidad. Okay, but did it make a difference with the computer? No. So I sat there, showed the business, okay, and Dave took one look. Okay, how do we do this? How do we start this business? I'm like, wow, this is my kind of guy. Okay. And then on my cousin, on the other hand, she said, Joe, I'm having some friends over, come to the house. Okay, can you help me present it to them? I said, yeah, just make sure there's a whiteboard. Okay, and she didn't have a whiteboard. Okay, so what we did is we took, the brown paper, the big sheets of, we just pasted it on the wall. You know, with tape, and when I ran out of space, when I ran out of space. And one of the guys in there was T.G. Quintanar. And then T.G. Quintanar asked me to help present in his house to some of his friends. And then another presentation, then came in Rico Uy. And then Rico Uy came in the same time with Patrick Zuniga. You see what I'm trying to say? I didn't know these people. But all I did was just kept helping them bring in their 2 or 3. See? Had I left them alone, do you think they would have prospered? Maybe yes, but in all probability, probably not. Okay? Because the people need support. The only way you can start this culture is to do it yourself. Don't expect to bring in one person on your left, another person on your right, and you go, you make money for me. You go, make money for me. But sadly, many people have that mentality. I brought you in, you're supposed to bring in all your clan. What about you? You're supposed to bring in your whole school. I thought you were a good guy. That's not the way to make money in this business. And if you start that kind of culture, you know why that's so dangerous? If that's the way you are, how do you think they're going to treat their leaders in their organization? They're going to treat them exactly the same way. But if you busy yourself helping out these people, how are they going to treat their customers? Exactly the same way. And that's the reason why this paradigm shift, number 1, is so important, because it sets the tone. It sets the tone for your culture in your organization. The only way you can start this culture is to do it yourself. Help others bring in their circle of influence, the numbers will come later. Okay, can you imagine if this is you and you bring in your 4, right? Now, how long will that take? If you, with the help of the leaders up in your organization, really decide to spend time in bringing in your circle of influence, how long will it take? Somebody says 1 week. Somebody said 2 days. 1 month. 2 months. However long, huh? 4 months. That's very long. Let's say 1 month. Let's say 2 months. Okay? Is that acceptable to everyone? 2 months to bring in 4 people within your circle of influence. Not by yourself, but with the help of your leaders. Right? Now these 4 will also have their circle of influence. Right? These guys aren't hermits. They don't live up in a cave up in them hills up there. Right? They also have a circle of influence. They also have friends, relatives, and cousins. Everybody has a circle of influence. See, for this business to work, you have to make it work with something that everybody has. And everybody has a circle of influence. If you don't have a circle of influence of 2 or 3 or 4 people, people who believe you, people who trust what you say, then this is the wrong seminar. Then you should be attending if you can't get 2, 3, 4 people to believe what you say and can bring home the integrity with which you explain something to them, then you're attending the wrong seminar. But remember, everybody has a circle of 2, 3, 4, 5 people of influence over them. Now these 4 will have also 2, 3, 4, 5 people under them, correct? So now, if you just help the 4 bring in their 4, now you have 20 in your organization. Do you know these 16 people? Does it make a difference if you know them? Doesn't make any difference. Now these 16 will have a circle of influence of 4. Will you be alone in assisting these 16? Will not the 4 help you out? It depends. If you help them out, if you took time out to help them, then they probably will help you too. But if you just left them alone, they probably won't help you enlarge your organization. Now these 16, these 64, are they hermits? No, they also have friends, relatives, colleagues. When the 64 bring in them, then you have 256 coming in. Again, do you know these people? Doesn't make a difference to the computer whether you know them or not. Then the 64 have a circle of influence of 2, 3, 4, 5 people. Now you have 1,000 coming in. 1,000 people you don't know, but your organization help bring them in, help refer them into this business. That's how you make money in this business. Teach everyone to work with their circle of influence. The first thing is accept it here in your heart. Okay, realize that you need to work with your circle of influence, and finally teach them the same thing. If you have people under you who think, oh, this guy is the president of this organization, oh, this guy is the minister of this, or this guy is a senator in this province, tell him, wait, that's not the way we're going to do it here. Let's work with your circle of influence of about 4 or 5. Then we will work with their circle of influence. Teach it. Remember, this is a business of impartation. Okay, the sooner you can get them with that mindset, the sooner they can teach their leaders also. And the big numbers will come later. I guarantee you, if you do it right, the big numbers, the sales, the volumes, the big checks, okay, this will only be a byproduct, okay, of the way you train and set the mindset in with your leaders. Okay, the numbers will come later. Okay, now we go to paradigm shift number 2. Okay, we only have 2, so don't worry too much. Human nature is to think only of 3 individuals. Okay, that's the way we were brought up, and again, that's human nature. Me, myself, and I. Okay, have you ever wondered, you put 2 kids, two 2-year-olds in a room with 1 million toys, and they'll fight about the same one. Have you ever wondered that? You have 2 kids in a room, and they have 10 million toys, and they fight about the same one. It's human nature. I'm not trying to offend anyone. Please don't, Joe, we're saying we're selfish. No, that's not what I'm saying. It's human nature to think about me, myself, and I. When you're a student in school, to illustrate my point a little bit, do you study hard for an examination, and then after studying for 2-3 weeks and taking the exam and submitting, do you submit it with your classmate's name on it? No, you put your name on it. If you know you did bad on the test, then maybe you want to put your classmate's name on it, right? But no, you want the grade, you want the passing grade, you want the high mark. In the corporate world, you don't work on a project, then give credit to your colleague because you want the promotion yourself, right? You don't work on a project, get everything in, the loan pushes through or whatever, and say, no, I didn't do it, Harun did. No, in the corporate world, no, it's in my report, this was my project, blah, blah, blah. Why? So that you get the promotion. And there's nothing wrong with that. Let's face it. In this world, we were brought up in an environment where success and financial compensation is determined by getting credits for your work, your volume, your efforts. That's the way we were trained. That's the society that we grow up in. Whether we admit it or not. There's some people that will admit it, and there's some people, that will say, no, I only think of others. Well, then why do you think of others? Because it makes me feel good. So the benefit ultimately still ends up going to you. You know what I'm saying? That's human nature. Okay, which now brings us to the classic WIFM. How many know what that means? WIFM. What's in it for me? My mom always used to tell me that as a teenager growing up. As long as you build your business that caters to this, in other words, to someone, what's in it for him, then you're going to make money. If you want to make money in this business, paradigm shift number 2. Forget about yourself. If you want to make money in this business, forget about yourself. Think only of your organization. Think only of your leaders. If you spent all your time helping those under you in your organization, what do you think will happen? What do you think will happen? If I spent 8 hours every day helping Harun, bring in his directs, and helping his directs bring in their directs, and then we start helping out and bringing in their, what do you think will happen? Harun starts to earn money. His network starts to earn money. His organization starts to earn money. They would earn more, then they'd be more enthusiastic about building the business. Let me tell you, if you have somebody that you refer to this business, and after 2-3 months they haven't even qualified for their coin, or they haven't had their first step yet, what's going to happen? Do you think they're going to be excited? No, they're going to be really discouraged about the business. You want them to get excited. You want people to be excited under you. That's why, remember I was telling you earlier, I thought when these 40, 50 people told me no, that's it, I'm not going to make money in this business. But I was wrong. And like I said, I took it happened to be a blessing in disguise instead of a curse. Because now, can you imagine if these 40, 50 people said yes? Can you imagine taking care of 40 or 50 people? Because only Ferdy and my cousin, I thank God that my cousin and Ferdy were the only 2 people that said yes. Because now I had 8, 9, 10 hours a day dedicated to just making sure that they earn. And let me tell you, Ferdy was doing very, very well in another company. Okay, he was earning the equivalent of about maybe 3,000, 4,000, 5,000 a month, US, with another company. Dave, the same thing. Dave was earning about 9, 8, 10,000 a month with another company. Okay? So of course, they were giving more time for that company. So what I did is I told myself, I'm going to make sure that they earn so much money in this business that they eat, sleep, breathe, dream, think Gold Quest. And I spent 8, 9, 10 hours a day helping them out. And after a while, Ferdy would call me, because let me tell you, my phone was ringing off the hook. I'd wake up in the morning, 7:30, Joe, we have this group, can you come? Okay, fine. Joe, we have this group, let's go. Joe, this group wants to bring in their group, let's go. And because I was open to them, they kept calling me. After a while, I was spending 10, 11, 12 hours a day. And I said, Ferdy, Dave, this organization's growing. Can you do some presentations here so that I can go and present over? Oh, no, we can't. We said, why not? And this is a true story. Because that company said if we don't stop doing this business, they're going to terminate us. And they were saying, Joe, this is still $5,000 a month. This is still $10,000. I can't say, I can't just say goodbye to that. And that's when I decided I'm gonna make these guys earn so much money that they're going to eat, sleep, dream, breathe, think Gold Quest. And I spent all 8, 9, 10 hours a day. And not just for and also the organizations on the other side. On the second month, Dave earned about 18,000 US. Ferdy earned about 10,000 US or 9,000 US on his second month. You know what they told the owner of that company? In a letter, respectfully, sir, if you want to terminate us, terminate us. Yeah. But we're not going to stop doing this business because what took us 3 years to do here, we did in 2 months. Now, would you like to have leaders in your organization with that kind of mentality? Well, then what are you doing to deserve it? Spend time with them. The more money they earn, the more excited they get. The more excited they get about the business, they will take it more seriously. Do you think Ferdy and Dave took a step of faith when they said, "Sir, go ahead, terminate us, but we're not going to stop doing this business"? Was that a step of faith for them? Were they taking the business seriously? Why? Because that's where their rice bowl was coming from. If you want people in your organization to take this business more seriously, if you want them to spend more time, if you want them to open themselves up to more training, make it worth their time. Make it worth their while to do so. Anyway, in the long run, who does it benefit? When you have people that are committed, that are all out for this business, that do this business on a full-time basis, who does it benefit? You. It benefits you. I was in shock when I first got my check. I'm serious. I knew I was going to make money in this business. When I first sat down in the business plan and listened to the business plan, I was like, wow, this is unbelievable. But when I first came in, I said, okay, I purchased a 9-header, okay, in the beginning. I don't recommend that's what you do, okay. That was my first time to be involved in this business. I didn't know all the strategies, okay. If I would have known then what I know now about the business, I would have just done a 3-header. Because you can open under, right? We'll take that up during the strategy sessions. And it wasn't something that came easy. My wife was, how many met my wife here last night? She's not here now, so we can talk about her. But it's just our secret, okay? Just us and the people who buy this tape. But my wife was really, oh, another one of these, I don't want to join. How much do we have? 9-header? Oh my God. I mean, you see her, she's, sweet and you should see her when she's, she'd see her on the golf course. She turns into a completely different personality. But she was, I don't want to have anything to do with that business. That's your business. I refuse any ownership of that business, blah, blah, blah. But I was like, no, I'm going to do this, blah, blah, blah. So I, put in my draft, started doing the business. 2 weeks later, I was in Cebu. Not Cebu, but Cebu. It's in the Philippines. Doing the business. And, we weren't fighting anymore. Okay, we like to try and end our fights before we go to sleep at night. Doesn't always work, but we try. But anyway, we weren't fighting. And I was, every night when I'm away, I'm calling her, blah, blah, blah. And she goes, hey, ba, guess what? We got a FedEx package today. Really? What was in it? Our coins. I was like, you mean my coins? Yeah, our coins. And also our check. You mean my check? Yeah, our check. When I came back to Manila, she was with her friends and you should see our new business. I was like, our new business? I thought this was my business. But that's the way it is. How many had a similar experience when they were starting the business? You mean my wife said the same thing to you? No. What I mean is, when you start this business, nobody's with you. Right? You have so many doomsday prophets. Right? Explaining to you how you're going to fall flat on your face. Right? Of course, 2, 3, 4 months later, you're making twice as much as they are. But then that's when everybody starts to take note. Which is, okay, this is not on the PowerPoint, but I'd like to make this point. Always remember, okay, you and also the people that are your leaders in your organization, always remember to explain to them, the hardest part about this business is the beginning. You will have a very, very hard time in the beginning because nobody will believe you. Can you imagine walking up to somebody and saying, hey bud, let me show you how to make $20,000 a week? What will most people say? Yeah, who do I have to kill? Which bank do I have to rob? Because most people don't have even the imagination, you know what I'm saying? That they will ever be earning that much. Can you imagine what $1 billion looks like? I tried it once. I counted it. $1 billion, okay, you can spend $1 million a day, every day. Okay, and the women will love this, even Sundays. Okay, actually, I'd like it too. You can spend $1 million every day, including Sundays, for almost 3 years before you use up $1 billion. And Bill Gates has like what, 60, 70, 80, 90, depending on the stock market prices. But he has a lot. But can you imagine having 60 billion US dollars? Most people cannot. That's what I'm saying. Most people can't even imagine in their minds somebody pulling in a check of $20,000 a week. And that's the reason why people reject you. They're not rejecting you because of you. They're rejecting you because basically what they're telling you and themselves is, how dare you think that you're above us? How dare you think that you can achieve something that most of us can't even imagine? That's what they're saying no to. Remember we were talking last night about courage? Because it does take courage to sit here in your room, write down your dreams and your visions and your compelling reasons and burning desires and say, I will work hard to get this. It takes courage because it hurts when you don't get it. So people, instead of hurting themselves, they'd rather say, no, it doesn't exist. That's why people say no. That's why people give you a hard time when you're starting. But once you start earning money, is it still hard? You think Dave Trinidad or Ronnie Wong or Marie Glenn or Ferdy Tolentino or Anand or Patman or Tony Kong, do you think they have a hard time explaining to people that this business works? No, because does it work? Yes, look. See that subdivision? I just bought it with my earning. No, I was just kidding. But it'll get to that. Or you get shocked when you find out how much people have taken home because of this business. If I told you, you guys wouldn't believe how much the serious people in this business have taken home. You think about it. 10,000 a week. Now after 2-3 months, it's 15,000 a week. After 2-3 months, it's 20,000 a week. Do some arithmetic. What do you come out with? A lot. So it pays to take this business seriously. But anyway, can you imagine having Dave Trinidad earning $20,000 a week on one side, right? And then you have, let's say, T.G. Quintana earning $10,000 a week on another side. What happens? Never mind you. What happens to them? They become very, very serious about the business. They make sure they're fully trained. They make sure they train their people. You see what I'm saying? That's the way to make money in this business. Forget about yourself. And that's what I meant earlier. I was very shocked when I got my check because all I was thinking about was helping them build. I was involved with another company where at every end of the month, you know how it is in this way, usually it's end of the month, you check everybody's volumes and stuff like that. And every end of the month, I would go to the accounting department and ask, how much did this guy earn? And I'm talking about all my downlines, because this was an MLM company, you know, and these are all my downlines. And I was asked, how much did this person make? How much did this person make? And every month, I would come and ask how much they made, how much they made. And finally, after 2-3 months, the president of that company pulled me aside and said, Joe, how come you're only asking about, you never ask about your check? And I said, you know, it's inevitable. If these people make money, I will make money. And the only way I will make money is if I help them make money. In other words, I'm asking you to do something that I have done and I know it works. Just make sure they earn money. Can you imagine having 5 on your left and 5 on your right? All of them are millionaires. What about you? What happens to you? So will you benefit by helping making these people make millions? Yes, you will benefit. The only way you can earn big bucks is to help others earn big bucks. Don't gauge your success in this business by the size of your checks. You know what I'm saying? Gauge your success by the size of your leaders' checks. The more checks they have, the bigger checks they have, the more seriously they take the business. Let me make it clearer. Let's say you have an organization that you're just starting and you bring in, on your left, Tom, and then on your right, you bring in Bob. Oop, Jeff. I forgot, Bob joined the other company. Okay, Jeff was the one who joined us. If Tom on the left is earning $400 a month and Jeff on the right is earning $10,000 a month, okay, a slight difference there, of only about $9,600. Who do you think would consider doing the business more seriously? Boy, really focused on dollars here. We forgot the guy's name. His name is Jeff, guys. Who do you think would take it more seriously? Jeff. He's the one that will take this business seriously. He's the one that will make sure he gets all the books, he gets all the tapes, he attends all the meetings. Those are the kind of leaders you want. Who do you think will consider doing this business full-time? Wouldn't you want to have an organization of all full-time questers? Now, if he's making $5,000 a month in the current vocation that he's in, and he's earning $400 a week or $400 a month with GoldQuest, which one do you think he'll take more seriously? Of course, job. It could be a job, it could be a business, it could be whatever. You see what I'm saying? But if he's earning $5,000 a month here, right, and he over here on the other side, he's earning $20,000 a month, which do you think he'll take more seriously? This one. So if you want your leaders to take this business more seriously, it's up to you. It's up to you. You have to make it profitable for them to take this business more seriously. And as a byproduct of this effort, who makes money? You do. I remember one time Dave Trinidad took me out to dinner, Dave and Ferdy, and Chit, and Pastor Bob, all the leaders in his organization, they took, which was really nice. Okay, because I remember when you were first starting, you know, of course, you know, you have meetings and you meet in restaurants and, you know, everybody, when the bill comes, you know, everybody, you know, everybody's pulling out, you know, Dutch treat. You know, we call it KKB in my country, kanya-kanyang bayad for the Filipinos, which means which means Dutch treat. But nowadays, you know, it's all, no, let me take the bill. No, Joe, let me take the bill. Okay, fine, go ahead. But anyway, I remember that during that dinner, Dave goes, you know, Joe, I can't think of a better way to make money. All I do is help people make money, and the more money they make, the more money I make. I can't think of anything more fulfilling financially. And that's the attitude that you should have. That's the attitude that you should have. In review, paradigm shift number one, learn how to work with your circle of influence. You don't seem very convinced. You must have had a very big lunch. Learn how to work with your circle of influence and teach others to work with their circle of influence. Number two, forget about yourself and help others. If you want to make money in this business, help others. Now, part two is how to help. Okay, I'm going to help these people. What do I help them with? Okay, what am I going to help people with? Because you have to have a specific formula. Okay, when you train a dog, for example, I'm not saying that your leaders are dogs. Okay, I want to be very clear on that. When you train a dog, okay, because, see, you have to understand, there's a difference between teaching and training. Okay? You don't teach a dog how to sit. You don't just say, sit, and then he just sits. No. Training is you have to sit down with him. How many times do you have to, you have to pull up and, you know what I'm saying? How many have ever done that before? I have never succeeded. I have never succeeded in making a dog sit. Gosh. You know, I've read all the books, but I've never gone past sit. Forget about roll over. I haven't even attempted that. But anyway, I know what to do. I just can't do it. But you have to do it over and over again, and they'll fail. The failure part, I know. But then, when they succeed, there's the affirmation, in other words, there's a system. And that's training. Training is not just telling them once. Training is repeating and repeating and repeating and repeating until finally it becomes second nature. Do you ever wonder why these martial artists, 1,000 times, because I used to wonder before, why? Because during crisis times when you have to defend yourself, it comes out, you don't even think about it anymore. That's the reason for repetition, and that's training. And why do you think during the past 2 days we just take up a few points? Now, we're going to take up what to do. What's that process, okay? First of all, when you refer a friend or a relative, okay, commit to assisting them to bring in others. Okay, commit yourself to it. We just talked about it. Forget about yourself and help others. One of the nice things about this business, however, is if you have a friend or somebody who comes in way, way below you, okay, does that mean you won't help them out anymore? If this guy, your friend in blue, whether he's 2 generations away from you or 50 generations away from you, okay, if this guy brought in Dave Trinidad or Ronnie Wong or Tony Kong or Ranjit Singh, would you guys still benefit? Okay, so commit yourself to helping those people under you in your organization. Commit yourself to it. Because you'll never know. When I brought in Ferdy, I didn't know he was going to bring in Dave. When I brought in my cousin, I didn't know that he was going to bring in TG. And that TG was going to bring in Rico, and Rico was going to bring in Patrick. I thank God for it. And I'm still thankful for it, but I didn't know that. So commit yourself to assisting them in bringing in others. That's the reason why you have to know how to present the business properly. You can't just tell them, yeah, just bring them to the office and let them. No, you go yourself. Let me tell you this, folks. The company, okay, both V-Team and GoldQuest spend a lot of time and efforts in helping. V-Team, we have a lot of presentations, a lot of business opportunity meetings. Use them. But don't let that be your only source. Because let me tell you, the best way to bring somebody in is one-on-one. That's the best way. Either one-on-one or one-on-two, or 2 of you coming in, talking to his friend. That's the best way. That's the best way. Because you can tailor-make your presentation. You see what I'm saying? If this guy, let's say, is a salesman, you can present the business to him and show him the advantages of this business as opposed to sales. Now, I'm not saying sales is a bad profession. Please don't think that. But the only problem I have with sales is that when you're not selling, you're not earning. Through this business, you're able to set up an organization, a business organization, without the usual headaches of capital requirement, and still have business income. If you build properly, even if you take a vacation for 1 month, you still earn money. In sales, you don't get that. See, you can sit down. See, but if you're talking to a big group like this, you can't just sit down and talk about sales. But if you're talking to a salesman, you can tell him, with me helping you, we'll build an organization. If you're talking, let's say, to a lawyer. How many lawyers were here? Same thing. A lawyer only makes when he's lawyering or practicing. Right? If you're talking to an employee, what do you talk about? You talk about the demands of the job, the pressures, and the fact that the company owns you. For 8, 9, 10 hours a day, the company owns you. So here you talk about the obvious benefits, which are the exact, here you own your time. Yeah, but Joe, you said you were working 10, 12, 11, 12-hour days when you started. Yes, that's true. But that was my choice. You see what I'm saying? It's my choice. I say if I want to work 15 hours today. I say if I only want to work 4 hours today. And Joe, you were making money before, but you only started playing golf in December, because I quit playing golf. And I only started playing, yeah, but it was my choice to quit. Nobody told me, Joe, you can't play. You see what I'm trying to say? Choice. It's about, why do you think in our brochure we put freedom of choice? Because that's what this business is about. Anyway, I don't want to recruit you guys. You guys are all involved in the business. I don't want to bring you in anymore. But you see what I'm trying to say? The best way to present is to sit down, one-on-one. That's why you have to commit. But when you have a friend or a relative that comes in, you look at him and say, Harun, don't talk to anybody first. That's one of the first few things you're going to have to learn in caddying. Commit yourself to them in bringing in others. And when they come in, what happens to him? He gets excited. Wow! Because the business plan that was shown to him, you know, the feasibility plan, if you bring in 2 and they bring in 2, now they can see it's starting to happen. It's not a theory anymore. When they come in and they're new in the business, first thing you have to tell them is, make it a point not to talk to anyone. This is very, very important. You know why? Because they're going to probably do a lousy job. Well, every time I had a new person in the business before, I would tell them, don't talk to anyone, Harun. Why? Don't you trust me? No, I don't. But it's true. The guy probably won't be able to present the business effectively. If a person is new in this business and doesn't know anything about how to explain it properly, he will just end up turning his prospects off otherwise excellent business. How many have made that mistake before? You have no idea what to present. Yeah, you know, in Gold Quest, because there's these circles, and then after the circle, there's this bicycle. I don't understand the bicycle thing, but if you bicycle properly, they give you 2-4. No, I'm not interested. You're not? Why not? Then they wonder why they can't show people why this business is so good. And what happens when you turn somebody off? It's really hard to ever sit them down again and get them to listen. You see what I'm saying? Once his defenses are up, that's it. And that's the reason why you should tell them, don't talk to anyone. Oh yeah, but I want to talk to my cousin. Yeah, make sure I'm there with you. But Joe, I don't know anything about the business. Hey, if you don't know anything about the business and you have people on, you better start learning. Many people get turned off simply because the program was not explained properly. How many were turned off at first? When this business, come on, I know there's a few more out there. Because I was. When this business was first presented to me, I was very turned off. How many here? Come on, be honest. You have to be honest, guys. That's it. Because it wasn't explained properly, right? I've heard it you know, if this was explained to me before, wow, why wasn't this explained before? Tell your new referrals, don't talk to anyone unless you are there with them, in order that you may explain the business properly. But Joe, you mean I have to go with them? Hey, we did talk about paying the price, right? Well, but Joe, instead of going with them, I'd rather go watch a movie. I'd rather go play golf. I'd rather go to so-and-so party. You mean all these 5 people, I have to help them? Were we talking about counting the cost or not? Because that's the cost I'm talking, time. Joe, I don't have time for that. Well, then I guess you don't have time to be a millionaire. Because that's what it's going to take. Oh, in order you may explain the business properly. Joe, I don't know how to explain the business properly. Then you have no business doing this business. If you don't take the time out to learn how to explain this business properly, you have no right. As far as I'm concerned, I'm sorry. I told you I'd speak the truth. If you don't take the time out to learn how to explain this business properly, you have no right to do this business. If you expect people to take you seriously with this business, you take the business seriously. One of the first skills you're going to need is learn how to present specifically for this purpose. So that when you take somebody into your organization, that you have the necessary skills to fulfill your responsibility of caddying and helping these people out. If you're not willing to help these people out in your organization, you have no reason and no right to bring them in. You have a responsibility to these people. Another thing that you must learn is what we call the home meeting. And we call them the home meetings because they're usually held at home. So we couldn't think of any other heading for this topic. I like the home meetings. One, everybody has a home. Your home should be your office. Not everybody can afford to put up a 500 square meter, office at the Petronas. But everybody has a home with a table and 4 chairs. Right? Everybody has home. When I presented the business to Ferdy, was it In an office? No, I sat down with him in a coffee. My office was the placemat. When we presented the business to Dave and his friends, our office was the Pizza Hut table. In fact, when I started getting involved in this industry, not just with Gold Quest, I've been here for about 10 years. The first thing I did was got a bigger house with a bigger living room. You know why? Because of this, the home meeting. Because as your organization starts to grow, okay, what I would do is have them agree. Okay, as your organization start to grow, have them agree on a time when you shall meet at your home at least once a week, or at least once every 10 days. First thing I do is, and when we go looking at the house, I'd look at the living room. Because this is my office. This is where my organization is going to grow. One good idea, and this I used to do all the time, is to have a potluck party. I'd tell 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 people, hey, everybody bring food for 2 or 3, right? I'll supply the drinks and the rice and the bread. Everybody, I mean, how much can that cost? Doesn't cost an arm and a leg. Everybody, and then they would come to my house with food for 3, doesn't cost that much. We'd eat, you know, have a good time. And as you know, I have a good time when I'm eating. And we'd party, we'd eat, we'd have a good time. And invariably, inevitably, after dinner, right, we sit down in the living room and we start talking. We start talking about the business. Oh, you know, this week I experienced this. Next time I think I'm going to do this because this one didn't work. What about you? And you start exchanging information. Keep the business fun. You don't even have to do this at home. Many, many times you'd go watch movies. I'd tell my girl, hey, let's go watch a movie. We go watch a movie. After the movie, we gather at Dunkin' Donuts. And we'd sit. We'd talk about the business. But you see what I'm trying to say? Have meetings with these people. You'll notice that as different leaders begin to share their different experiences during the past week, everyone learns from each other. In your organization, are you the only one with brains? Because if you are, let's take a look at the quality of the people that you're bringing in. Sit down, share. Oh, what happened to you this week? Hey, you know, I learned a lot. I'm supposed to be teaching these guys. I learned a lot from them. This whole conference this weekend, so many of you have come up to me, hey Joe, this is great. You know what we should do with these VCDs? We should do this. And you know what we can do? I'm learning from this. Do you think I'm just being religious and saying that I'm getting as much blessing from this conference as you guys? No. I've learned so much just from last night, just talking and interacting with you guys. Ranjit came to me while I was preparing for the second module last night and shared to me about something which I ended up sharing with you guys. I learned from it. So don't think that these home meetings are only for your benefit. They're also for their benefit. I'm sorry. It's also for your benefit. You will learn. And pretty soon, because they're learning, their organizations will start growing. Right? And they will start now inviting people. Now it's good for these new people to start coming in to these little parties. It's beneficial for them because rubbing elbows and interacting with the leaders and the fellow questers, you know, creates an overall feeling of belonging. Hey, this is a team, this is a group. Hey, these guys are sharing their secrets with me, etc., etc. It also helps them gather valuable tips and information on objection handling. You know, many, many times, oh yeah, there was this guy who was asking all these objections, and you know, I answered him with this. Oh yeah, you know one good way to answer this objection? It's a learning time. Yes, it's fun. Yes, you have a party, but it's also time to learn. And since these are people that have been doing the business, they are seasoned leaders. So it keeps their faith levels high. Correct? When you attend meetings like this, it gets your faith levels very high. It's important to note that you can have these meetings anywhere you can gather as a group. Doesn't have to be in your home. Oh yeah, and later on, okay, the original group that you have will start their own home meetings. And then they will start their own home meetings, etc., etc. Then pretty soon this organization grows. That's why these meetings are so important. Now the reason I like to use the home is everybody has one. You don't want to rent an office, and spend a lot of money refurbishing, because people walk in and saying, wow, yeah, Jason can do this, but I can't do this. So I'm not going to be able to succeed in this business. You see what I'm saying? But when you have a home meeting and you have new people coming in, they're like, hey, I can do this. I can do this business. I can do this in my living room. Now you're going to have this VCD, you just put it on your computer with your group, you go over it one by one. Hey, I can do this. I can print a manual. Which, by the way, also is another, just to sidetrack a little bit, which is another good reason why one-on-one is more effective. Because when you sit here presenting to a large group, many, many times people in the audience are saying, hey, this is a good business, it's really nice, but I don't think I can do what this guy's doing. I don't think I can get up in front of a group of 100 people, right? But if you present the business to somebody one-on-one, in a restaurant, over a cup of coffee, the guy's saying, hey, I can do this. That's another reason why one-on-one is so good. I can do this bit. I can do what he's doing. I can bring my manual along. After these meetings, encourage what we call caddying. Okay, at these meetings. Okay, discuss it. You should caddy people. Caddying is an indispensable method of learning the basics of building the organization. In golf, you have the caddies that help out the golfer, right? Many, many golfers will tell you that many times their success is dependent on the caddy that they have. Because you think the caddy just gives him the clubs? No. They sit down. What are the wind conditions? What's my lie? What club should I use? Well, how will this affect? And the caddy gets involved with all of this. What's the exact yardage from here to the pin? The same thing in this business. You sit down with your leaders and, okay, what do you need from me? What do you need me to support you on this? What's this? What's that? That's caddying. And this is what you have to do with your leaders. I see some of your faces going, Joe, all of this is going to take away from my party time. Well, are you willing to pay the price? There's no such thing as an accidental millionaire. I don't know about other businesses, but in Gold Quest, no way. All the people that have made money in this business have worked long, have worked hard, but they've also reaped the benefits. I told you about the one lady in the Philippines who got pregnant. At least now I can say she doesn't look like this, because before people, when I'd say pregnant, people would look automatically at my stomach. She had been doing the business for about 1.5 years, and she got pregnant, of which is okay because she's married to her husband. Very important also. Remember, I was talking about the steps. Get married first, then you get pregnant. But anyway, so she had been doing very well, earning, weekly. She got pregnant. She spent 2 weeks in her house resting. And then she spent 4 days in the hospital, C-section. And then she spent another 2.5 weeks recovering. And just being with her baby, being with her husband. During this 5-week period, she earned $8,000, the next week $12,000, the next week $13,000, the next week $11,000, the next week $9,000. I don't know the exact chronological order, but the amounts are like that. While staying at home. How many have ever made $70,000 having a baby? That's what I'm saying. You reap the benefits of this. But she has worked hard in building her business. But how many people do you know have worked 15 years, 20 years, but still don't make $70,000 when they take a 5-week vacation? See, the point is, we're all going to work anyway. We're all going to work anyway. Whether you work hard in Gold Quest or A or B or C, we're all going to work. We might as well work on something that's going to give us benefits even when we do decide to take a break for a while. The big earners in this business, if they stop doing Gold Quest for 1 year, do you think their checks would go down? I know another lady who spent 5-6 months, 8, 9, 10 hours a day building her business. And she was earning well, $5,000, $6,000, $4,000 a week. And then for reasons that I don't want to discuss, she got out. She's not doing the business anymore. But up to this day, she's still getting checks. Sometimes 4, sometimes 3, sometimes 5, sometimes 2. But she has completely stopped doing the business. But her organization is still there. That's why I'm saying, pay the price, because it'll pay you back. The caddy system, you have to go through the list. Who do we caddy? Who? You have to make sure that, see, your time is very valuable. If you have 100 people or 200 people in your organization, you can't possibly caddy all of these. You know what I'm saying? So you have to identify, okay, these are the leaders, or these are the potential leaders that I want to work with. Not saying that you're going to neglect everybody else. But by you spending time with these leaders, right, and teaching them and imparting to them, and then now they go into their organization and start helping their organization, isn't that you also caddying them? Through your leaders, you are duplicating yourself and helping out. Don't go out with 200 people and caddy 200 people and only affect a 5% transfer, right? But choose 4, 5, 6 that you decide, I'm going to spend the next 1, 2, 3 months with these people. And make sure they know the business well. What do we need to caddy effectively? The tools. Training material, books. Remember I told you I was fortunate enough to have leaders before who caddied me and trained me. They lent me books, they lent me audio tapes, they lent me videotapes, they lent me training manuals that they put together. You need tools with which to caddy with. There's things also you must avoid. We'll go over that list a little bit later. And what must you do as the caddy? Once you have all the tools, how do you affect it? The caddy system is to help your referrals become successful in the business by working with and for them. Very important, the for. Because many people have this idea that, oh, I'm your leader in your organization, you go work for me. The reason that I was successful in this industry, I think, is because when I brought somebody in, I would make it a point to tell them, I will be your employee for the next 2 months. Not your slave. We're going to teach you that in the, what to avoid. I'm not going to be your slave, but I'm going to be your employee. In other words, whatever you need, I'm going to be there and going to be supporting you. So you work with them and you work for them. Because remember, we discussed earlier, when they prosper, who prospers? Caddying entails nurturing. Remember, we were talking about the plant. You know how you don't just plant the seed and then just let it go. No, you spend time cultivating the soil. You nurture. That person that you decide to caddy, you nurture them. You sit down with them, spend time training. And training isn't just sitting down with somebody, you sit down, I'm going to train you because I'm the all great, grand poobah of this business and you're going to... No, training doesn't... Many times, like before, when Ferdy and I were going to Dave Trinidad, okay, I'll pick you up in your house. We spent about 45 minutes in the car before we got to that place, and we talked about the business. That's training. Training is not getting up in a three-piece suit and sitting in front of 200 people. That's not training. Yes, it is one form, but training is impartation. Any time that you can sit down with somebody and impart knowledge to them, that's training. So don't neglect the time that you have with your leaders going to and from meetings. That a lot of training happens there. Just you fellowshipping with each other, sitting down, having donuts, talking about your experience. Isn't that training? I've learned a lot from these sessions. And we thought we were just having a cup of coffee. Nurture your people. Don't just expect them to go out and make money for you. No. You sit down with them. In fact, when you have a new person in the business, remember what we call the 48-hour rule. Okay, make this ironclad in your organization. When you have a new customer, do not let 48 hours pass without calling and meeting with him or her and offering your support. 48-hour rule. Not calling and saying, Haroon, what is this? Up to now, you don't have any on your left, you don't have any on your right. I thought you were a good guy. I think you're spending too much time in front of that computer. No wonder your business not going. You were supposed to make a lot of money for me. That's traditional. When you're a boss and he's your employee, when you're paying his salary, you have the right to call him and say, Haroon, you're not taking care of your business, blah, 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 blah. You see what I'm saying? You are not the employer. Remember that. Yeah, but he's under me in my organization. Shouldn't I tell him what to do? If you know what you're talking about, yes. Calling to support means, Haroon, you came in either direct or indirect. Can we meet up? Do you need anything? Do you need me to help talk to some people for you? You see what I'm saying? Support. This is my number. This is my hand phone number. This is my home phone number. If you ever have any problems, give me a call. If you're sitting in front of your cousin or your friend and they have an objection that you can't answer, just give me a call and I'll talk to them. Remember, that's what we were talking about last night? But Joe, you mean I have to give my number out? You mean all these people are going to be calling me? Hey, are you going to count the cost or not? Are you willing do you want to be called 10 hours a day? I do. You know why? Because that means my organization is vibrant. They're hungry for knowledge. They're hungry for input. If nobody's calling you, in Manila, I would have a beeper and a hand phone. I'm telling you, when that hand phone or that beeper doesn't beep I get worried. I get worried. What's wrong? What's wrong? How come nobody's calling me? How come nobody's asking me for meetings? Takes time to do that. You have to be willing to pay that price. Ask if they need help to present. Many times these people are excited about the business but have no idea what to say. And how many of you ever experienced this? Somebody comes in, gives you his draft or pays by credit card, is really excited, comes back 4 or 5 days later saying, have you sent the draft? Can I withdraw? How many times has that ever happened? I guarantee you, what happened to this guy, he was so excited, he saw the business, he sent in his draft or paid by credit card, goes to 4 or 5 of his friends or relatives, they have absolutely no idea how to present the business, they do a lousy job, botch up the whole operation, and their friends tell, this is this, that, you'll never make it. Then he gets into arguments with them, right? Comes back and says, I did the wrong thing. You mind if I get back my draft? I guarantee you that's what happened. And that's the reason why you don't want them talking to anyone without you being there. Ask them, demand. You insist that you be with him. If you can't be with him, make sure one of the other leaders are. Ask if they need some help on answering any objections. You can call, yeah, Harun, you know, there's this guy, I had a hard time with him. Why? What happened? Blah, 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 blah. Okay, the next time this comes up, this is how you answer this. The next time that this comes up, this is how you answer this. You see what I'm saying? Don't just hang up the phone. Oh, man, you must have done a lousy job. You better go train. Hey, who's supposed to train them? Whose responsibility is it? Encouragement. That's so important. People new in this business have to know that they're doing the right thing. Yes, they have to know when they're doing the wrong thing. If he's doing the wrong kind of presentation, if he's presenting the business wrong, yes, it's your job to sit down, you know, and talk to him and tell him what he's doing wrong. But it's also your job and your responsibility to make sure that his faith level keeps high. Encourage him. Isn't it nice to receive encouragement? Isn't it nice? You have no idea how it makes me feel, how it makes Patrick feel. When you guys come up to us and say, hey Joe, you know, great job, you know, we're enjoying this. It means a lot. It's the same for the guy just starting out in the business. If it feels good when people encourage you, it's going to feel the exact same way. You should build a culture where everybody edifies and encourages each other. Start that culture. Support. That's where the time comes in. Being with them, going with them to the different appointments. Maybe even canceling some of your own. I've canceled movies with my wife, with my children. I've canceled parties. I've canceled out golf games. Simply because I was committed to somebody else. These are not theories that I'm talking to you about. Patrick, where's Patrick? Patman. Ed, have you guys ever canceled anything to support someone? That's why they're successful. That's why the checks are so big. Support. Joe, you know, there's this big group, you know, they're coming in, you know, and I'm really excited. They want to talk about the business. Can you come here Friday night, 7 o'clock? Oh man, I can't. I just bought my tickets to the Gladiator and, you know, I can't. How many have ever done that? Now, there's nothing in the policy and procedures book that forces you to be there. It's a moral obligation. Go to them, support them. When I first got involved with this business, I told my wife and my children, I sat down with them, and I said, for the next 6 to 9 months, I'm going to be really scarce around this house. Not because I don't love you guys, but because if I do this business right, we're never going to have to worry about finances again. And then I can sit down and watch grass grow with you the whole day. Because that's my goal. People ask me why I work so hard. Because I'm so lazy. I want to get to the point where I don't really have to do anything. Because there are many, many, many important things in life that have nothing to do with making money. Watching your children grow. Nothing gives me more pleasure and fulfillment than being with my children. You'll meet them all, by the way. They're all going to be here tonight. Spending time with your wife. Priceless. Going out and doing mission work. Priceless. Taking vacations with your family. Now that has a price. That's not priceless. But that's why we work hard, so that someday we don't have to work. But in the beginning, you have to work hard. And the hard part comes in the teaching, the supporting, the encouragement, the nurturing of your network. But I'm telling you, it pays. It pays dividends that you can't put on a check. Do you think I can put a price on the relationship I have with Ranjit and Tony and Ronnie and Patman and Patrick and Ed? I can't put a price on that. Build a team. Teaching, impart. See, another nice thing about this business, and this is the reason why many companies are gravitating towards this industry, because it's such an efficient way to work. See, in the corporate world, if I were the president, and let's say Kuna were the vice president, would I tell Kuna all my secrets? Why not? They take me away. And they promote Kuna, right? Hire him for half of what they're paying me. You see what I'm saying? Yeah, I may have taught you everything you know, but I haven't taught you everything I know. You see what I'm saying? But in this business, everything you know, if you can write everything down, everything you know, you want to pass down to your leaders. Why? Because their success is your success. Here there are no promotions, there are no hirings, there are nothing. It's your leadership base. Teach, impart. The more you know, the more you can teach. Now, before you start to teach, however, you have to do one exercise. Make sure that your leaders have a vision. Have you ever tried to teach somebody who doesn't want to learn? Have you ever tried to teach a dog how to sit when he doesn't want to learn how? Because there are some dogs that are more, how do you call this, receptive than others. But let's stop using dogs as an example. Okay? But you know what I'm trying to say. Have you ever tried to teach tennis to somebody who has no vision to become a tennis player? If they have no vision for this business, they'll have no direction. They won't know what they're doing. They will not be motivated. You're going to have to call them up every day. Come on, man, come on. They will not be willing to overcome obstacles. They will have no work ethic. How many guys have a vision for this business? Do you guys need anybody to motivate you? Aren't you going out trying to get as much learning as you can? Before you teach, make sure you sit down with them and impart a vision in their hearts for what they can achieve in this business, or else nothing happens. It's like banging your head against the wall. If they have none of the above, they're going to be lazy. They're just going to be lazy. For me, there's no such thing as a lazy person. Only a person with no vision. Okay, we were talking about, have you ever wondered why there's some people in your organization that don't move? Okay, there's some people, they come in, they're really excited, and then after 2, 3, 4 days, you know, that it's gone. Okay, now the reason for this is because they have no vision for the business. Okay, there's no such thing as a person who's lazy, as far as I'm concerned. It's just a person with no vision. I can give a personal testimony to that, because, you know, I always thought I was a lazy person. Okay, but it turns out that what society, or my schools, some of my relatives, and to a certain extent what my parents had expected of me, was not where I wanted to go in life. Okay, later on in my life, I found out that, hey, I have a vision for this. It's just that the visions that were set for me were not my own visions. Okay, and finally, I broke free from that mold that, hey, I wasn't lazy, I just didn't have a vision. For 26 years of my life, I just kind of went, you know, floating wherever the wind blew. But when I finally sat down and decided, okay, that this is where I want to excel, this is what I want to do, then, like I explained last night, my life started moving in a predominantly forward direction. Okay, so if a person who's involved with this business doesn't have a vision, will eventually just peter out. Okay, they have no direction, they have no work ethic for the business. You're not going to move unless you're there motivating them. Okay, because for the life of me, I can't figure out why somebody can't see this business and work with it. Okay, because if you do this business properly, man, the financial benefits are unbelievable. Okay, before you start the teaching process, the reason we're talking about this is, remember, you're supposed to teach the people as you caddy them. Okay, it's really, really difficult to try and teach somebody who doesn't want to learn. Okay, it's also like banging your head against the wall. So before you start the teaching process, sit down with your potential leaders and make sure, remember, we discussed earlier that, you have to sit down and identify who you're going to caddy, who you're going to take care of. Okay, sit down with them, whether individually, or as a group. Sit down with them and make sure you've gone through the process you have gone through that gave you your vision. Okay, sit down with them. Make sure that they have identified their compelling reasons and their burning desires for doing this business. Okay, because remember, you want people that are like you. Go-getters, prime movers, people who will do everything they can to make sure that this business will work. Okay, and the way to do that is impart a vision in their heart. Not your vision, but their vision. Okay? Now the reason I went through my compelling reasons and burning desires last night was basically to show, because you heard everything that I said. How many have basically the same compelling reasons? Right? How many have the same visions? In other words, what I'm trying to say is we're all the same. Whether you're Malaysian, Canadian, Russian, American, Filipino, we're all the same. We all want to, work so that our family benefits. We're all gonna cry at our daughter's weddings. You know what I'm saying? We're all the same. We have the same visions. We have the same wants. We have the same desires for our family. Just by you sitting down and discussing your vision with somebody else will help revive and bring to the surface his own visions. As I was discussing my compelling reasons and burning desires with you guys last night, were you not, hey, me also, didn't it help you, make your own at least mental list of what your visions are? Many, many times this impartation of vision comes from just the fact that when you go make a presentation to someone and you're driving and you're saying, hey, in this business, if I work this hard for 2 years, in 2 years I can be financially free. Just by you describing your vision gets him thinking about his own vision. You see what I'm saying? You can use your vision to inspire them to derive their vision. So sit down with them. Make sure that they have also written down their compelling reasons and burning desires. If you take the time to do this, then you don't have to motivate them. If you take the time to sit down and make sure they have their own vision for the business, you don't have to keep motivating them anymore. That's why when I first started this business, my phone was ringing off the hook. Because we used to spend so much time. Patrick, how many nights did we spend going into early morning, 2, 3, 4 o'clock with TG, with Rico, with Donna, sitting down discussing what we wanted to do with this business, and sitting down and doing that with their leaders. That's why the next day and the weeks, the phone would be ringing off the hook because I don't have to motivate them anymore. They're all internally motivated. Think about the people in your organization who are deadbeats, aren't doing anything. And I guarantee you that these guys have no vision for the business. They probably came in because they were either deceived or lured to come in, which we will take up tomorrow, or they were promised that they won't have to do anything and you or your leader will build a large organization for them. In other words, they have no vision for the business. They're not willing to pay the price. Take the time. Nurture them into that vision. Encourage them into that vision. When they have a vision, they'll want to learn on their own, even without you there. You all know Eric Clapton, right? Especially these two guys over here. They were doing an Eric Clapton medley last night. But this guy, he's one of the greatest guitarists, greatest rock guitarists, of the modern times. But he doesn't know how to read notes. He doesn't know how to read a single note. But man, he can play like nobody else. He can play like Eric Clapton. The reason he doesn't know how to read notes, it just tells me that he did not have any classical training. For whatever reason, whether his parents didn't support him or his parents wanted to but could not afford it, or they didn't have a teacher in their neighborhood, for whatever reason, it's obvious to me that Eric Clapton did not have a classical teacher to teach him the classical methods. Because the first thing they teach you is how to read notes. That's the first thing they teach you. So just the fact that he doesn't read notes tells me that he didn't have this classical training. But still, deep inside, the guy wanted to be a guitarist. Maybe he didn't want to be the greatest guitarist ever, of which he is one of them now. Remember I told you your visions change, your goals change. But he had a burning desire to play guitar good. So it also tells me that even though he didn't have education at his fingertips, he made sure that he learned how to do it himself. You see what I'm trying to say? Because he had a goal, he had a vision. I know somebody who's a great drummer, and when he started drumming on pots and pans. He would study drummers on TV, from music, from the stereo. And he had pots and pans. He didn't have a drum set. But he made sure he learned how to do it. Don't you want those kind of people in your organization? People who will call you at 11 o'clock at night, Jason, I can't sleep. Because you know why? I gave a presentation, it didn't work. I want to know how. Can you teach me how to make it better? Would you be bothered by a phone call like that? If you want people like that, give them a vision for the business. Then you don't have to motivate them anymore. They'll motivate themselves. And since they're internally motivated, it's very easy to teach them. They're very open. It's really hard. It's a hard thing to do, to try and teach someone who doesn't want to learn. It's frustrating. But on the other hand, it's so fulfilling to teach somebody who's like an open book. You tell me what I have to do and I'll do it. And finally, after the teaching process, make sure they have the vision. It's very important. You have to inspire them. Not just with nice words, not just with, sayings from books and stuff like that, although it helps. Encourage them with you. You should be an inspiration to them. Your example, your commitment to them, your support for them should be an example. That should inspire them. Number one, inspire them to achieve heights in this business that they never thought possible. And it should also inspire them to be an inspiration to others. That's all part of the caddying process. These are the kind of people you want, fully supported, with vision. Now, there are some things you must avoid, when you caddy someone. It doesn't mean that just because you want to support someone and make sure that he grows in the business, you give away the farm to this guy. Making yourself available at all times. Now, this may sound like a contrary statement to what we're saying earlier about spending time with them, but let them know, that time is valuable. Don't call me at 1:30 in the morning and I'll be there in 5 minutes. You don't want to be his slave. You want to be his employee. Let him know that, one, my time is valuable. Let's schedule our things. Let's schedule our meetings. Don't call me at 1 o'clock in the morning and expect me to run and make a presentation for a friend of yours. In fact, this is a mistake that many, many people make. Come on, Leslie, you just come in. You don't have to do anything. You just give me the names of all your prospects and I'll call them for you. Have you ever done that? In your exuberance and your enthusiasm to do this business, have you tried calling people? Don't do that. It doesn't work. I will tell somebody that I'm caddying, Haroon, I will present to as many people as you want me to on one condition, that you are there with me. Now the reason for that, so remember, you want to teach, you want to impart. The first reason for that is the best way to train the person that you're caddying than letting him see it over and over again. Right? That's number one. So he can learn the presentation process. Number two, as his friend asks objections and you start answering them, he also starts to learn how to answer objections. And sometimes objections that he may have had but was too ashamed or too embarrassed to say, right? when you answer them, it also gets answered in his mind, so it encourages him more. But finally, the third and most important reason why Harun has to be there when I talk to his friend is his friend doesn't trust me. If Harun gave me, excuse me, I don't know your name. Raminda. Okay, call up Raminda and tell her, you know, you want to show her a business. And I call up Raminda, and Raminda, Harun told me to call you up. What are you going to think? Are you going to go, wow, I want to meet with you tomorrow? Or are you going to be, why? Why are you calling? Or who are you? Yeah. And why are you calling? In other words, suspicious. You see what I'm saying? It's not an open thing. And finally, if you do break through that wall somehow and are able to sit down with Raminda, maybe Harun will call, Raminda, meet with Joe. I can't be there, but meet with Joe. And I sit down, you're not going to trust me. Right? Who's this guy? Right? You're not going to trust me. Now, I'm not saying that you're never going to be able to present to somebody who you don't know, but the probabilities of this person responding to this business gets lower and lower. But, if Harun calls up Raminda, Raminda, I'm going to set up a meeting, I want you to see this business, okay, an associate of mine is coming with me because I don't know how to present it so well yet, because I just started in it. I mean, tell the truth. So let's meet Tuesday lunch. Is that okay with you? What's it about? Never mind. We'll tell you during the meeting. So finally, you sit down with Raminda. Raminda trusts Harun. You do, don't you? Now, obviously, Harun trusts me, because if not, he would have never brought me in front of Raminda. So because of our association, Raminda will also trust me, at least for the time that Harun is there with me. But you see what I'm trying to say? That's why it's important that he is there with you. Okay? Because right away it breaks down barriers, it breaks down walls. But that's what I'm trying to say. Making yourself available at all times, avoid it. Yes, I'm available, but you have to be there with me. You want to be their employee, support, not their slave. Okay? In other words, yes, I'll make myself available, but there's a price to pay. You have to be with me. Yes, I'll make myself available to train your group, Harun, but you have to be there with me, and it can only be on Thursday afternoon because I have another group that I'm meeting with. Because believe me, if you how do you call this? If you just make yourself available at all times, then they get spoiled. They'll take that time for granted. Your time is valuable. It's the number one capital that you have in this business. Guard it. Make sure that you don't waste it. Doing your presentations without referral in training. In other words, your referrer who you're training. Okay, don't do that unless he's there for the reasons that we've already gone over. CADIA, a direct or indirect TCO who has not completed the basic training course. Now, before this VCD, it's very hard because you have to get to the basic training course. But now, when all of these things are going to be on video or VCD, you can sit down with Raminda and say, yes, fine, Raminda, I'm going to CAD you, but before we start, I want you to watch all of these VCDs. That way we're talking the same language. Yeah. Can you help me? Can you make sure my organization grows? Yeah, but we have a basic training meeting in my house. No, I can't. I'm going swimming. Well, look, if you're not willing to spend time getting basic training in this course, then I don't have time to CAD you. Remember, you have to choose the people that you're going to work with. You have to choose these people. Your time is an asset. Your time is valuable. Essentials in CADing, a 3-point guideline to create maximum effect in your organization. Identify the time and date you will allot for each of your potential leaders. Okay? There has to be specific time, specific place. And you have to have a specific reason why these times are set. I know somebody who would meet in Manila. We were having big bombs, rooms. Sometimes we'd have 1,000, 1,200 people. And one of the leaders there would meet with his leaders after that meeting. Because this is when everybody's excited. Wow, they just brought in, 5 people. The 5 people came in. They're really excited. They're receptive to training. You know what I'm saying? Don't meet with somebody, for example, right before they're off vacation. Let's say they're leaving for outstation at 5 o'clock. Don't meet with them at 4. Because they're not thinking about this meeting with you. They're thinking about their vacation. Okay, so make sure that you choose the times carefully. Identify potential leaders who you will caddy. Ideally, it should be between 2 to 5 people. But Joe, you said to train leaders. Yes, but you can't train 50 leaders at the same time. Why do you think all GMs, all CEOs, all managing directors, all generals, how many people do they have directly under their responsibility? Not directly. 4, 5 people. Because you can only effectively manage or train or caddy about 2 to 5 people. As your skill level goes up, maybe that'll go up to 6 or 7. But your time management skills have to be really, really good. Okay? I would rather, and you would rather, train 2, 3, 4, or 5 people effectively. Never mind if you're not able to do it to 20. But it's better to do it 100% with 4 or 5 people than so-so with 30. Then you're going to have 30 half-baked leaders. I would rather have 2, 3, 4 that are 100% questers. Mind, soul, and body. Whoa. Hey, this business gets pretty heavy. I mean, you really get into it. You know what I'm saying? There comes a time where it's a way of life already. Because like I said, impartation is such that the benefits are not only financial. Set a planning session with the people that you're going to caddy. Explain and reinforce the purpose of caddying. They have to know why they're going through this process. Okay, if you notice, I take great pains in the seminars and the trainings to explain why we're doing this. Because if a person understands why he's doing something, why he's undergoing something, then they accept it much, much better. It's the same thing with discipline. I discipline my children. But we explain to them why. You don't just, let's say, and sometimes this disciplining involves punishment. Now, many times a child who's being punished who doesn't understand the reason why he's getting punished, ends up resenting it. You know what I'm saying? If it's done enough times, he ends up to be a rebellious child. But if you sit down and explain to your children why this disciplining process, why this punishment. I have sat my children I have 5. I've sat each one of them down so many times. Mommy and I, we discipline you and we punish you because we love you and we want you to grow up following these guidelines. We have a certain set of guidelines that, okay, this is the way how to be a proper human being on this earth. And the reason that we're punishing you is because we want to make sure, because we love it. You know, it's easier, we explain to them, it's easier for us to just keep saying yes. Right? Isn't it easier to tell a child, yeah, okay, go ahead, do it. But then when they get to be 17, 18, 19, 20 years old, and they're so used to just doing things the way they want, and we explain to them, we punish you, we discipline you because we love you. The day that we stop punishing you, then you should be worried. There came a time where Ina, you'll meet her later, she's here, my daughter. When she was about 6, okay, there was one, and you have to be consistent. With children, you have to be consistent with your discipline. And you can't just punish when you're in a bad mood. You know what I'm saying? Because then they'll think it has to do with anger. No, it has to do with because we're punishing you because we love you. We're disciplining you because we love you. And there was one particular time when I was very busy and I wasn't able to punish. My daughter came up to me and she was crying. She was 6 years old. She goes, "Daddy, don't you love me anymore?" And I go, "Of course I do. Why?" "Because, I disobeyed and you didn't spank me. You didn't punish me." No, really, it blessed my heart. Because ever since she was a little girl, I've always told her, "I'm punishing you because I love you and I want you to avoid these things." And she, "Daddy, don't you love me anymore?" All I'm trying to say here, okay, is make sure you explain why. Explain and reinforce why you're going to caddy. Because if children, okay, can get to the point where they love discipline and punishment simply because they know it's good for them, then what more the other stuff that's a little bit more pleasant than punishment and discipline? You know what I'm saying? Explain to them, the reason I'm caddying is because I want you to be this kind of leader. I want you to be this. Because sometimes that caddying will how do you call this, involve some disciplining. There are some people who go about this business the wrong way. Right? Like there are some people who make presentations that are lousy. Sometimes they're in a bad mood. Yeah. It's up to you as a leader to pull this guy aside. Hey, wait a minute. Wait a minute. If you expect to be the leader of a global organization, you have to, you have to change your presentation. Yeah, but I'm actually I present well. I was just in a bad mood. Well, if you're in a bad mood, don't present the business. Delegate it to somebody else. I mean, caddying involves disciplining. And if you don't sit down and explain to them why you're doing this, you're never going to be able to speak into them. Because impartation is not always, hey, you can do it, I believe in you, oh, this is great. No, impartation, caddying is also, Haron, I really think that you should change the way you're presenting, especially this part. If you've never explained to him why you're doing this, he's just going to walk away. But if you explain to him that you want him to be a leader of a global organization, then you can sit down. Haron, remember, I told you that if you're going to be this kind of leader that we both agree you can be, that you have to go through this process. You have to earn that right. That's the reason why you have to sit down and explain. Some of you are looking really worried. Wow, Joe, that's a lot of time. Yes, it's a lot of time. This is not a get-rich-quick scheme. And if you want people outside to believe that this is not a get-rich-quick scheme, if you want governments of the world to not think that this is a get-rich-quick scheme, well, let's act like it. Let's show the world what this business is really about. Because I happen to believe that this is one of the best systems there is on the planet, and if we do it right, people are going to take notice. People are going to take notice, companies are going to take notice, governments are going to take notice if we do it right. I don't know about you guys, I'm in this business for the long run. So yes, take the time, do what's good for our business. Agree on a fixed weekly schedule. Allocate the time. I am setting aside Wednesday afternoon, 3 to 6 o'clock to be with your group. Make sure that they're there. Make sure that you're there. Set the time. Agree on a short-term goal. Example, the coin and the first $400 check. Isn't that such a big milestone? Isn't that a big milestone? I don't know about you guys, man, when I got my first coin, I was excited. When I got my first check, I was excited. So was my wife. Remember, it became our coin and our business. So you want them to reach that milestone for 2 reasons. Okay, number 1, when they earn their coin and their first check, wow, this is real. This business is real. Before it was all theory. Okay? But then when you receive your coin and your check, it's like, whoa. Especially when you cash your check and it doesn't bounce. Now, doesn't that really enforce? You see what I'm saying? So number 1 reason is to reinforce. Okay, not that they doubt. Okay, by the way, we've never had a check that bounce, so. That's the first reason. So they get excited. So they get motivated. Okay. Number 2, okay, is this is a testimony business. Can you imagine somebody coming, Haron, man, I got to tell you, this is a great business. This is fantastic. And you also, sir, I want to tell you about this. Can I see your coin? Actually, I haven't earned it yet. Can I see your first check? No, I haven't earned the check yet. How long have you been in this business? Well, only about 2 years. Do you think this guy is going to have any credibility? But if I come up to her and say, Haroon, this is a great business, blah, blah, blah. Oh yeah, that sounds great in principle. But have you ever gotten your coin? Oh yeah. I earned it after my 3rd week. Oh yeah, what about the check? Yeah, on my 6th week, I got a $400 check. In other words, he's got something to say. He's got something to testify about. Who has a bigger testimony? The guy who's earning $400 a week or the guy that's earning $20,000 a week? That's why, set the goal. Okay, Haroon, by when? I'm going to do everything I can to help you. But by when? Okay, it should be by the X week, we earn your coin. By the Y week, we earn your check. And then you sit down and make sure that you do everything you can that goal is fulfilled. Again, for his benefit and for his testimony. When he gets his coin, when he gets his check, all the people that were doubting him, all the people that were doubting the company, all of a sudden they're like, hey, wait a minute. This is a company that delivers. This is a system that works. So all the no's, little by little, start turning into yeses. All of that happens by your leader earning his first check and his first coin. And oh yeah, hey, by the way, does that benefit you any? Yes. Because that's also volume on your left or on your right side. Get them to commit to the plan and to the goal. You shouldn't be the only one committed to making sure that he earns. He also has to have the same commitment. If you've sat down with that person and they've established their goals, their vision, you've established with them that, I'm going to meet with you. In other words, if they know what they're doing, it should be very, very easy to get them to commit to the plan and to the goal. It shouldn't be too much hard work. To commit simply means to act upon. In other words, when this guy commits, he has to act upon that commitment, act upon that goal. He has to appropriate time, appropriate effort for it. He has to entrust himself to the system, to your system, to the system that GoldQuest has put up, that it's something that's going to be delivering. That's why I'm willing to commit. And he has to confine his efforts. What I'm talking, focus. Let's focus on this goal. That's what the word commitment means. Don't take it lightly. Now let me end by allow me to challenge your imagination a little bit. Okay? Can you imagine having an organization, okay, imagine your organization like this, okay, and it's composed of these individuals. You have on your left, number 1, Dave Trinidad. You have on your right, number 2, Ranjit Singh. Would you be a happy camper? Do you think you would have qualified for your coin? But that's not it. That's not it. Can you imagine number 3, you have Patrick Zuniga. And then on your number 4, you have Patman. I couldn't pronounce his last name, so I just put down his... Number 5, you have Ronnie Wong. Number 6, you have Muhammad Isa. Now, do you think that this tracking center would be one that would be collecting a weekly check? Huh? Is this something that you would like to do? Now, let me ask you guys, what would you be willing to give for an organization like this? How long would you be willing to work to have an organization that looks like this? What price would you be willing to pay to have an organization that looks like this? And surely you wouldn't mind having these individuals in your... See, because these leaders are going to produce other leaders. Can you imagine further down in your organization, you have Tony Kong. Then you have Anan. You have Donna Imson. Then you have Ferdy Tolentino, T.G. Quintanar, Rico Owi. All these guys are the V team members. These guys are committed to this business. These guys are 100% living, breathing, dreaming, eating GoldQuest. Wouldn't you like to have an organization that looked like that and had people under them that represented this kind of talent, skill, commitment? How long would you be willing to wait? Would you be willing to work free for 9 months to train an organization that looked like this? Yes. Are you sure? How many? How many here? Because I'm going to send a letter to the accounting department not to send you your weekly checks for 9 months. No, the point I'm trying to make here, okay, is, see, it takes time to build these leaders. Do you think Dave Trinidad was always who he is today? And Ranjit, and Ronnie, and Patman, and Patrick, Tony Kong. I mean, these guys were just like you and me before. But because they had leaders who sat down with them, trained them. You see what I'm saying? That's you guys. Where's Patman? Is he in the room? Man, remember the early days? We went to every coffee shop, every San Francisco coffee, sitting there talking about this business, the right things to do, the wrong things to do. Patrick, how many times were we there? We'd fall asleep on my couch at 3, 4 in the morning, wake up at 7. My wife would go, "You guys are still here?" I'm so sick of his face. No, I was just kidding. I love Patrick. I'm glad he's here. We're playing golf tomorrow. I'm going to beat you again, boy. No, what I'm trying to say is it takes time. It takes time to build this. Be patient. Be patient. If you build your leaders properly, if you train them properly, if you caddy them properly, it will pay. It'll cost, definitely, there's a price. But it will pay. I guarantee you, it will pay. So be patient, sit down, draw up your list, make sure you know who you're going to train, commit your time to them, give them a vision, make sure they know what to expect from this business, provided they do this. And believe me, that kind of organization is something not only to be proud of, but something that's going to be very profitable for you and your family for the next 4, 5, 6, 10, 15, 20 years. Because I've had people come up to me, "Joe, how long will Gold Quest be here?" Have you ever had that question asked? And I just, well, as long as people are buying coins from us, we're going to be here. It's that simple. I mean, how long does a restaurant stay open? As long as there's people buying food from that restaurant. How long will Coke be open? As long as people are buying Coke. I mean, Gold Quest is no different. It's the same. As long as people are buying coins, as long as you allow us to be here, we're here. So when you set up an organization that looks like this, believe me, as long as Gold Quest is on this planet, you're going to be making a very, very good income that will last for you and your family for many, many years to come. But it takes time. Don't shirk the responsibility. Don't be afraid of the hard work that goes into building an organization like this, because it pays. You've heard me say time and time again the last 2 days, but the bottom line, it pays. It pays to have this organization. Okay? So this ends our module for today. Thank you very much. We'll continue the how to make an effective presentation. So thank you very much. Let's build. So we're going to start our fourth and final module this morning. I'm very excited because this is a module that is, well, all the modules are important, okay, but this particular one, because it's the first basic skill that one must acquire in order to succeed in this business. Remember we were saying, I was mentioning during the earlier modules that the only real skills that you need in this business are how to make a presentation, how to answer objections, okay, and how to build and support your organization. Okay, so this is considered one of those 3 basic skills. Okay, and one thing I must assure everybody is that it's not a skill that's very difficult. Okay, it's difficult at first, like any like any task. It's like a child learning how to walk. It's difficult at first, but as long as you're doing it every day, and actually that's the key, repetition. Okay, once you just start doing it, every day, or every week, it becomes second nature already to everyone. Okay, so please don't be intimidated that this is something that you have to study years to be able to master. Okay, especially today with all the guides that you have. Okay, what you call this, the manuals, the leaders that you have to follow. Okay, actually presenting is very, very easy. Now, as I discussed also in the earlier modules, it's our opinion, not just ours, but the opinion of many, that the one-on-one presentation or the small group presentation, okay, is the most effective, is the best way. So when we say how to make an effective presentation, please don't think that what we're talking about is standing up in front of a group of 1,000 people. Okay, we're talking about making an effective presentation, okay, to sit with your relative or your friend or a colleague, okay, and present to them the business in an effective way so they see the feasibility, okay, if they spend their time in this business. Okay, now of course, you start one-on-one, then pretty soon the one that you invited will invite 2 or 3 people, then you start presenting to them. The groups will get bigger. Okay, so don't worry, don't get intimidated. This is not something where you have to be, one of these expert public speakers to do. This is a very simple thing to do as long as you follow the right procedures. Okay, now your ability to present the business properly and effectively, and to teach others the same skill will ultimately determine the growth and the size of your organization and the amount printed on your weekly commission checks. Okay? First, let's internalize the 3 reasons why you need to learn how to present. Okay? Before we even go into learning, let's say, why? Why are we doing this? Why is it so important? 1, so you can grow. Okay? You don't need anybody else to go with you. You have the tools and the skills necessary to expand your business base anytime, anywhere. Okay, you're not limited to the BOMs or the business opportunity meetings that we have in the hotels or in the offices. Okay, you can go anywhere you want. Okay, if you go, one thing nice about this business, many people have told me is, hey Joe, I was on vacation. I was outstationed for 2 weeks, and while we were swimming, I met this guy at the pool bar, and he asked what I was doing and why I could take a vacation for a long time. And next thing I know, over a cup of coffee, I was presenting the business, and now I have somebody in Penang, or now I have somebody in the UK. In other words, it's something that you can do, anytime and anywhere. Okay. Now, if you don't know how to present the business, and you're swimming somewhere or whatever, playing bowling or playing golf, okay, and the guy just asks you, what are you doing? Can you show me? Is this profitable? And you don't know how to present. What are you going to do? Oh, can you come to KL? We have a weekly BOM. Oh, I can be there on Wednesday. Yeah, but our BOM is on Thursday. Can you come on Thursday instead? No, you show him right there. Hey, you have 30, 45 minutes. Let me show it to you. If you don't have 30, 45 minutes now, can we meet for coffee tomorrow? Okay, and right then and there, you can present to him the business. Okay, so he'll take you more seriously if you can explain the business properly. Okay, we took that up in the module yesterday. Now, another reason why I have to learn how to present, the second reason, is so you can help others grow. Okay, as you bring people into your organization, okay, and if you explain the business properly, okay, and effectively, believe me, you will get people to join in your organization. Okay, you will be surprised how many people out there are looking for a business base. You'll be surprised how many people are looking for a way to augment their income. Okay, because let's face it, inflation eats up most of everybody's income. Okay, all of us are mature here. We know what inflation is. Okay, there's so many people out there that are looking for another way, okay, to earn money for their families. Okay, pretty soon, if you present the business properly, people are going to start coming into your organization. As you refer people to GoldQuest and people turn on to the idea that, hey, there is another way to earn income, they're going to come in. However, they don't know how to make presentations. Do you remember the first day when you first joined? The day when you first joined? Did you know how to present the business? Okay, did you know how to go to someone and present to them, the opportunity that is Gold Quest? You didn't. But at the same time, you had a list of people that, oh, this guy I know, if I present the business to him, he's going to see this business opportunity. But you don't know how to do it. So what, you go to your leader, okay, you go to the guy who referred you into the business and ask him to help you. Okay? Now, if he doesn't help you, you're not going to be able to make your business grow. If you don't make your business grow and bring in your new referrals, you're going to get very discouraged. Okay? So that's very important. So let's say this is you, and you bring in Tom, and today it's Bob. Okay? Jeff went outstation. He's now in the UK, bringing in new people to Gold Quest through the referral system. So today it's Bob. Okay, so let's say you bring in Tom and Bob. They're excited, but they know nothing about the business. All they know, all they've seen is this vision, okay, that if I build an organization properly, I'm going to make money, but they have absolutely no idea how to go about it. Okay? Now, if you spend 2 weeks in helping Tom and Bob get their first 2 or 3 directs, okay, Tom has his left, Tom has his right. If you spend 2 to 3 weeks assisting Tom and Bob, okay, again, I get some people assisting. You mean I have to spend time in this business? We've been over that, okay? This is a business where you have to pay the price, and part of that price is helping people out, okay? Now, if you spend 2 weeks helping them out, what happens? They get excited, okay, because their business is starting. Okay, what they saw on paper before is now happening under them in their organization. They see their genealogy report. Hey, I have my one on my left, and I have one on my right. Then, if you spend the next 2 weeks helping their directs, bringing in their circle of influence, this is what happens now to the organization. Now you have 3 people on the left and 3 people on the right who are excited about the business. Tom is definitely excited. Bob is definitely excited, okay, because now he has already 3. He has somebody helping him. He has a teammate. He has an associate that's willing to spend time helping him build his organization. So not only is he getting excited, but he's also getting confident in the business because it's happening, okay? Not to neglect the fact that you now have qualified for your first step. That's also a very nice feature about this. Remember I was saying, forget about yourself. If you just spend time building your organization, okay, automatically the system, the computer, will compensate you. They're now also more ready to accept input, training, so they can make their business grow. Many times people come into this business with many of their own ideas. Okay, the traditional thinking that most people carry in. But as they start getting excited and moving and they see you helping them out, okay, you've earned the right to give input into their lives, to give input into their organization building. Okay, you're a teammate. Okay, you're not just somebody who wants to make money off of them. All right, you're now their business partner. You're now their associate. So now you've earned the right to come up to him and say, Jason, you know what? The other day you were doing this. In this business it's better to do this because you've helped them out. Okay, now he listens to you because you're a teammate. On the other hand, now you have an organization. It's growing. If after 1 or 2 months you haven't helped them and they still have no directs, talking about Tom and Bob, your organization just basically disappears. Okay, you're left with just you, okay, and Tom and Bob on your left and right. That's it. Your organization has died even before it started. Okay, all of this happens when you help somebody grow. On the exact opposite side, all of this doesn't happen if you don't help them grow. You don't have an organization. You have Tom and Bob on your left and your right who are saying, oh, this business doesn't work. I've tried it. And you'll be surprised, okay, but how many people think they have tried the business just because they purchased the coin? Okay, somebody came up to me in the office, and I was very touched by it. Somebody came up to me in the office and said, I was at a party the other night, and somebody came up to me and said, we were discussing business, and I asked him, what are you involved with? I'm involved with this company, and it's like this. Like, he started saying all these really bad things about the company. Okay, this. And the guy said, I think you're talking about GoldQuest, because this guy's a TCO. Oh yeah, you know about that company? Oh, that's not a good company, blah, 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 blah. And then he said, how long have you been in the business? Oh, I've been in 2 months. And nothing's happened. Then he said, have you gone to any of the training? What training? What do you mean, what training? There's training programs on how to do the business. Have you ever gone out and tried to do the business? No, I don't have time to do this business. So the guy was saying, so how can you expect this business to work, if you're not spending any time on it? You keep telling me how bad the business is. How do you know? And he discussed it, and the guy finally sat down. Yeah, you're right. I've never really given it a try, and blah, blah, blah. That's what's going to happen to Tom and Bob, your Tom and Bobs, if you don't help them out. After 1 or 2 months, they're going to start bad-mouthing you. They're going to start bad-mouthing the company. And don't forget, GoldQuest doesn't advertise. The only way GoldQuest advertises is through you and your referrals. Now, if you don't help them out and they start talking bad about the company, who's it going to affect? You and us. But don't forget, we're partners in this endeavor. We're partners in this business. We can't survive without you guys. See? So that's what happens if you don't support your people. It's very, very important that you help people grow. Okay, that's very, very important. Gets them excited. They get to the point where they want to be trained, and they start looking at this business more seriously. Okay. Now, the third reason, and for me this is by far the most important reason, okay, is so that you can teach others how to present in this business. Okay? We all want an organization that looks like this. Can you imagine if you had an organization that multiplied that way? Can you imagine how much money you would have made, okay, the organization and the leaders you would have at that time? We all want an organization that looks like that, all right? Now, if you're the only one who knows how to present, what's going to happen to you? If you have an organization that looks like this, and you have a 500 on your left and 500 on your right, and you're the only one who knows how to present, you're going to be really, really tired. You're going to lose your voice, okay? You're going to get sick, okay? You have to physically put yourself in front of 1,000 people. Okay, and if you're the only one who knows how to present, you're going to soon burn out. You all know what burnout is. Okay, many of us have experienced it in our jobs, in our businesses. Okay, we just simply don't want to have anything to do with it anymore. Okay, if you get sick and take a rest, that's it. Okay, your organization doesn't grow. Oh, I have 3 friends that are very excited, but Joe went to play golf for 2 weeks. He went on a golfing vacation. Now nobody moves. Because I'm telling you, the true test of an organization, okay, is how does it grow even when you're not there. Okay? But we'll cover that a little bit later. Now, if you teach the 2 how to present, the 2 that you brought in, your Tom and Bobs, if you teach them how to present, now there will be 3 of you who know how to present. Right? How long will it take to teach 2 people how to present the business? How many have tried to teach somebody? How long does it take? Does it take very long? How long? 3 days? 1 week? 3 hours? Let's say 2 weeks. Is that a sufficient amount of time? 2 weeks to sit down with someone, go with him, make a presentation for him, give him a manual. 2 weeks to train 2 people. So that means now in 2 weeks, you have 3 people who know how to present the business. Then the 3 of you will teach the 4 how to present the business. Now there's 7 of you who know how to present. Now, will the 2 who you first taught how to present, will they also teach their people how to present? Why? Because that's what you did. Remember, you're the standard bearer of your network. You're the one that sets the culture. If that's what you do with them, they're going, hey, this is what Joe did with me, so this is what I'm going to do with you. I'm going to teach you how to present this business. Because during that teaching process, okay, of course you're going to be sharing with him. Tom, the reason that I'm teaching you, your success is, my success is dependent on your success. The more successful you are, the more successful I will be. So he'll probably get this, hanging around you every day for 1 or 2 weeks. Right? Remember I was saying, training doesn't mean that they have to sit here in a hall like this. Training happens when you're having coffee. So when you pass down that culture, that's the same culture they're going to be passing down. What I'm trying to say here is you're not the only one that's going to have to teach the 7 how to present. Remember, the power of a lot of people doing a small thing. Okay? That's what this business is about. Now, the 7 of you will teach the 8 how to present. Now, there's 15 of you who know how to present. Again, do you have to personally teach all of these 15? No, because now you have 7 associates that are going to help you do it. In other words, a lot of people doing a small thing. And so on, and so on, and so on, until finally, all of you know how to present the business. Now, you personally don't have to go out and teach 1,024. Everybody's going to help you do it. That's the culture that you've set. Now, can you imagine? Can you imagine having 500 on your right and 500 on your left, and all of these people know how to present? Do you think you'd be earning a few bucks? And everybody commits, okay? Everybody commits to presenting at least once a day. Now, is that too high a price to pay once a day to present the business? That's what, 30, 45 minutes? That's what happens when you teach people how to present. That's 1,000 bombs, 1,000 business previews happening under your organization a day. Somebody's getting cross-eyed here. Wow, that's what we all endeavor for. That's true. Even only a 2% success rate. That's still 10 on the left and 10 on the right. That's 2 steps a day. I don't know about you guys, but I could use an extra $100, $800 a day. Huh? That would buy a few golf balls. Or that's $800 US a day, or $4,000 a week, or 16,000 US a month. I wouldn't be able to finish all those. I couldn't hit that many golf balls in the water even if I tried. Now, don't you think that's a fair amount of money? Now, if you were to go out and to try and earn that by yourself, very difficult. Not impossible, but very difficult. But if through the process of teaching, okay, even if you say 2 weeks, 2 weeks, 2 weeks for the 2, 2 weeks for the 4, 2 weeks for the 8, you count the time. And you will see that if you teach properly, that over a period of 3, 4, 5 months, you have a sizable organization under you, not of deadbeats, not of people, not the type of organization that's going to sit here and wait for you to do something. But after 3, 4, 5 months, you'll have an organization that's vibrant, people are excited. Why? Because they're confident. They know how to do the business. They know how to do it themselves. Remember, this is a nurturing business, and one of the things that you have to nurture and teach, okay, is the art of making a presentation properly. Again, not very difficult. And this nurturing will cost you. It will cost you time. Remember, I said this is not going to happen in 1 week. It will cost you money, and it will cost you effort. How many know it's not easy to teach? It's not. It's going to cost you effort. Many times you'll get into an argument with your pupil. I've had many people come up to me as I'm trying to teach them how to present the business. Oh, I think this is a better way. Oh, I think this is... I said, have you ever brought in a direct referral? Well, actually, no, not yet. I just started in the business. I'm like, I've been doing this for 10 years. Ranjit's been doing this for 10 years. Listen to us. We want to teach you. Sometimes it gets very frustrating. But, like we all know, it definitely pays. There's there's a lot of evidence in this room of that. Okay, so it's something that costs a lot, but it pays a lot. Now, the only question here is, are you willing to pay the price for success? Many people like all the trimmings, okay, but they're not willing to pay the price. One of the prices that you have to pay is getting your feet dirty in the soil and sitting down, training somebody on a daily basis. The first price you must be willing to present is to teach people how to present. Your ability to present, your personal ability to present will enable you to go down 10 to 12 generations deep into your organization. You know, you'll be able to help Tom and Bob, and you'll be able to help their directs and their directs. But you can only go so far because you only have one body. Although some of us here look like we have two, okay? What I'm trying to say is, you can only be in one place at one time. Okay? Now, the only way to expand your business rate is to teach others how to present. Teaching others how to present will enable you to grow into a global concern with thousands of generations. Like I was saying in the illustration. That 1,024, are those people all going to be in KL? No. Some of them will be in Singapore, and then in Indonesia, and then in Thailand, and then in how do you call this, in the UK, and then in the United States. We have somebody here, it's so funny, I found it so cute. Yesterday they were sitting in a group, and I was like, I wonder what they're doing, what's their link? And then all of a sudden, Isa comes up to me and goes, I didn't even know these people from Thailand were under my organization. Okay, that's what I'm trying to say. If you just keep teaching people, pretty soon you're going to meet people and say, hey, you know, Jason, I'm in your I live in California, but I'm under your organization. Okay, all of this happens because you teach people. That's what I meant the other night, and I was so excited about us, you know, saying the world is ours, it's there for the taking, but we got to pay the price. The world is there for us to take. We can have the world under you in your organization. You can have an organization that goes way out into the United States, into the UK. But the first thing, skill that you have to teach them how to present. Because for you to get somebody in the UK, somebody has to sit down and present the business to them. It's the basic skill. Master your presentation skills. Not saying learn it. I'm saying master it. Okay, master your presentation skills. Know it like the back of your hand. How many here can present in their sleep? I can. You just put a pen and paper in front of me and yeah, you're in Gold Quest. Master the skills. Master every aspect of your presentation. Don't just know it. There's a difference between knowing something and mastering it. Remember, the more you know, the more you've mastered this business, the more you can teach. Okay, and by far, for me, that's the most important reason why you have to learn how to present, so you can teach others. Your growth is only, you know, so far. But you teaching others how to present, that's what's going to make you grow global. So if you, oh, Joe, it's so hard, I don't want, well, if you want to have a global business, then you have to learn how to present. And you have to teach others. Now, the reason why, the third reason is so important is because how can you possibly teach somebody how to present if you yourself don't know how? Many people, oh, you have to attend the how to present seminar. Oh, you have to, what about you? Do you know how to present? No, I can't. I'm too busy for that. Set the culture. Set the tone right. When you master this, when you become very, very good at it, people want to learn from you. They will come to you and say, please, Jason, you're so good at presenting. Teach me how to do it. I want to be able to present like you. That's so important, okay? So these are the three reasons why. So you can grow, so you can help others grow, and so you can teach others how to present this business. Now, before you actually make a presentation, okay, there's a lot of preparation to be done. Okay, you must set it up properly. Okay, now when I say before you make a presentation, I'm talking about to a person. I'm not talking about before you make a presentation to 1,000 people. Remember, Before you get to that stage, if you ever want to do it, you have to start presenting to your friends, to your relatives, okay? You must set it up properly, okay? You don't just walk up to someone and blah, 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 you know, start firing from the hip, okay? How many husbands do we have here? I mean, you all remember the day when you proposed to your wife? You don't have a wife yet. Did you just walk up to her in her office or, you know, wherever she was and just say, marry me now? Is that the way you proposed? This wife's going, my husband, that's how he proposed. No. You know, you asked her out on a date, took her out to a formal restaurant, bought some flowers, you know, had a ring, treated her, you know, you went to the restaurant and actually looked at the food this time. The food on the menu, you know, and said, order anything you want. And your voice cracked only a little bit. And she orders the food, and, you know, maybe if there's violin players, they come and play violin. You see what I'm saying? And, you know, and then you pop the question. You know, some people do it, you know, kneeling down. Some people do it swinging from a trapeze. You know, or whatever it is. Okay, you don't just walk up to a lady and say, "Marry me." No, you know, you have to set it up properly. Now, when I say set it up properly, I'm talking about the right time and the right place. You know, you see what I'm saying? I mean, you know, you don't skydive with your girlfriend and when you're falling, you know, 10,000 feet, oh yeah, by the way, you want to marry me? You know what I'm saying? It's not the right time to propose. You know, or if she's driving, you know, and then she gets bumped and there's policeman here and, you know, and then she's getting hassled with the ticket and the summons and you're there, oh yeah, by the way, I want to get married. Right time and right place. If you expect results from your presentation to someone, you have to set it up. Now, imagine, remember I said I was going to step on a few toes? Imagine you're at a party, merrymaking with friends, and this hyper-excited, drooling, presentation kit-toting gentleman grabs you by the arm, sits you down, and attempts to explain the business to you and get you to join him in his business. And you're at a children's party, there's 65,000 children, there's balloons and clowns and cake flying around, and there's this guy going, come here, you know what I'm saying? Some of them are going, I've done that before. Yeah, Joe's talking about me. And we've all done that. I've done that. Okay, so please don't be embarrassed. I've done that. I don't do it anymore. Okay, that's the important thing. Okay, now it's something I can laugh about. And believe me, it's something they laugh about also. Yeah, you're the guy that was drooling at that children's party. I remember you. But anyway, if a guy like this grabs you by the arm, sits you down, slams you down on the table, right, and, you know, starts putting all these projections and business plans in your face, will you be 100% receptive? Why not? Huh? Atmosphere, exactly. You are in party mode, not in business mode. You're there to go to a party, you're there to, you know, enjoy with your children, or if it's an adult's party, you know, with your friends. You're not in business mode. Okay, and that's the reason why people aren't receptive. It's not, like you said, atmosphere. That's very, very important. As a matter of fact, if this guy did this to you, you probably wouldn't just ignore him, right? You'd probably be totally turned off to this business, right? Why? Why would you be totally turned off? Because as this guy's rattling away, spitting in your face, you know, all his excitement, you're sitting there going, I don't care how much money this guy makes. I don't want to be like this guy. Right? That's what you're going to think. That's what you're going to think. Now, of course, we're all fanatics. Yeah, but Joe, you know, I want to tell the whole world. Yeah, but we have to be cool about it. You have to be cool. Sometimes people will ask you, yeah, Jason, hi. Because inevitably somebody will introduce you to someone, so Jason, what do you do? Like I said, you don't just, you know, well, I'm here at GQI and, you know, blah, blah. No, you play it cool. Hey, you know, I'm in a company where we retail gold coin products. Oh, really? What is that? Is it a profitable business? Well, yes. Actually, it is, and you know, it's something I've just recently been involved in, and I'm very successful in it. Or, I'm very excited about the prospects. What's this about? Many people, here it is. No, not there. You just say, well, it's a party. I don't think you're in the mood to listen. If you're really, really interested, here's remember the business card? Okay, here's you don't get, a napkin with a clown's face on it and call me here. Okay. You know what I'm saying? It doesn't, here's a guy retailing gold products and building a global organization. And by the way, my number's right next to the clown's ear. Okay. No, take out your business card and say, this is my business card. Can I have yours? Will you give me your call, or is it better if I give you a call and let's sit down if you really want to know about the business? Cool. Okay, that's how you want to be. You don't want to be some drooling fanatic in a party that from now on everybody will avoid. Okay, because it doesn't work. It doesn't work, okay? You have to be almost nonchalant, okay, with the way you present this business. Okay, because like I said, people don't want to be forced into a situation. At least that's the way I do it. I like to sit down and make, a business presentation in an effective way. Okay, and part of being effective for me is not getting too excited, not getting all, pulling her hair out of her head when you're presenting to her. Okay, because, when you get too excited, all the hype comes in, and I don't know, that's not the way I want to teach people how to present. I'm so confident of the plan that GQI has that if you present it properly, a person will get turned on into this business. Okay? You should avoid trying to present the business in these places or situations. Like we discussed earlier, parties. Okay? Don't present at parties. Resist the temptation. You will probably end up turning the person off. Just get his name card or give him yours and say, let me call you in 2 or 3 days. I'm a bit busy because I'm seeing a lot of people. I'll call you in 2 or 3 days and let's sit down over a cup of coffee. Okay? Avoid giving presentations during lunch breaks. Okay? Many times you will get the invitation to present the business to a lot of people in their office during their lunch breaks. And I get this a lot, especially now not so much because people know I won't do it. But in the beginning when I first started in this industry, oh Joe, there's 1,000 people in my company. If you just go there, we get a giant whiteboard. Even if only 5 people come in, we got it made. Makes sense, right? I mean, it sounds right. Wow, there's 1,000 people. If only 10 sign up. You see what I'm saying? It seems to make sense. But experience has proven that this doesn't work. Believe me, it doesn't work. I've tried it many, many times. I don't do it anymore. But early in my career in this industry, because you get excited. Oh my gosh, 1,000 people. But it doesn't work. Okay, and let's examine why doesn't it work. During lunch break, what do people want to do? Eat lunch and take a rest, right? They're not in business mode, right? They're in lunch mode, if there is such a thing. Or they're in resting mode, because they want to get ready for the long afternoon, okay? In the Philippines, I don't know how it is here, but in the Philippines, you'll see people actually sleeping at their desks. They'll grab a quick lunch for, 10, 15, 20 minutes, and then they'll sleep for half an hour. Okay, partly because of the traffic. I mean, some people to get to office by 8:30, they have to leave their house at 5:30 or 6 o'clock. And to leave the house at 5:30, 6 o'clock, what time do you have to wake up? 4 o'clock, because you have to prepare. You don't just walk out of the house. So this is part of the reason why. Okay, so people are not expecting you to make a presentation because they only want to eat lunch. And you're greatly outnumbered and have very little support. You come in, can you imagine, you come into a place like this, in a cafeteria or an eating place, and there's 100 people or 50 people, and you're the only one that's excited about the business. And you're there with your little whiteboard, scribbling away, trying to talk to people who don't really want to listen to you. They're, they're eating their nasi goreng and their roti canai or whatever it is. And here you are getting all excited about this opportunity. All of them will probably be turned off. If not all, most will probably just be turned off. Again, for the same reason. They're going to be look at this guy. Man, I don't care how much he makes. I don't want to be like this guy. right? So they think to themselves, I can't do it, or I don't want to do it. If at all, somehow you'll get the crowd to listen, all it will take is one heckler and skeptic. And believe me, there are always these types. Right or wrong? There will always be one or two. And they know everything about the industry. I mean, they've never been involved. They've never done any business of this sort, but they know everything. And their opinions are always so ignorant. Why are the coins round? Why do you use circles in your presentation? Because the coins are round. That's why they make the coins round. 99% of the people listening will side with their colleague, not with you. You're the new kid. You're the new guy. You're the one they don't know. Because of these few people that are skeptical, they're going to side, oh yeah, this guy's my buddy. Or this guy's the manager. Or this guy, he should know about this business. And they will side with him. They're not going to side with you. And to make it worse, even the one who probably invited you will side with his colleagues. Has that ever happened to you? Somebody invited me many, many times. Somebody invites me to an office, and I'm there ready. I even had one of these whiteboards with a stand. I thought I was so pro. And I'm there, blah, 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 blah. And then people start, questioning, and pretty soon it's a mob. And then the guy who invited you, who was seated next to you, all of a sudden is pushing the chair away. Right? And he's now sitting with this, yeah, Joe. And I'm like, hey, wait a minute, you're supposed to be with me. These are your people I want to talk to. And you're left standing alone. And that's the worst thing to happen. That can happen to you. You're left standing alone by yourself, holding your holding your whiteboard marker, and your wrist is really limp. In fact, you're probably thinking, I wish I was in Mexico right now, under a coconut tree. I mean, you want to be out of there right now. And if by some miracle, someone in the crowd did see the business opportunity, right? One guy, oh God, these guys are so stupid. Can't they see that this is so good? If by some miracle you're able to get through to one person, he'll probably say to himself, I can't or don't want to do what he's doing. Because if that's what it takes to make it in this business, I'd rather not enter. I mean, how many people woke up this morning with the thought in their mind, I want to stand in front of an angry mob ridiculing every word that I speak? How many woke up with that thought today? Nobody likes to be in front of people, being fired questions that he can't answer. Or maybe, even if you can answer them, it's never good enough. The way to do this, if someone wants to bring in his colleagues in an office, is as follows. Okay? First, you tell your friend, let's just talk to one or two of your office mates. Okay, let's not talk to everybody in the whole floor and the whole office. Let's talk to one or two of your closest friends. Your circle of influence. In other words, people who will trust you. People who will trust you that when you tell them, hey, a friend of mine's going to come over and talk to you about this business. Okay, let's go over to the McDonald's next door. And start with them. You start with the one or two people. That's it. Okay? Then, when these one or two or three or four, whatever his circle of influence is, when they're already TCOs, okay, and if you present the business properly to them, they probably will be TCOs. If you present the business and answer their objections properly. Then you meet with their friends, their circle of influence. Okay? Remember the diagram that we showed. Okay, the 4, the 16. Okay, first you get 2, 3, 4 people. You get them excited first. And then you start meeting with their friends. Sometimes you'll meet in groups of 3, sometimes 2, but you'll probably have to be going back, a good 4, 5, 6, 7 times. Okay, now pretty soon you'll have a group of about maybe 10, 15 people in that organization. Okay? Soon the group will grow. Then you will eventually be able to have big meetings. Because now when you have 10, 15 people and everybody invites 2 or 3, now you're going to tell them, look, I can't keep coming back here, 30 times a day. Okay, let's go to the conference room or you take out you go to a room or a restaurant where you can meet with 20, 30 people so that you can, literally kill all the birds with one stone. Okay, but now, okay, since there's already TCOs in the office with you, you're not alone anymore. You see what I'm saying? Now, if there's somebody in the crowd who heckles, you're going to have 15, 20 people telling you, no, you know why? They'll be fighting for each other to be able to give the answer. Has this ever happened to you? And when I started doing it right, this is what happened. So I've experienced this also, fortunately, thank God, where people actually stand up with you. And then pretty soon, people are going to turn against this guy. Yeah, shut up. Can't you see that this is great? All our colleagues are in already. Because these people sitting there trust somebody among those people that are supporting you. So pretty soon you will have that crowd in the office, but it's not going to happen in one fell swoop. You have to work for it. You have to, keep going back, keep going back. Another situation to avoid. This you also get a lot, I'm sure, is meeting at a Rotary Club meeting or a Lions Club meeting, or any meeting of the sort, Toastmasters, organizations that meet once a month. Some churches meet once a month, bike clubs, I don't know, health organization, something. So somebody comes, oh, you know what? I'm the general chairman, CEO, managing director, senior chairman of the board of this organization. So if you come over there, all of them are going to sign up. All of them are going to see this business and come in and join GQI. And of course, you, being very excited, will go there and present. Now, are these people in business mode? They're there to meet regarding their business, regarding the business affairs of that organization. They're not in business mode. Many, many times, the same thing that happened to you during the office presentation will happen to you there also. I know. I've done that many times. Okay? And again, the guy who invited you will turn against you also and side with his colleagues. He doesn't want to be embarrassed. When you leave, you're not going to see these people again. He has to deal with them every day, every week, every month. So he's not going to side with you, he's going to side with them. Okay, so avoid situations like that. Again, do the same thing. If you really want to bring in the whole club, look, let's talk to 2 or 3 of your associates that you have a certain influence over, and let's sit down and talk to them first. And then the multiplication will follow. I'm not saying that you can't get the whole Lions Club or the whole office, but you have to do it one step at a time. Okay? Always remember, it doesn't mean that because you can speak to a large group that it means they will all respond positively. Doesn't mean that. I would rather talk to 1 or 2 people who at the end of the hour or hour and a half are drooling with the prospects of a global business that they can build, together with you, and can't sleep that night, than 1,000 people who are there. I wish this guy is finished already so I can go. I'd rather have 1 or 2. It will be more effective and efficient for you if you present it with 2 people and they have the vision as opposed to speaking to a group of 30 and no one who will participate. Another place to avoid is someone's office. Again, you'll hear this many times. Oh, just come over to my office. Come here. When you're in someone's office, whose business is he concerned about? Yours or his? Especially, never mind Joe, I can go to his office because he's the owner, he's the manager. That's even worse. Can you imagine sitting here, you know what, Mr. Smith, you know, in Gold Coast, blah, 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 and after building, you know how much you're going to own? The phone rings, hold on, Joe. Yeah, I told you to deliver that shipment. Tell the bank that we're never going to deal with it. Bam. What were you saying? Nothing. I'll come back later. That's happened to me too. Many times. Or you're presenting to someone, just come to my office anyway, my boss is hardly ever here. And you're there in his office, come on, hurry up, what's it doing? And you know, oh my gosh, the boss is coming in, sweep everything in. You're my client. Oh yes, I know. Has that ever happened to you? It's happened to me. Oh yeah, I'm very interested in your program. Oh yes, and then when the boss leaves, oh yeah, I forgot. Hey, we better do this outside. You should have done that in the first place. So avoid going to someone's office. And the reason I keep telling you where to avoid, because I know what it's like to sit here and have the dream, you know, and you want to get on every rooftop and shout. You have to avoid it. You have to be effective. You have to be effective when you present this business. The reason I keep talking about what to avoid is I know you guys. Jason, have you ever, how many of you know Jason? This guy will present to anything that moves. He's so excited about this business. Anything that breathes. Oh wait, Joe, hold on. But hey, that's one of the reasons he's so successful. If the prospects suggested that you meet him at his office, invite him to a nearby coffee shop or cafeteria or restaurant, because there's always one around. In the building, there's a cafeteria, canteen, or coffee shop, or a hotel, or a McDonald's, or a KFC. There's always one around. Invite him there for a cup of coffee and then make your presentation there. Okay? Yeah, Jason, come to my office. We can talk here, blah, blah, blah. Go to his office and say, Joe, look, it's busy here. Why don't we just go 30, 45 minutes. I'll treat you to a cup of coffee and you just listen. Because if not, we're never going to be able to concentrate, and you might miss the opportunity. You might miss the prospects of this business. I want you to be able to devote time to it. So invite him out. You mean I have to spend for a cup of coffee? What if he doesn't sign up? What if he doesn't decide to join the business? Well, that depends on you. How well can you present it? Because, I'll tell you, I've had many people come up to me after I present the business to them, or somebody somebody presented this business to me a month ago, and I never even saw it the way you presented it. Now I'm ready to join. It's a big deal how you present the business. Don't take it lightly. Setting up your meeting properly at the right time and the right place simply means any place when you can have his undivided attention for 45 minutes to an hour 15, depending on how many questions he asks. That's the right time and the right place. And also, he has to know that he's coming in to meet with you because of business. Okay? I've had many people, because another way to invite people to listen to a presentation is to the house. Hey, come to my house. This is also, by the way, this is not on it, you just take notes on it. Is, have a little party. Invite some people to your house. Hey, I'm having a little business meeting at my house. Why don't you just come over? Some associates and I are going to be discussing some business. Just have some coffee and cake. And anyway, no obligation, just come listen. If you don't like it, the worst that can happen is you had some cake and coffee. Let them know they're coming to have business. Because I have been invited. Joe, man, remember me? I haven't seen you in a while. Why don't you come to the house? I'm having a party with some of the buddies and, people we haven't seen. I'm like, oh, okay, I got nothing to do, I'll go. And then when I go there, there's these posters all over the place, banners, and, I'm walking in the door, they're thrusting the demo unit at me. And you get offended. Man, I thought this guy wanted to fellowship with me. I wish you would have just told me, Joe, can you come here? I'm always interested in the business. He should have just come straight forward. To let them know you're going to discuss business. When you call up somebody, hey, your office is nearby mine. We haven't seen each other in a long time. Oh, I really want to get to see. Why don't we sit and have coffee? And you walk up to him, you have a gold coin on your forehead, you have a gold coin here, you have gold watch. You have your laptop with you. People get offended. The guy will probably tell you, Joe, you should have just told me you wanted to discuss business. Hey, I'm looking. How many people do you know would love to have a business? Everyone wants to have a business. So let them know. So the right time is in the right place is any place where you can get them to sit down with their undivided attention focused only on you, and they know that they're going to discuss a business. That's the right time. It can be anywhere, except parties, offices, lunch breaks, wakes, funerals. Okay, that's also another one. Hey, I haven't done that. Okay, but I've seen people do it. And I'm there pulling them away. Come on. And they go, no, Joe, this is, no, wait. It's another one to avoid. Good places are restaurants. Pizza Hut, KFC, McDonald's. Your house. Okay? Don't go to the person's house. It's very difficult. Because in his house, he's the king. Right? You don't tell me what's good, I say what's good. Neutral ground. Okay? Like I said, a small party is very good. A small party is very good. Now, of course, at the parties, okay, don't go out and, serve a buffet that will make a king proud. You know why? Because everybody eats, and then when they have 10,000 calories of carbohydrates and another 10,000 of protein, and they're sitting there, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, what's this Gold Quest? I don't know about gold coins, but I could use an antacid. Do you have some Alka-Seltzer? And besides, the person that you're presenting the business to is thinking, wow, this guy Jason can set out a spread like this, but I cannot. No, really, I cannot. I can't succeed in this business because I don't have the money to be able to set a 10-course meal. Remember, duplicability. That's why I always stress, just have coffee, cakes, tea, biscuits. Really. Those are the most effective ones. Because somebody comes into your house, you're showing him the business, he's watching, he's observing. He's not only looking at the plan. Okay, because any dodo will know that this plan is good. You know what I'm saying? Aren't all the dodos in this room, including me, of the same opinion? Anybody can see that this business is profitable. But people will look, sit back, after you make, can I do this? Can I actually do this business? They're going to look at you, wow, I can't set out a, 10-course meal every day. I can't afford it. But if you're there with your tea and your cakes and you're presenting the business with a little whiteboard, to 3-4 people in the house, then people look and say, hey, I can do this. People look at you and you're presenting, you're having fun, you're presenting, you're all excited. They're going to look at you, wow, look at Jason, he's really excited. Me, I'm like, man, I'm looking for a day where I don't have to go to my job anymore. And here's a guy who's bubbling with excitement, and he's here doing his business in his house, having tea and cakes. This I can do. This I can see myself doing. That's the image you want to project when you're presenting the business to someone. Hey, don't you want to be doing what I'm doing? Okay, so it's very, very important. These are little intangibles, okay, that you pick up as you go along. But it's very important. You don't want to do something, that's why you should try and be as simple as you possibly can. Okay, we'll discuss that a little bit later when, how to go to a meeting. One way to make sure that you set up your presentation properly is to make an appointment. Okay, don't just ambush somebody in his office. Don't just walk up to somebody, it's 7 o'clock in the morning, you're knocking in his bedroom. Hey, Joe, you awake? Got something to show you, pal. My laptop doesn't fit under the door. No. Make an appointment. Okay? And 99% of the time, or 95% of the time, most of the appointments will be set by phone. Okay, you'll probably call a person up, right? Hey, Jason, I haven't seen you in a while. You know, I thought about you. I'm involved in this business. Blah, blah, blah. Can I go meet with you? Usually, it's set up by the phone. Okay, now, the do's and don'ts of phone use. Don't use the phone in the bathtub. No, I was just kidding. Never try and do your presentation over the phone. Never. Okay? Let me define never for you. Never. Don't ever attempt it. It doesn't work. It doesn't work. I feel I'm a pretty good presenter of the business already. I still can't present the business over the phone. I don't know anyone that has succeeded presenting the business over the phone. Use the phone only to set the appointment. Okay? You don't want to show him the whole, I mean, let's face it, how do you show the business plan over the phone? How do you show the aspects of the left and right, and you know, how do you show the Olympic set over the phone? It just doesn't happen. And most important, how do you show your conviction? How do you show that over the phone? Never give half presentations on the phone. In fact, when I'm talking on the phone, all I do is just say, Jason, I want to see you. I'm involved in a new business. Can I just show it to you? Don't say anything. Not because I'm ashamed of the business. If you see on the phone, it's so easy to cut you off. Right? If somewhere during the conversation, okay, he gets, by the way, my wife's giving birth. Goodbye. Oh yeah, Joe, this is really good, but my house is on fire. Bye. It's easy to cut you off on the phone. Some people just hang up. Oh yeah, the phone line got cut. Over the phone, you do not want to satisfy curiosity. You just want to arouse it. You just want to get the guy curious. What is it that Joe's trying to show me? That's all you want to do. You don't want to do the business presentation on the phone. You don't want to do anything over the phone except invite him to view a business. That's it. You don't talk about Gold Quest, you don't talk about the Olympics, you don't talk about the coins, you don't talk about the plan. Because believe me, the moment you give one detail, that's it. He's going to force you to give up all the others. And remember, all you want to do is arouse curiosity. Here's a suggested dialogue or a suggested invitation. I find it works for me. Okay? I just call up the guy and I say, hi, Bob. Of course, if his name is Jeff, I say, hi, Jeff. I'm calling because I'd like to make an appointment with you. Of course, Bob says, sure, what's it about? Right? That's the first thing they're going to ask you. What are we going to see each other about? I'm involved in a new business. Isn't it true? I'm involved. Always speak the truth. You only have one name. Okay, speak the truth. I'm involved in a new business. I would like to show it to you. You might be interested in it. Yeah, but what's it about? Because people will keep asking. And just explain. I can't explain over the phone because it involves a lot of computations and visuals. And I can't do justice to it over the phone. Isn't that the truth? It involves computations, it involves visuals. I can't show it to you over the phone. You probably won't see the opportunity. I won't be able to do justice. It's sayang if I do it over the phone. Okay, but what's it about? right? I mean, people are persistent. They want to know. And it's his right to know. Don't get angry. But resist the temptation to answer questions, because when you answer one, it just opens the door to more questions. The moment you answer one question, oh yeah, really? Gold coins? What about the gold coins? Oh yeah, are these the... Just more and more and more and more questions. Please, as I've pointed out, I can't explain it well over the phone. You might not see the full impact of this business. This is actually what I say. Then you make sure and explain that there are no obligations on his part. You might not see the full impact of this business profitability. Look, Bob, or Jeff, all I need is about 30 to 45 minutes. Anyway, there's no obligation on your part. If you don't like the business, if you don't see the opportunity, you don't have to get involved. Let's meet for some coffee and cake, my treat. And if you don't like it, then don't get involved. What can you lose? What if they? How do you know you're going to be talking to them about a company? The question is, what if they ask for a name? Okay? I still avoid it. I avoid, personally, I don't know about you guys, me personally, I avoid giving any details. And I say the same thing. Bob, if I answer one question, it's going to go into another one, and it's going to go into another one, and we'll end up on the phone for 30 minutes. I just keep being really persistent about it. Look, I can't explain it over the phone. That's me personally. Some of you might succeed with other things. I'm just saying, I just refuse. And I just say, thank you. And I just say, look, there's nothing to lose. Anyway, no obligations on your part. Let's have some coffee and cake. What coffee shop do you like? Let's go. And the worst thing that can happen is you've had a cup of coffee. Nobody can resist something like that. Make it as easy for him. See, the reason I say to make sure there are no obligations, and make sure to point out there are no obligations, is because once somebody has an exit clause, then he's more comfortable. Then his defenses go down. You see what I'm saying? Then he's more open. Because many, many times, people don't see the business opportunity simply because their walls are up. Okay? And if they know that there's no obligation, okay, what can I lose? Anyway, everybody wants to do business. Okay? So that's the reason why. Okay? You don't want to give away anything on the phone. Okay? Now when you say that, anyway, there's nothing for you to lose. You know, the worst thing that can happen, you have a cup of coffee and cake. Usually by this time, there's silence on the phone, correct? Well, then say, come on, you have nothing to lose. But I really think you can make money in this, some serious money here. Which is the truth. Because if you didn't think he could make money, you wouldn't be calling him. Remember, the key to an effective presentation is making sure that you cover what's in it for him. Right? You don't want to call this person to be looking at your volume, your income. No, you call this person because, hey, Bob, I really think you can make it in this business. I think you can make some really serious money here. And usually when you say that to someone, they're like, yeah, really? Why? What's it about? Then he goes back to that question. Look, Bob, come on. When's better for you? Tuesday afternoon or Wednesday lunch? Always give 2 dates. Give 2 times. What's better, Tuesday afternoon, Wednesday lunch, or Thursday lunch? I mean, nobody's that busy. Man, one time I was giving the seminar and somebody was like, Joe, I can't, every time he's so busy, I can't get to see him. I'm like, man, the president isn't this busy. So give him options. You want to meet for breakfast on Monday? That way, we get it off the table right away. Or is Tuesday lunch better for you? This is while he's thinking about it. Just sneak in the little, I really think you can make some serious money here. Everybody, what? Oh, really? Why? What's it about? Come on, Bob, look. When's better for you, Tuesday or Wednesday? Then you'll see. Remember, don't give away the cattle and the farm on the phone. Okay? You just want to arouse curiosity. Then Bob's going, well, I really don't know, right? Some people say yes, some people say, well, Joe, I don't know. Then you say, well, you really won't know until you see it for yourself. I'm telling you, Bob, you don't want to pass this up. What's better for you, Tuesday or Wednesday? Just be direct, just be simple with your approach, okay? But I find this works. Most people can't resist. Most people are like, well, okay, I just want to see what this is about. Anyway, there's no obligations. Very important. Let the person know that there are no obligations on his part. I mean, some people have tried that on me. Joe, before we start this meeting, can you sign here? I'm like, excuse me? Fix the time and go see Bob. Okay, so just go on the phone, set the appointment, simple conversation, don't give away the cattle on and the farm on the phone, and make sure that he's curious about what you're doing. Oh, Joe, is this one of those, things that I see on the net? Look, if I answer your question, you're going to ask another one, and we're going to be here an hour on the phone. Just deflect all the time, deflect. And again, okay, because somebody told me once, Joe, why, are you ashamed to talk about your business on the phone? No, I'm not. I'm proud of what I'm doing. I happen to think this is one of the best plans on the planet. And thank you. And that's the reason why I don't want people to not see it over the phone. You see what I'm saying? Let me tell you, this is not in our PowerPoint presentation, but let me tell you what makes an effective presentation. Okay, you know how you are when you start and you present the business to people, and then they don't join or they don't get involved with the business, and you're angry, right? I mean, it's human nature. Oh man, what an idiot! Can't he see that this? You get angry, you get fired up. But let me tell you, I've gotten to the point where when I present the business to someone, whether one-on-one or in a crowd, and for some reason the guy doesn't see the business and walks away, I actually feel sorry for the guy. How many are like that? I mean, I have the feeling in my heart, man, if this guy could only see what I'm seeing, it would change the way his family lives. I mean, how many people will agree with me that an extra $400, $800 a month will change the way people live? They may not make $10,000 a week or $20,000 a week or $30,000 a week, but $400 a month, I think anybody can do that. $800 a month, that's just 2 steps. Won't it change the way people live? I mean, it won't buy their hotels, it won't buy jet planes and yachts, but it'll pay gas bills, food bills, doctor's bills. That's how I feel about our business. Like, when he walks away, I'm like, wow, if only he could see what I see. And many, many times, I will go see that person again, simply out of compassion. I mean, God, you need this. Once you have that in your heart, then you become very effective with the way you present. Now that I can't teach you. That nobody can teach you. I have seen some people with really slick presentations. Oh man, they're pros. But there's no heart. When you present the business to someone, you present it with him in mind, not you. Not you. You're going to make money. You're going to make money. Remember, this is a get-rich-sure scheme. We all agree. You're going to make money. Sooner or later, if you do this business day in, day out, consistently, with patience, improving as you go along, you will make money. That's a given. So when you present the business to someone, you present it with his heart, his family, his finances in mind, not yours. Because yours will come. You just have to be patient. Once you have that in your heart, you will become effective. Because I'm sure you have seen many slick presenters of many businesses that you don't, feel comfortable with, because all you're seeing dollar signs in the guy's eyes when he presents. If you start getting to the point, and it'll come. Maybe some of you don't have it yet. Maybe you think we're being too idealistic. But for those, I'm sure the guys on the V team, Ronnie, Tony, Ranjit, I'm sure, Isa, where's Patman? Patman, Anan, I'm sure we all have that now. When people walk away, right Ranjit, Ronnie? Isn't it? Wow, they don't know what they're missing. And I'm telling you, ladies and gentlemen, that we cannot train. That has to come from you, and it will come. You will see, once you start enjoying the benefits of this business, you're going to want everybody to enjoy the same thing. Really. If you had a cure for AIDS, wouldn't you shout it out from every rooftop? Yes. Wouldn't you get on every TV station, every radio station? Wouldn't you contact every reporter to tell them about this cure? Well, most people have AIDS. Acquired income deficiency syndrome. And you have the cure. You just sit down with someone and say, hey man, with a little elbow grease, a little effort, a little training, it doesn't have to be that way. You can choose the school where your children go to. You can choose the vacation spots that you and your family go to. It doesn't have to be this way. This is the cure. Once you feel that way about our business, then you're going to be really good at presenting it. Even if you make 10 mistakes when you present. Because no matter what you say, people connect. People connect with your spirit. People connect with your heart. Anyway, that wasn't in the PowerPoint, so just please take the notes. Before you make a presentation, you dress comfortably. Yeah, when you go to make a presentation, you must dress comfortably. Now, when I say comfortably, okay, in a style of attire where both of you will feel comfortable. Okay? You don't have to come in a three-piece suit, and the national dress of the country that you represent, There are times where you will have to. When I was with this company once, and my dad's going to laugh about this. I used to present the business in, shorts, rubber shoes, the Michael Jordan 4 or 5 or 6, okay, whatever the fad was at that time, and a Chicago Bulls t-shirt, okay, and my hair used to be this long, and it wasn't a wig, it was my hair. And I'd do my presentations dressed this way. I'd talk to people, and I'd do my trainings like this. Because what I wanted to project to people was, hey, you don't have to dress like this to make money in the business. I've learned since then that it helps if you dress up. But and you know what? I had so many people coming up to me, bankers, lawyers, finance guys, coming up to me saying, man, I wish I could go to work dressed like that. And it's freedom. That's what I was trying to project. I have freedom. I can make money. I can feed my family. And I will only wear a suit when I want. Not because a boss tells me to wear. You see, I'm trying to say freedom. So that's what I'm saying. Dress in an attire where you're comfortable with, that'll give the impression that, hey, I'm an independent businessman. Right? I mean, if the guy says, hey, I'm going to be at the poolside, for 2 hours, why don't you just come over and show me your business? You don't come dressed like this. You know what I'm saying? You dress up in, Bermuda shorts, a t-shirt, sit down, show him the business or discuss with him. But on the other hand, if the guy's meeting you at the Shangri-La lobby and I'm coming out of convention and the guy's dressed there, don't show up in Bermuda shorts, rubber shoes, and t-shirt. Because that guy's going to feel uncomfortable. See, so that's why I'm saying dress comfortably. I didn't say dress properly because there is no proper dress code. It really depends who you're going to meet, where you're going to meet him. You have to speak clearly. When you do this business, make sure you get your message across, and one way to do that is speaking clearly. Okay? You don't want to go up to someone, hey, you know what, Harun, this business is so great, and you know why? Because when you do 5-5, you get a cycle, and this thing, and You don't want to talk like that to someone. Not too fast. Some people are saying, hey, that's how I present. And at the same time, you don't want to say, Arun, you know, here, 400. You don't want to treat the guy like an idiot. You don't want to go up to him and say, Arun, gold question. 5. You don't be so shy, so soft, nobody can, the mouse can't even hear you anymore. But you don't want, Arun, you know what? In this, oh man, this is great, this bit. You don't want to completely blow him away with the volume of your voice. You know what I'm saying? Cool. You have to be cool. You have to, Harun, in this business, it's really good. Speaks at the right pace, not too soft, not too loud, not too fast, not too slow. Practice it. Practice makes perfect. Okay? If you're really, really serious about this business and really want to be a serious success, you might want to go to the music store where they sell these tapes, and they have these breathing exercises. No, I'm serious. Because it helps, especially if you're going to be presenting a lot. It helps to breathe properly, because then you can make more. Do you ever have those days where you presented so much and you come, hi, Mom? Hi, oh, so you're from Gold Quest. How long have you been in the business? Just 2 days, and I've lost my voice. It helps if you breathe properly, because also your voice sounds more pleasant. It also makes a difference, no matter how good the business is, if the guy, him and Gold Quest, we would like to show you. You know what I'm saying? If your voice sounds like a catfish, the guy's not going to want to listen to you. No matter how well you present the business, he's, okay, I'll buy a set, just shut up. It helps, if your voice is nice to listen to. Okay, so I'm not trying to make opera singers out of everybody here, but it helps. Just get some tapes, breathing exercise. It helps a lot. Okay, it helps a lot to speak clearly. Okay, correct volume, correct pace. Okay, as you speak, not too fast, not too slow. On some points, you might want to go a little bit faster. On some points, you might want to go a little bit slower. Just for the effect. Okay. Another thing is, you must be relaxed. When you present the business to someone, you have to be very, very relaxed. Okay? In order to be relaxed, you should have practiced on your own. Right? Don't pick up a manual, or don't come from a how to present seminar and then immediately go out and hope that you can present the business to people. I know, I've done that. The first company I ever joined, okay, I sat through the seminar, I'm going to do this. It was an MLM company. I signed up as a distributor. I came from the seminar. I went straight to my friend's house and attempted to present the business to her. Took 5 hours. We were screaming at each other, and she was teaching me, no, this plan says this. No, it's this. Of course, she didn't sign up. To this day, she's never joined me in any of my ventures. But I'm trying to say, don't do that. Practice first. Practice. The next day, I presented it to another friend. This time it was only 3 hours long. Then the next day, I'm serious. This is my actual first 4 days in the industry. The next day was only 2 hours long. The next day was only 1 hour, and this time I had an outline. I had notes. But see, the thing is, I wasted my practice on 3 of my friends. Practice on your own in the room. Just, some people practice with their children, No, I know a lady practices with the cat. Because the cat doesn't object. It builds her confidence. Whatever makes your boat float, okay? It builds her confidence, so for her it's good. Do not do not attempt to make a business presentation the day after you hear about it. Doesn't work. Doesn't work. Imagine the scenario. You hear a beautiful song today that you like so much. The song has a beautiful melody, great lyrics. The song hits you the song hits the right spot in your heart. Now, would you be able to sing the same song tomorrow? I mean, well. And yet, that's what many people try to do. That's what many people try to do. They hear the business once, and they think they're experts. Oh yeah, I've taken my notes. They come back 1 week later, this business doesn't work. You're never going to be able to explain it the next day. If you guys know this, make sure you pass this down to the new people in your organization. Okay, make sure you pass this down. Remember I was saying this last night. When somebody first comes in and joins this business, tell them, don't talk to anyone about it yet. Don't even mention the word Gold Quest. Really. Don't say anything. If you want to talk to your cousin or your brother or your friend, let me go with you. That is so important. Many people kill off their best prospects simply because they turn them off because they don't know how to explain it properly. Make sure you tell people, number one rule, shut up. You want to open your mouth, I come with you. Practice makes perfect. The more you've practiced, the more confident and relaxed you will be. The more relaxed and confident you are, the more effective your presentation will be. You have to be relaxed. You have to be relaxed. Do you ever watch a singer who's nervous? Aren't you also like, you're nervous for him? No, correct? I know, I've been in both situations. Do you ever listen to a singer who's cracking all over the place? It's like you don't want to hear it. You pretend that he's not, because you're embarrassed for him. Right? It's the same thing is going to happen. If you're tense, the guy is going to get really tense. He's not going to be, relax. Just relax. And the only way you're going to do that is practice. Practice in your room. I practice in the car a lot. I mean, I don't have to practice now. Like I said, I know it like the back of my hand. Another thing you must practice is our objections. Don't wait to hear an objection for the first time from the person you're presenting the business to. Come up with objections yourself and practice answering them. If you don't know the answer, go up to your leader. If he doesn't know the answer, bop him on the head. I don't know any other way to say it. If you have an organization under you, it is your responsibility to know the answers so that you can teach them. If he doesn't know, bop him on the head and go to his leader. If his leader doesn't know, bop him on the head too. But practice the objections. Okay? Answering objections will determine many times whether a person's going to join you or not. Okay, so practice. And the more you practice, the more relaxed you're going to be. One point to seriously consider is don't wait until you get to a point where you won't make mistakes. See, many people are not relaxed because they're afraid to make mistakes. I mean, nobody likes to make mistakes. I don't like to make mistakes. Makes mistakes. Just made one. You see, I'm relaxed. I feel stupid, but I'm relaxed. Nobody likes to make mistakes. Nobody likes to make mistakes, okay? But at the same time, don't be afraid of them, okay? The more you practice, the less chance you have of making a mistake. However, that does not guarantee that you won't make mistakes. Don't wait for the time where you think you can give a perfect presentation with no mistakes. It's never going to happen. It's never going to happen. I still make mistakes when I present. Ronnie, I'm sure, still makes mistakes. Tony, Ranjit, We all make mistakes. But see, the thing is, the person that you're presenting to, okay, does he know what you're going to say next? So how does he know if you've made a mistake? You guys know if what I'm going to say next. I don't know what I'm going to say next. Because I have a blank screen. If you make a mistake, okay, just say, oops, I'm sorry, I forgot that. How many have ever heard me make a presentation? How many in this room? About 2 or 3. Which is good, actually. Which means I've taught others how to present. Sati, how many times have you seen me during a training or a presentation say, oh yeah, I forgot to say? Those are mistakes. Those are mistakes. Just relax. Okay, the person that you're talking to has never heard the plan before. He doesn't know if you're making a mistake. Just relax. If you make a mistake, say, oh yeah, I forgot to tell you earlier that the steps go this way. And then you continue and pick up where you left off. Just relax when you make a mistake. I've been in many, productions and stage plays where, we're all there, we're making mistakes with the dialogue. Sometimes we're making it up as we go on, the director's screaming on the side. We've missed all our blocking, missed all our lines. And then at the end, the audience is clapping. We're like, wow, if they only knew. People are coming up, Joe, what a great play. Oh, what a... Yeah, we really blew that one royal. When I was singing before with the band, I used to sing and you practice a song the night before, okay, and then it's on the next day. And many times you forget the lyrics. And you can't have lyrics with you when you're on stage. And many times, we'd forget the whole song. So we make up lyrics on the way, yeah, the sky was blue this morning, and or sometimes you can't come up with lyrics, and people go, wow, ad-lib. Wow, improv. But deep inside, we just forgot our lyrics. People come up after, Joe, great song, where'd you learn that? Yeah. Really, as long as you don't let it on that you're making mistakes, nobody will know. Just relax, okay? Make it seem like a casual thing, and go back, and then explain the mistake, and then proceed. Be confident with the fact that what you're presenting, that person needs. Okay, everybody needs financial freedom. Everybody needs it. Some people won't admit it, but they need it. Everybody would like to have an extra $1,000 or $2,000 a month, correct? That's the compassion, that's the heart that I'm talking about. Once you're more concerned about his needs as opposed to yours, then you become very, very good at presenting the business. Finally, speak with enthusiasm and conviction. Okay? Many times, your conviction, your excitement will be what turns the tide. I mean, can you imagine going up to someone, yeah, Jason, this business is, well, I don't know. I think it'll work. Sometimes I think, I don't know, but what, you want to give it a try? But if you stand behind the project, Jason, look at this. I know it's new to you, but I believe in it. I don't know about you, but I'm going to make my millions in this business. What, you want to try? Let's do it. I'll do it with you together. Many times it's your conviction, okay, that gives other people courage. Remember I was saying part of being a leader is inspiring? You have to inspire people, okay, to take steps that normally they wouldn't take. That's what leadership is. Okay, it's not going with the flow, it's not going with the crowd. Anybody can do that. Anybody can sit there and say, Jason, I think you're nuts. You're never going to make 20 grand a week or 30. I don't even think you're going to do one step a week. It takes no courage to do that. It takes courage, though, to look somebody in the face and say, I've been, in this rut for 10 years. I'm sick and tired of it. I'm burned out. I'm looking for something new. I think I have found it. Now, you want to take the plunge with me? Last night, we were supposed to show a film clip of Braveheart. How many have seen the movie Braveheart?
I have not seen it.
Oh, you got to see that movie. You got to see that movie. That's going to be a classic. Okay, it's about the war between Scotland and England, the war for independence. and speaks about their hero, William Wallace, played by Mel Gibson. Huh? Yeah, a lot of similarities with me, right? Hair, 2 eyes. But it's a fantastic movie. Really, it's one of the best movies I've ever seen. About courage, about leadership by example. But anyway, there's one scene there. I mean, this film was made at the time, about a time, okay, when the English Empire was one of the most powerful empires in the world. Okay, their armies numbered hundreds of thousands and millions. And there was one particular scene where the Scots were fighting for freedom, okay, where these guys, you know, the Scots, they're farmers. These guys are farmers. They had their stones and pickaxes and their thighs, you know those things that they, I could never pronounce that. But anyway, you know what I'm saying. Okay, that thing that goes like that, and okay. So here they are, and they're all ready to fight. Okay, there's thousands of them forming a line. I mean, those are the days when war was really war. Okay, which is another thing we saw in Gladiator. Okay, another good movie. Okay, but anyway, we talk about that later in another seminar. But anyway, so all these guys are all ready, and you know they're dirty. They have their thighs and their stones. Okay, and then you hear this rumbling. And over the hill, okay, the director always does this, over the hill. Okay, you never see them. Okay, all of a sudden, magically, 50,000 troops appear. Okay, and they're rumbling, and all of a sudden these guys are like, wait a minute, this doesn't seem to be such a good idea. They were outnumbered, I don't know, 3-1, 4-1, 5-1, I don't remember, but they were greatly outnumbered. Okay, they were out-equipped. These guys had the best, you know, these guys weren't farmers, these were professional soldiers. You know, with swords, longbows, spears, horses. I mean, they had everything it took to totally annihilate the enemy. Okay, and these guys, all they had were their eyes, okay, and their stones. So anyway, these guys were like, whoa, wait a minute, you know, maybe it's nicer to plant potatoes, okay, which is basically what they wanted to do. You know, some guy in the crowd says, hey, you know, we don't really have to do this. Why don't we go home? And you know, so they were actually turning back. They were walking away and going home. We wanted to show you this clip last night, but we couldn't get it to work. So I'm trying to narrate the whole thing today. But anyway, this William Wallace comes out on a horse. Gray on one side, blue on another. You know, long hair, had a sword here, no eyes for him. You know, he had the proper sword. And he starts marching up and down, talking about freedom, barking, And he said something to the effect that yes, you can go home, okay, but you're not going to die a free man. I'd rather die fighting for my freedom. Something to that effect. But his battle cry was freedom. And as he, and anyway, bottom line, when he said charge, everybody charged with him. I mean, it's a magnificent scene. My hair's standing as I talk about it. It's magnificent. And see, the thing was, he was the first one who led the charge. He wasn't going, come on, freedom. Now you go, I'm going to watch you guys from this hill. No, he was the first one. And everybody charged. And as outnumbered as they were, I couldn't believe it. They beat the army. They beat the English army. It was absolutely magnificent. But anyway, what I'm trying to say here is the courage of that one man, okay, inspired the others to do what otherwise they would not have done. They would have rather gone home and planted their potatoes with their eyes. See? But they went and fought. And they won. They beat these guys. Now I remember one line, okay, and this is very, very important as you make a presentation and do this business on a global basis. Where the Scottish prince, okay, the one who the English was trying to take his kingdom away, he was the heir to the throne. And he told Mel Gibson, Mr. William Wallace, he says, how do you do it? I have the rank, I have the title, you know, I have nobility, I have the blue blood, but people don't follow me. And you're a farmer, and people follow you. And he looked at him, and he said, as long as you talk about freedom, people will follow. And you must remember that. As long as you speak freedom to a person, there will always be people willing to follow you. Because many, many people are looking for freedom. In our particular scenario, it's financial freedom. Now, please don't get me wrong. I'm not saying that money and then having lots of it is a solution to all your problems. Okay, that's not how we are. All I'm trying to say here is when you have the proper finances, there's a certain aspect of your life where you don't have to worry about it anymore. I mean, let's face it. If you read the statistics on divorce, I think 85 or 80% of all divorces are primed because of financial troubles that the husband and wife can't do. It's sad to see a marriage break apart simply because of financial pressures. So there is a certain kind of freedom-bearing that, a freedom-bearing stance that we must take. We represent something. It's not just money. Money can't buy happiness, but it sure helps. Those who say money can't buy happiness are not shopping in the right malls. No, my mom used to tell me when the going gets tough, the tough go shopping. No, I was just kidding. Anyway, speak with enthusiasm and conviction. Many, many times, it's your spirit, it's your heart, it's your conviction, it's your excitement, it's your enthusiasm that's going to take, this guy's heart that has basically accepted his fate, so to speak, in life, and say, hey, maybe I don't have to be this way. I actually can have a chance at financial freedom. You have to somehow communicate this with your eyes, and you're not going to be able to communicate it if you don't feel it in here. In fact, if you are convinced in your heart that this is an opportunity that can benefit everyone concerned, then you show it when you present the business. You show it. Some people show it with their eyes. Some people show it excited, they spit in the guy's face. I frankly prefer the first one. Many people fail in their presentation because they're not convinced about the feasibility of the business themselves. You know what I'm saying? They come in, maybe it'll work. Maybe it won't. What, you want to give it a try? In fact, their thought is, if I can get people to join me, then I believe it can work. Then I will believe it can work. Right? Let me try it first. Before I actually go out and purchase a coin and make an application for my TCO, I'm going to see first if other people will join me. How many were like that in the beginning? Some people almost raised their hand and they dropped it. You must believe first before you can make others believe. You have to believe in the business first. Then others will believe you. That's why the smart ones, quote unquote, who says, I'll wait first before I have my 5 on the left and 5 on the right, and then I will purchase my coin. You guys are all stupid purchasing your coin first. I'll get my 5 and 5 first, then I'll make a purchase. Sounds smart, right? It sounds like, a logical thing to do. Can you imagine a restaurant owner or a businessman going around the city asking the residents to sign a petition that says, if you all promise to eat in my restaurant, then I'll open one. We all find it really funny, but that's exactly what that guy's saying. If you guys will, promise and sign here on a legally binding document to eat in my restaurant, then I'll open one. Would you sign a petition like that? Would you eat in a restaurant that opened up because of that petition? No. You put up the restaurant first. When you're confident of your menu, the chef, the service, the value for money, then you put up your restaurant. Then people will come. In other words, you believe first. Then people will come to your restaurant. Can you imagine having somebody present the business to you? Jason, I think this is great. You shouldn't miss out on this. Blah, blah, blah. What about you, Joe? Are you in already? Actually, I'm not. I'm waiting for you. But there are many, many people out there who are trying to do this. And it doesn't work. It doesn't work. People are not going to join you
if you don't have any convictions about what you're doing. Be prepared for objections. That's also another thing. Be prepared for them. Don't be taken by surprise. Practice answering objections. It's your ability to answer objections that will ultimately bring down the walls of negativity and skepticism and open people's minds to participate in our business. Many of you out here were extremely skeptical first. I know, I was. But it's because somebody sat down and explained to me, then I said, hey, this is real. This is real. So be prepared. Very important. When answering objections, do not be apologetic. Actually, it should be when answering objections and presenting the business, do not be apologetic. A mistake that many people make is that they're so apologetic when they present the business. No, you have to be confident and firm, but not arrogant. You can't be arrogant. You can't sit here and say, don't you understand? Pow! No, be sure of yourself. What an idiot this let me loosen your tie, then maybe blood will flow to your brain and you will understand what a serious business is. I said be confident and firm, not arrogant. It's a fine line sometimes. It's a very fine line. You have to know how to find the balance. Okay? Don't be apologetic about the business. I'm not ashamed of this business, are you guys? I happen to think it's the best plan on the planet. You show it. Don't be apologetic. Don't apologize. Because I've seen people come up and, Jason, I'm sorry to take up your time, but can I please present you with the business? Is it good? I really don't know. Can you help me figure out if it's good? No, you come up. Jason, I want to talk to you about something. What's it about? It's about this business. It's really good. I think it's the best thing that ever happened in my life. I just want to show it to you. What's it about? Never mind. Let's sit down. That's exactly why I want to make an appointment. I want to sit down and show it to you. This is so good. You're not going to want to miss this out. Be confident. Be firm. Because from your confidence, the person derives confidence. One of the biggest mistakes people make is that they are apologetic. Okay? Especially, sometimes they're confident and firm when presenting the business, and then the moment somebody asks an objection, they become shrinking violets. Be prepared for objections. It is the customer's right to ask questions. Do not get angry. One thing though, when you're answering questions, when you're answering objections, before you start, okay, you have to be discerning, okay, and say, is this person asking objections because he really wants to know more about the business? Or does he just want to be a pain in the neck? Because there are just some people like that. No matter how many times you answer, how many objections, they're never going to be satisfied. So you have to be discerning. Sometimes people have come up to me and said, Joe, how come with this person, after 5 minutes, you just got up and walked away, but this guy's answering, and 2 hours you've spent with him? And I said, because this guy, I can see, he really wants to know more about the business. This guy just wants to tell me about my business. Okay, so be prepared, be discerning. Don't waste your time. Remember, time is your capital. Don't get into an argument with a guy who probably will never see the business profitability anyway. But we have to be discerning about it.
If you're apologetic and take a defensive stance, people are going to notice it. Okay, people are going to notice that fire from eyes is going to be gone. Okay, take the stance and show that you're not ashamed of this business, because I'm not ashamed of it. Okay, I'm proud of what I'm doing. I happen to think what I'm doing is, or what we're doing is contributing to society. Okay, in a very big way. Okay, so you show it
when you present the business. When you answer objections, you show it. Okay, take a stance like a soldier on this thing. If you're ashamed of being a quester and participating in this Gold Quest opportunity, then you don't belong here. Okay? Now when I say that, what I'm talking about is you have no right to talk to somebody about a business that you don't believe in. Okay, I'm sorry, I have to speak the truth. If you're sitting here talking to a business, talking to someone about this business that you don't believe in, you're nothing but a swindler or but a con man. Really. You must believe. Before you make others believe, you have to believe in this business first. and people will follow that. If you're proud and convinced that you're doing a good thing, then you show it with your eyes and your heart, not with your spit, okay? With your eyes and heart. Control yourself, okay? Because I know how excited one can get. I mean, I remember my first few days in this business, I could not sleep. Literally, I could not sleep. Before we started in this business, I never used to drink coffee. Okay, if you have dinner in my house and somebody asks for coffee, we have to send the driver out to get coffee, because my wife and I, neither of us drink coffee. I mean, that was before. We couldn't even buy coffee because, you know, by the time we got to this much, it would be hard already. That's why we were so happy when these sachets came out. Oh yeah, of course my brother winces when he hears sachets. He's a percolator guy. Okay, but anyway, I could not sleep. Literally, I could not sleep. Okay, and that's when I started drinking coffee, because I couldn't sleep at night, and then during the day, I needed to be awake, but I was so sleepy because I didn't sleep the night before. So I know what it's like to be so excited, okay, that it's hard to control yourself. But I guess maybe that's also why people saw the business, because they saw I saw it. Like my cousin, she told me, Joe, I don't know too much about this business, I don't know too much about this company, but I can see you're really excited about it. If you believe in it, then I believe in it too. And that's why she came in. Same thing with Ferdy, and same thing with a lot of other people. Thank you. When you're presenting the business, have a time frame and an outline. Okay, don't just keep firing from the hip. Okay, have a time frame and an outline. For example, one I find a good one to follow is 5 minutes for the company. Okay, you don't want to talk for 2 hours about the company. 5 to 10 minutes on the product, 10 minutes on the compensation plan, okay, the basics of the plan, and then 20 minutes on the feasibility, the business feasibility plan. Don't just show, you know, the circles and the steps and the cycles. You have to show how it works. And then finally 10 minutes on closing. Closing is very, very important. Okay, spend 5 minutes discussing the salient points on the company. Okay, the board of directors, the location of the different offices worldwide, okay, because, you know, the offices show a commitment, you know, to the people in that country. Gold Coast performance over the last 1.5 years. You know, I was very touched by what Ronnie said, and Muhammad said, this company has performed. Okay, I mean, we've never let anybody down. You talk about that. Okay, you know why? Because many, many times, oh, this company is new. Has this company performed? Amway had to be 1 year old, you know what I'm saying? New Skin was 1 year old sometime in their past. Okay, Gold Coast has to be given a chance, and we have performed, okay? Associations with the different organizations worldwide. And I'm talking about organizations that are taken seriously by a lot of people, like the RAM, the Royal Australian Mint. We are one of their official brokers. Okay, there's only 23 worldwide, okay? The Perth Mint, the Mayor Mint, okay? We have a joint venture with the Mayor Mint. Now the company Gold Quest, we can now mint our own coins, okay? Which is very, very, a lot of organizations are now coming to us. We will be announcing it on the web and on our bulletin boards, you know, because they want us to mint their coins and market it for them. It's very exciting. It's a very, very exciting program. Okay, and these are companies to be taken seriously worldwide. And these companies would not associate, you know, with a company that's fly-by-night or, you know, has no future. Okay, they see the future of this company. They see the integrity of the board of directors. They see the integrity of our performance. Okay, so spend 5 minutes discussing about this. Spend 5 minutes showing brochures about our products. Okay? Now, one very important thing. When you show brochures, okay, don't come out with brochures this thick. Okay, just the basics about the coin. You know, it's gold, it's round, okay, it's valuable. Let's not, you can do that later. Okay, you don't want to get, the reason I'm talking about 5 minutes here, 5 minutes there, okay, is because, again, you want the guys to see not just the product, but also the business. Okay, and let's face it, the business plan takes a little bit longer to discuss than the gold coin. Okay, so don't spend 2 hours on the coin. Explain the numismatic value of the products. Spend 10 minutes showing the basics of the plan. Okay, and then put away the brochures. This is one thing that most people forget to do. Put away the brochures. Can I say it one more time? Put away the brochures. Can you guys say it with me? Put away the brochures. You know why? You know why? I don't know why. No. Because you don't want that as you're showing the plan, they're reading. You see what I'm saying? For the same reason that I'm clicking one at a time. Because what I don't want is I'm discussing one point and you guys are... Because it's human nature. It's human nature. If you're there trying to show them the plan and they have all these brochures, they're going to be looking at the brochures. Just take them away and say, we'll look more into this a little bit later. I'll give you a few copies if you want. You can get all of this downloaded from the web. But let's focus in on the business plan. Okay, so take away the brochures because they're never going to concentrate. At this point, no income projection. Don't talk about how much money this, how much. You just show the basics of the plan. What is a TC? What's a tracking center? What's it there for? If you don't know, then you should be bopped on the head. Okay? The difference between an indirect and a direct referral. Okay, you should show them. Okay? Important. Point out that there's no time frame from completing steps and cycles. Okay? Of course, this is after showing them what the steps and cycles mean. You point out to them that there's no time frame for this. Okay, because it's very, very important. That it makes it so viable that, you can have 5 on the left and 0 on your right and still, take 2 weeks, 3 weeks, 1 month, 2 months, and you still qualify for your steps. Then you explain the max out, the flushing. Okay, explain all the aspects of the business. When all the basics are clear, now you can go to the business feasibility plan. This is very important. Okay, that's why if you notice on the minutes, I spent most time on this. The business feasibility is so important because this is when people decide if they want to participate in our program or to just buy a coin. Okay, remember, yes, we are a retailer of very fine gold products. Okay, in fact, I forgot to announce, we just opened our store in Hong Kong. Our retail store in Hong Kong. And, we'll probably be putting one up also in Canada and maybe in Italy. Okay, 2 members of our V team right now are in Italy and Greece. Okay, so in other words, we are a retailer of fine gold products, but at the same time, we offer an opportunity to the people, to our customers who participate with us. Okay, so the business feasibility plan is very, very important. Okay, how many here decided to come into the business and to participate in the business when they saw the feasibility of this business? That's how important this part is. Okay. Now, one feasibility plan that works well is the 10-stage business plan. Okay, different stages. Okay, because it could happen in a month, it could happen in a day, it could happen in 2 months. Okay, it's up to the person to decide the time frame. So you decide it in stages. Stage 1, they purchase a coin. Of course, everything starts with the purchase of a coin. Okay, even with MasterCard and Visa card, in the member get member, you have to be a card holder to be able to refer people into that company. It's the same thing with GoldQuest. You have to be a customer in order to refer people. Okay, so the first stage, purchase a coin. The next stage, they refer 2 persons. Okay, we find that for the projection or for the business plan, 2 people work well because everybody knows 2 people who like gold and want to develop more income. Yes or no? Everybody knows 2. You may not know 100, you may not know 200, but 2 people everybody can deal with. Okay, in other words, you want the business feasibility plan to be exactly that, a feasibility plan. You want to show a plan that's conservative. Okay, not, if you refer 200 people in your first hour, okay, and everybody does the same thing. No, it's just something very conservative and something where, as you're explaining it, it's like, hey, I can do that. That's the kind of plan you want to show, or feasibility plan you want to show. Then, after referring the 2 people, you train and caddy the 2 people, okay? And I want this very, very clear in the feasibility plan because you want them to know that there is work involved. Okay, that it's not something where you will make money without having to put in any kind of work. There is work involved. And then you encourage them to do the same thing. These 2 people, they will also purchase a coin. They will also bring in 2 people, train and caddy these 2 people. And and then duplicate, and then the whole process goes again. That's one stage. So you go to the next stage, and you go to the next stage, and you will see the numbers will add up, and you will see that this is something that's feasible even by most conservative standards. In other words, no matter how aggressively or conservatively you present this plan, people will see that it is something that they can make money with if they participate in the proper way. Okay, so that's why the business plan is very, very important. And again, you want to make the projection so clear, okay, and so conservative that the guy will see himself in it. Okay, you don't want to be saying, if I do this, this is how much I make. When I did this, this is how much I make. No, no, no. When you do this, you refer to people and you train them, this is the benefit you get. When you train them and they refer in, you qualify for that. What's in it for him? Not, you know, if you come in today with your 2 people, I qualify for my coin tomorrow. Even if you don't say it, it's going to show. So before you go into a presentation, check your motives. In any potential business, whether banking, the restaurant industry, garage, farming, a prospective entrepreneur will check the feasibility of the venture before he decides to involve himself. That's how important the feasibility plan is. When you talk to if you want to talk to somebody about investing, let's say in a bakery, let's say you have this secret recipe, you know, that your grandmother has passed down to you and that was passed down to her, and you went to a potential investor, would you sit there and blabber about this wonderful bread and the smell will bring people in for miles and this? Is that what you talk to your financial partner? No. What do you talk to them about? How much, right? Where, how can it happen, and how will it happen, the feasibility, ROI, right? Then and only then you can talk to them and say, by the way, this is the bread, and this is, you know, why we're going to sell so. You see what I'm trying to say? First, you talk about the feasibility of the plan. When you are talking to someone about business, you treat that person like an investor. Is the investment here the coin? No, that's just purchasing of a coin. What I'm talking about is investment of time. You have to somehow convey to that person, because that person will be asking, why should I invest my time in this venture? That's what I mean. Treat him like an investor, but his capital is not money, it's time, because it takes time to build this business. Okay, so you address that need of the person or persons that you're presenting to. Your feasibility plan, this is very important, should not be based on hype. Shouldn't be based on hype. It should be based on the simplicity, the duplication process, and the excellence of the plan. The feasibility, can everybody do it? Is this something that everybody can do? You don't have to be, you know, one of these massive leaders worldwide to succeed in this business. That's very, very important. Okay, show the feasibility. And then finally you get to the closing. Okay? This is important because this is what seals everything. Okay? Give your own testimony about how you came to be involved with Gold Quest. You know, oh, this was presented by my cousin. I was skeptical at first, but then I came in when I saw how well my cousin. Give some testimonies. Give your own. You know, ever since I joined this business, all of a sudden, you know, paying the bills, you know, which used to be such a burden before, now all of a sudden, we don't have bills anymore. I mean, we do, but they're paid on time, and, you know, et cetera, et cetera. Give your testimony. How has this business changed your life? If you just started out, of course, you won't have a testimony. Okay, I just started yesterday, Jason. However, I'm really excited because start giving the testimonies of your leaders and their leaders. You know, my friend, he's just been in this business for 2 months. And man, he's already achieved financial freedom because now he can actually go out and bring his children out to the theater. Or whatever it is you like to do. Give somebody else's testimony. Okay, don't just end with the projection, that's it. Talk about what Gold Quest has done for your life, at least from the financial point of view. That's where you can connect with someone. Because like I said earlier, we're all the same. All of us have the same wants, the same desires, you know, the same goals, the same desires for our families and our children. All of us are the same. Whether you're talking to a Malaysian, a Singaporean, an American, a Canadian, we're all the same. So as you talk about your dreams and how GoldQuest is answering the needs of these dreams, he will identify, yeah, I would like that also. Yes, I would like to also. He's not saying this, but he's thinking this in his mind. So very important, the testimony part. Get copies of checks and genealogies. Does this company work? Yes, look up my leader. You know, he's been in this for 6 months, and after his first month he was earning. Here's a copy of all his checks. This, by the way, is a copy of my first check. I just earned it last week. Tell stories. Tell stories about the business. Tell stories about yourself. And then finally you end with the financial freedom that you hope to achieve, okay, with your endeavor with GoldQuest. Because ultimately that's what it's about. It's about financial freedom. Okay, that's really what we're trying to show the person. Everybody quests for it, everybody looks for it, everybody desires it. Okay? So you close with that. And then, of course, you open answering objections. Okay, you just sit down with him and answer his objections. Okay? Now, one thing before we close is make sure you teach people how to present. This is not on the CD-ROM, but just take notes on this. One way that I teach people how to present, okay, because remember, it's very, very important that you teach. Okay, so when I bring somebody in, okay, I will tell him, I will present to as many people as you want me to, provided that you are there with me. I explained why yesterday. One, okay, because that guy's not going to trust me unless, let's say Jason introduced me to his friend. He's not going to trust me unless Jason is there. And what better way to learn than Jason, you know, seeing me doing this thing. After about 2-3 times of doing this, okay, after 2-3 times of accompanying, of having him accompany you as you do your presentation, you do what I call half-half. Okay, Jason, you do half. You do the company and the products. Okay, I'll do the business plan and the projection and the business feasibility plan. Okay, now the reason, I've never done, no, you go ahead. Anyway, if you make a mistake, I'll be there with you. Okay, very important. Just give him half of it first, and since you're there, he'll derive confidence from that. He'll know that if he makes a mistake, okay, that you're going to be there to help him out. Okay? Now, after about 2-3 times of doing this, okay, you go to what I call the other half. Okay? You now say, okay, because now you're talking to more and more groups. In fact, these are probably not Jason's directs anymore. Okay? These are already his indirects. And you go to him and you say, now we do the other half. I'll do the company and the products. You do now the business. Oh, but that's complicated. Never mind, I'm there. If you make a mistake, just look over in my direction and I'll help you out. Very important that you're there with him the few times the first few times that he does it. Okay? Now, this is the exciting part. And you do this also 2 or 3 times. Once you can see that he's done it pretty well, okay, the next, by this time, you should have had a pretty big group going already. You've presented it to about 6, 7, 8, 9 people or small groups of people with him present. So now these people are inviting others. The organization's starting to grow. Okay, so now they'll say, oh, can you talk to this, can you talk to this? Now you tell Jason, look, instead of us going to them one by one, invite them to your house. You know, invite the 5 or 6 or the 7 to your house. Okay? Okay, Tuesday afternoon, 5 o'clock. So you set the time. Make sure everybody's going to come at Tuesday, 5 o'clock. You know, the thing I talked about, coffee, cake, that kind of thing. And then, at Tuesday, 5 o'clock, you call Jason, okay, and say, Jason, something came up, I won't be able to make it. Of course, Jason's like, what? What do you mean? You know, they're here. Don't tell him this the day before, okay, because then he just cancels. Okay, wait until everybody's there, okay, because now he's committed, he's forced to good. He's committed, the people are there, he has no choice. But at the same time, he's already gone over a few times with you. Okay? Now don't tell them that you're doing this. This is just a secret between us. Don't tell them that you're going to do this. And you'll see, this guy's going to be, calling your mother all sorts of names. Okay, oh, what, Joe, but come on, okay, I'll try and make it there. By the way, you just start, hi, here in Gold Quest. He has no choice, they're there. And you'll see, tomorrow morning he comes up, wow, what happened? Joe, you're such a bum. You know what you did to me? Yeah, but what happened? Hey, 2 out of the 5, they signed up. Hey, it was pretty good. It went pretty. You see what I'm trying to say? But unless you do that, most people will never take the leap on their own. Most people will never take the leap on their own. Okay? And very clear, you have to do it in that order. Okay? Don't do the last one number 1. Don't send an appointment for 10 people and then don't show up and he's never done a presentation in his life. Joe, help. It has to be in that order. Okay, let him derive some confidence first, doing half of this, half of that, and then he's ready to vent. And then you'll see, after that, he'll start scheduling it on his own because he's already what do you call this? Done it on his own. Okay, so that's very important in how to teach. And then he'll start teaching others, and pretty soon you're going to have 500 on your left and 500 on your right, all who know how to present. Okay? So that's the value of making an effective presentation. Make sure you master it, do it well so that you can reproduce it, and that's your first step in building a global organization. Okay, so thank you very much. Thank you for being so patient. And thank you.